哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我用键盘打碎了屏幕，哥们儿才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这三个，至少数据颠倒的帅了。
我是 rap， 但我 bad 了，非常非常非常不快乐。
是个拼命的 C 位英雄，
那你们出门装先买了，连着冲了，都是疯了。老周的文章就推三不空扛，这把实验我这种没病的人，去跟队里的搞什么进行个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞出框架，不带欠费的网费，当成机器，管我当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。
We are really happy to make it to playoffs, and yes, we were expecting to make it to playoffs because everybody feels great during the game, and we practiced a lot, and we just believe that we can make a lot of things. We are really happy, and we just kept fighting, and we know we can reach way better, and we can become way better within time. We are just like a 2-month, 3-month team, and we are just gonna keep fighting.
We have made it to a playoff. Our new goal will be qualifying to EWC. That's our main goal for us. So moving on to the next stage, it will be quite difficult for us because there's a top 4 invited teams. They are quite a strong team.
Of course, we're gonna fight to win, and we believe we can win, but step by step.
The next stage will be to try our best to play against them and get a win from those invited teams.
We're just gonna play our best, and we believe we can beat anybody.
We are starting to get towards the tail end in that lower bracket.
掉到败者组肯定心理上会有一点压力，但是掉到败者组之后，每一场比赛都必须非常严肃的面对，因为只剩一次机会了嘛。
За мэдж шалгарсан яг чухал зүйл гэх юм бол ер нь тийм багийн яг ойлголцол ер нь бол нэгэндээ итгэж байгаа итгэл.
因为我们其实并不是一个职业队伍，其实我们也是由主播还有游戏爱好者组成的一支队伍。我觉得我们能够走到越后面，希望可以证明自己，并不是一支普普通通的路人队或者主播队。我们希望可以，有一个名号。
So it's a 4K from 0 to start us off.
Бид ер нь тодорхой map болгон дээр нь бэлдсэн зүйлүүд гэдэг. Ер нь бол нэг тийм яварцсан дажгүй гараад ирчих байхаа гэж хувьдаа ер нь итгэж байгаа.
Goats will try and cross over, but Controllers with a sliver of HP will be more than enough to deal with him.
DW， 既然来了败者组，我们亲自送你回家。
我们本来想这次是我们最后一次5个人一起打了，打得不好的话，我们就各走就解散了。每个人都是对自己能进这个季后赛是充满了信心的，虽然什么都没有了。
Ninja 这支队伍的话，这场比赛我感觉难度可能会更高一点吧，对我们来说，我们始终不是一支职业队伍。
对阵 OW 这个战队的比赛，我们都是很尊重的，但是尊重归尊重，我们是不会输在这些比赛，我们都会轻易把他击败。
不太需要觉得什么对手太强这种问题。 你把自己打好，把自己的东西打出来，那就好。
Freeman finding one, he has to make it all happen, and he does. They run into the spray, and the man is ice cold.
Confidence is important. In real, confidence is the thing that made you the greatest player.
Okay, fans, he barely saw Kase.
For us, this is just winnable. We just wish good luck to them.
Манай багийн хувьд гэх юм бол дандаа найзууд байгаа. Бид нар бүгдээрээ амьдралын найзууд дандаа зөндөө олон жил хамт байгуулсан тийм найзууд байгаа. Тэгээд би яг бага ахлаад санаачлаад тэгээд бага бүрдүүлээд одоо энд байж байна. Маш хурдан темптэй тоглодог. Бүх тоглогчид маш өндөр сайн буудалтай гэж өөрсдөө хардаг та.
He gets them both. A fantastic 4K from the all.
Чадвал ACL-ийнхаа аврагыг авнаа гэж бодож байна. Хийж одоо нэрээ үлдээ та.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gents, to the final day here of the group stage for the Asian Champions League. We have got to lock in 2 more teams to join the 2 who have already made it. We've already got a pretty stacked playoff that are starting to digress a little bit here. Fellas, we've got a pretty stacked day. It's the busiest day we've had so far, for sure. We've started the tournament, we eased ourselves in. 4 best of 1s, nice and chill. Not that bad of a work day. 2 best of 1s, 2 best of 3s today as well. So we've got the whole thing to go through. We're all in the lower bracket. There was the final spots are. Tea time. How we feeling?
Fantastic. I mean, honestly, this is exactly what I wanted. A bit of a wonky lower bracket, a wonky upper bracket few matches. We didn't get any stomps yesterday either, Michael.
Yep.
We got some good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and every day we go into the lower bracket, we're getting rid of 4 teams at a time.
Yeah.
So that's why we're kind of compressing our day here. We seem to want to get rid of them in 4s.
Yeah, exactly. We've already got Rare Atom and GD Hao who have booked their spots into the next stage, and we're looking to see who will join them as well. So when we look across the board as well, Chingus Warriors changed the game. Ninja, only 1 word, and then Nomads and Just Swing are waiting in that next stage. Of course, they lost in the upper bracket. They're waiting for the best of 3s later on. So they get at least a little bit of an easier start today and a bit of a watch to see who they will potentially be facing. We start with best of 1s. We're starting with Chingus Warriors, change the game versus Ninja, or Ninja versus only 1 word as well. So 2 kind of like quite different matchups, I say, T-Time, right? We've got a Chingus Warriors side who, of course, maybe underperformed, I think, a little bit at this tournament, not playing to the level that we would sort of expect of them. On the flip side, you maybe got, for example, only 1 word who arguably have gone further than some people would have expected.
And frankly, I think they might have a chance to go all the way. Even now, when you're looking over towards the opponents that they're going to have, it's really not necessarily the best matchups for anyone when you get into the BO3s, right, for these teams. So it could go any way. But Chungus is interesting. I think this is still a world where we could see a slip up here and now.
Yeah, I'm worried for the Chingus Warriors in this lower bracket, especially because it's a best of one. Sure, on the other side, I'd say, you know, the only one-word Ninja game is arguably like weaker in terms of the teams and just the form they've shown so far. But the Nomads will be a very formidable opponent just to qualify to those playoffs further down the line.
I mean, even as well, when we look towards that next best 3 in the kind of the upper side of this lower bracket where we've got Just Swing waiting, I mean, they've actually looked really good this tournament as well. So even if Chingus Warriors do get past Change the game, the Chinese qualifier team, they really can't take their foot off the gas, right? This is a side that have got a lot to prove, especially off the back of that major qualification. I think we all sort of came in with pretty high hopes. They came in as the #2 seed overall, you know, major qualification, which Rare Atom didn't get. I mean, we were saying, okay, maybe this is a bit of a change in the guard in the kind of middle to upper
Now the guard still seems to be very much
exactly.
the same.
And it's very much kept the same. Change the game of, sorry, Chingus Warriors, I say, have not looked that good, and change the game even there could have a bit of an opportunity. This is how our brackets look so far, with the winner side, which we're done with now. Rare Atom took down Just Swing. I'm not even going to say relatively handily. They were made to work there, Yumi. It's safe to say. 2-0, but an incredible series. And then our second one yesterday with GG Howell taking down Nomads. Again, made to work with it. But Nomads losing on the 2 maps, Yumi, that they just don't play.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the vulnerability for them, is that their map pool just doesn't seem that deep, unfortunately, which is, you know, maybe what makes us, when we get to that lower bracket final, that we may be a bit anxious about whether or not they let that same mistake sort of affect that lower bracket best of 3.
It's true. It's been a conversation, hasn't it, Tea Time, about teams like not only just Nomads, but actually some of these like Chinese qualified teams, for example, who don't have as much experience as kind of the big boys, where best of ones is fine. You know, you can ban your way out of maps you don't play, but when it gets to best of 3s, that's when you get exposed. And of course, that's when Nomads will be waiting later on. These are the last games, as we've touched on. Chingus Warriors Change the Game is going to be our opener. Following that is going to be Ninja taking on only 1 word, and that's where Just Swing and Nomads wait in the wing. So at least there's a real world we could get 2 Mongolian teams qualified through, you know, coming forward through this lower bracket, but at the same time, you know, they both had their fallible nature about them.
There's a real world where we get no Mongolian teams qualifying through this one as well. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Even right now, again, I just want to sort of insist, I think the matchup to watch out for is actually this very first one, Chingus Warriors versus Change the Game. For me, this is a match that could go very much haywire. Chingus Warriors, there's very little sort of prep to do on this team and whatnot as well. But of course, when you're looking out towards the grander scheme of things, I'm also very interested in that last match of the day. Whoever comes out against Nomads, I still don't know if Nomads can do it in a series.
Yeah, the big story for today is definitely whether or not Chingus Warriors have effectively let their foot off the gas, because they came in a little sluggish. They didn't seem very well prepped. You know, they were playing some of the MRQ games, and then the next day they were in straight with their opening round games, and they got upset by another team from the region in the side of Nomads. So I'd like to see that this team doesn't just sit on its laurels. The fact that they've made it to the major, you know, for a lot of teams and a lot of players, that's the big accomplishment that you're looking for. But I hope that their aspirations are higher than that.
Let's also be frank about Chingus Warriors. It was not a smooth road versus reverse sweep gaming either, right? I mean, we keep talking about the Nomads loss, but it's not like their win was particularly convincing. You still saw, you know, Shenxiang being able to get up his numbers out from the reverse sweep gaming side. You still saw some good things from Hunt, and in fact, it really did feel like there was a lack of firepower on the other side, which was what was holding them back. And I don't think that's going to show up again for Change the Game.
Yeah, we look towards our other team, Change the Game, this side, who are, you mean they're our last bastion of the Chinese qualifier teams. We've been riding that high, we've been singing their praises, but these are the last ones here. But I would say the most deserved as well. They've actually made some really, really good counter-strike. When we look at this team, you know, the first thing that pops out to us, of course, has to be Zero. He's had a really good tournament. He's really made a bit of a name for themselves, but I was going to throw 957 in the mix there as well. I thought he had some decent games so far this tournament.
Yeah, we've seen some good stuff from Leica Shu and Yancher as well as we've gone through these games. You know, I think the story from day one was it was Zero and basically nobody else alongside him, and so he's been able to maintain that consistent form, but we're starting to see an emergence from some of the other players on the team. But it's hard to say that Zero isn't the main focal point. This guy seems to be fragging on getting entries. He's playing a lot of these extremities roles on T sides, and he is breaking bomb sites pretty much single-handedly.
One thing that we have seen from yesterday, though, it's not always about the main focal points, because we assume they are going to show up, and they often have. There's been a lack of shutting down star players largely across this tournament, but what teams have generally been good at and what's differentiated them has been shutting down that 4th and 5th players, and I think that's where Change the Game could somewhat struggle, especially when you consider that Coolest has been heating up into the tournament.
Yeah, we look towards Coolest, and of course he's normally the name that we bring up whenever we kind of talk about Chinggis Warriors, but at the same time, he's also had some moments where he's really felt quite missing for me, right? You know, he's had some maps so far this tournament where it's just been somewhat non-existent. I mean, you look towards that loss towards Nomads, 0.6 rating. He was awful. That's the safe way of putting it, and that's where we're then looking at other players like Ariukul. Yeah, even coming into this tournament, like you're saying, Ariukul was mainly the guy that we were looking at as being like main consistent, solid rifler, but we've actually seen some good upticks from Controles as a counterpoint, where Ariukul's maybe not getting the same amount of impact or influence on the game as we want, but Controles is doing a lot, especially in these sort of like late round lurks and just being a total nuisance for a lot of teams, that he's finding a lot of high impact frags later on into these rounds. Yeah, we look at the record as well of both of these teams, and I guess the one thing that's going quite well for Chinggis Warriors is that so far they've beat 2 other of the Chinese qualifier teams. So they're looking to go 3 for 3 here as well. Of course, they got that pretty solid win over Reverse Sweep 13-9. They made to work for a little bit, but they really weren't made to work too much against Gateron. So they've got to be feeling hopefully some level of confidence coming in towards this. The flip side changed the game. It's this story that we've been building a lot for these Chinese qualifier teams of they don't really have a lot to lose, right? This is gaining experience, playing on a big stage, playing against now major participant teams, right? With the chance of, you know, going towards a best of 3 later on. So I think for them, I hope they come in with not a lot of pressure on their shoulders and they just play their game. But I think the important thing as well is like we've been able to speak to Baseline J a couple of times about, you know, some of the aspirations for these Chinese Open qualifier teams as opposed to just being this the one foray that they get to play teams from international waters. There may be even more deeper conversations to be had about the longevity of these brands or these organizations further down the stretch with, you know, the good or the solid pieces that they're able to find. Hell, they may even, you know, work to get key star riflers from some of the other Chinese Open qualifier teams to see if they can build a squad strong enough to actually start rising through those ranks. I mean, I can guarantee there's going to be a consolidation of talent after this tournament is over. I mean, there's not really a question about that. And for Change the Game right now, there's so much that they can win from this one best of one. I mean, you look over towards what their VRS ranking is going to have happen to them. It is plus 74 position, sorry, plus 63 positions, 74 points. I mean, that's pretty insane when you're considering the impact of qualifiers and things like it. Then on top of it all, I can guarantee China has one of the largest amounts of esports organizations of any country in the world. If anyone is looking to get into CS after the Shanghai Major, after looking at how much, you know, these Chinese teams are doing and whatnot, every single one of these players is up for grabs and they know it as well. Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's focus our attention in towards the Veto, fellas. Where are we feeling? We've kind of jokingly coined this the Ancient Champions League, and it's been very common. And there's a real world we could get it once again. Yumi, what are we feeling? I mean, it's hard to say that I don't expect that Ancient will probably be played, or at least make it very far into the Veto. No surprises that we should see Nuke banned by Change the Game, probably Train as well for the Chinggis Warriors. But to be honest, I'd quite like to see, you know, a Mirage, for example, or something of the sort. I want to see some map versatility from Change the Game, because regardless of whether or not they actually get into the best of 3s, we need to see better map versatility from these Chinese Open qualifier teams, and the best way to get those reps in is in the best of 1s. I really like what Chinggis Warriors have done over here. They've said, you know what, if you're going to face this, you're going to face this in Dust 2 or Inferno, and with that, you're not comfortable on those maps. We're better firepower-wise. Ancient might be good for us, but you know what? Screw it. We've had too many close calls on that one. We don't want to experiment anymore. And the same with Mirage. Michael, I agree with you. Mirage would have been a great direction for Change the Game to go. That's not a direction that's open to them anymore. Yeah, so far, this is, you know, Ancient's been the only map that Change the Game have played this tournament. And actually, when you look at their record, it is pretty stellar. Like, just swing in that opener. They actually should have won that. They were in a really leading position, and they just fell flat into overtime, right? But then you look at the win over God's Reign, that was super dominant. They looked incredible throughout that. And then Exucii as well, a fellow kind of Chinese qualifier team who they dominated. So yeah, this is a great veto process by Chinggis Warriors. They've made them feel uncomfortable, and now we have to wonder, again, T-Them, this has been a conversation that we've had about these teams. How deep does this map pool go? What is the depth in terms of their preparation and practice on a map like this looking like? Their positive will be that they played Gateron in the Chinese Open qualifier on Inferno, and they did quite well on it, but also based on the way that we've, I guess, tempered our expectations from those Chinese Open qualifier teams, where we set Gateron in the, I guess, the hierarchy of the teams in this closed qualifier, maybe it wasn't the biggest test. Chinggis Warriors are going to be a much sterner opponent to face. The only good thing that I will add is also just the nature of the tournament, right? ACL is a tournament which has had a lot of breaks in the middle. It's had a lot of time to actually keep scrimming up, so
given the fact that you're getting all of the extra exposure, you might be getting better quality scrims and whatnot. That's the only way where I can say, okay, maybe Inferno could still hold some hope for you. And again, Inferno is a map where it's kind of easy to call on. And by easy, I mean, sure, reads and everything do come in, but there's a very clear flowchart that's easy to adopt as a young team.
Absolutely. Well, enough of our rambling. Let's get this show on the road. The first best of one of the day to see who will be facing Just Swing later. It is, may I say, it's not Ancient that we go towards finally as we get a change of Inferno.
He fell into habits, you know. Ancient has been played so much of this tournament, but a surprise, and the fact that Chinggis Warriors have pushed us into this Inferno should lead to their advantage. They start on the T side to get them their way forward into one of these lower bracket finals. See if Change the Game can mount a successful defense. All eyes will be on Zero and who joins him near that top of the scoreboard.
It's going to start things off for Chinggis Warriors, taking banana control pretty much for free. Couple of boosts up as well. The CTs are set up for a fast rotate if need be, but you have to watch out for what exactly Controllers is trying to do over here in Apartments. If he gets a 1 versus 0, as much as we might be highlighting the latter, it doesn't mean it's going to be an easy duel.
I mean, we've definitely seen some players that we've put as a focal point so far in this qualifier disappear in the games that are most important. Hope that doesn't happen to Zero. He's been phenomenal so far. No reason to doubt him yet.
You won't have any more utility out towards that B-bomb side either, so if it ends up being a hit, Chinggis Warriors just have to try and hit their shots, and that's something we know they're good at. Util deployed. CT's not rotating yet. Laikashu will be there, but he will be late, and there's no way to pop open that smoke other than maybe just fighting through it. Yancher is fully isolated at the back of this bomb set, and he finds absolutely nothing. That could be deadly, but so is 957 right through the smoke with a USP, able to find one, brings it back to a 4-on-4. Controllers is working on a timer, but he'll never be able to accelerate, so this could be a straight 4-on-2 on the bomb site itself, and as 957 second kill will be giving them that window, it's also Controllers who's hoping to shut it down on their fingers right as he gets domed. Hacking controls him, and Ariuko's now left alone. Coolest trying to establish a crossfire, will be helping out with 2 quick kills, but it's still right down to a 1-on-1, and without the kit, the CTs would have just had to full stick it, and now it might be too late.
Tap on the bomb, and if he gets this kill fast enough, he could still jump back on it, but Coolest goes out swinging, and too cool in the clutch is Coolest. Pistol goes the way for Chinggis Warriors.
I mean, that really did look like it was going to fall apart when 957 gets the second kill, and Controllers can't get anything, but all credit out to Ariuko and Coolest for maintaining that crossfire the way they do. Ariuko, of course, maybe had the easier end of things, but still no less critical.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible decisiveness there from Coolest as well when he came into that 1v1, just ran away immediately. There was no kit available for a change of the game, and it was something that was recognized by Chinggis. So it starts off rather well. A simple B execute on that pistol, and now against the anti-eco, they'll work the map more accordingly. 3 players inside of the apartments, and with SMGs leading the way into these pistols, this is a stack, and that 5-7 on Hacking actually connects on 2 just before the smoke blooms.
He's not even touched. And remember, this wasn't a full buy either coming out from Change the Game, so suddenly what could be effectively an eco round win is looming. Chinggis Warriors don't know that this isn't a proper buy either. They think they might be walking into Deagles, Kevlar, few bits and bobs of util.
Yeah, I can anticipate this to be a force buy.
Their util's not finding anything either. Controllers is the one who's trying to creep up from short. Apartments will be contested again, and Hacking has done it all. Now with 3 kills, he feels comfortable recovering a weapon as well. Laikashu is hoping he will go by unnoticed, but Coolest is doing much of the same. The problem is there's no one for him to actually find. Coolest is hunting for ghosts. And as much as they may be whispering into his ear, that doesn't mean he's going to actually be able to exercise them. Peek's taken, Coolest spotted. 30 seconds, time's running low, and their chances right there with it. This bomb is still protected as well, and as Controllers is hoping to contest, it has to be a full swing from Hacking. He deals some damage, but it's not enough. Round still achievable, but you see 957 coming in from behind as well with that extra 5-7. Controllers' 3 kills will not matter at all. This is all Hacking.
Absolutely clothesline them inside of the apps pop. They wanted to break through, make the use of those SMGs against unarmored opponents, but Hacking just destroys every player that meets that doorway. The fact he gets away with 3 and barely takes a lick of damage, takes 0 in fact, before he's finally dealt with by Controllers, but by then it is far too late.
Also critical that Zero makes sure Kulas can't do anything either, right? Controllers finds those 3 kills over there. If you've got a second player, maybe there's still a world where you can get a bomb plant in, but no, nothing of the sort. Chinggis Warriors rocked and rolled at the beginning of this map. That's a great camera view.
Yeah, they'll be burdened by a bad buy. Like you noted, Change the Game did not invest heavily into that previous round, and so even with the Mac 10s in their arsenal, they're floating a bunch of cash alongside it. Worst case scenario would be that Chinggis Warriors get their force buy to fall in place for them.
Good timing on the incendiary from Yancher. It's going to slow things down even more, and with the deep banana smoke, they can try and commit that rotation early if they want to. Hacking has decided not to so far. And as flashes and util are continuing to be expended, it's Zero's life that's taken away. The 1 versus 1 in short may have been a bit ambitious, and now Laikashu has to fulfill his own ambitions. Only good for 1. And with Yancher trading, that still opens up a world where you can get into this bomb site while the bomb's being planted. Time is low, and Chinggis Warriors do have that pressure on them, but this Mac 10 is not going to be given freebies. Maybe it is. Around the corner goes 957, trades 1 for 1.
They may not expect Hacking to have also made his way through short. I mean, he's just looking to contain them inside of the site. Once that smoke fades on Moto, both him and Yancher could get eyes right back in for this retake.
Yancher is making noise as well, but Ariuko is the one playing cover. Both of these players have head armor, so that Mac 10 is not going to feel quite so potent. Ariuko spotted out, shoulder given up on the swing, but it's Yancher who's been floored initially. Controllers keeps it cool, and with Ariuko buying time, it doesn't feel like Hacking has much of a chance at all. Controllers with another 3K on the bomb site, this time will take it home.
Yeah, I mean, that was the worst case scenario, losing to that counter force buy, but good way that they were able to isolate Zero on this A bomb site, just swinging out from holes. And as Laikashu did get his 1, there just wasn't another body that they could commit into the site proper. They were out of position. Chinggis Warriors were swarming the site from both long and short.
And that's also just one of those places where, because of the pressure on the Yancher, Zero couldn't even ask for a flashbang or anything like it to peek into short. So it was always going to be such a big risk, and it doesn't pay off. Great stuff from Chinggis Warriors to exploit both sides of the bomb site. And now, as they accelerate in, keep an eye line out onto CT on B, they've got full control of this map. Oh no.
Oh, that was a chance there for Zero. A lot of shots fired downrange, but none connect onto Controllers. And it's a messy spray there from Rooks, but in an attempt to finish that frag, 957 just drops into the arms of a Mac 10. So this B bomb site taken over quite swimmingly by Chinggis Warriors. An extra smoke to allow the bomb to cross. And there should be no problems. Controllers has gotten his kill on the lurk all the same as well. So no counter force buy wins here for Change the Game. Chinggis Warriors chain 2 together. And so they should have an easier round ahead of them. Even if Change the Game saved this M4, it'll be hard to get it in the right spot to succeed.
It feels like they've been trapped into actually going for this force buy as well. I mean, considering they wanted to eco in the first place, right? It just really puts them in a weird place economically. Now they're going to have to eco. Chinggis Warriors likely get themselves a 4. Maybe the real wins were the eco losses we found along the way.
Good Molotov, at least susses out the scout. Like a shoe under pressure, but he does secure his rifle. So at least something that we can look forward to in this following round.
Hey, $900 or $900. Maybe that'll be allowing him to save up for an AWP in the next round as well.
Yeah, that's if he feels so generous as to drop it to Yancher.
This round is all about the damage for Change the Game, and for Chinggis Warriors, it's all about negating it. And, well, that damage is going to be dealt. HE's only purchased by one side. It feels unfair, but that's how things go.
Yeah, Laikashu gets obliterated.
That M4 is not going to do you any good. In fact, Controllers might just end up upgrading.
Yeah, I was going to say, it could be a free upgrade for him.
He's on the other side of the map.
He's just been lurking, so he won't know. Or maybe he does and he just doesn't care. I can make $600 a kill. Why would I need the M4? And there you go.
Exhibit A. Well, that's about as good as it gets, only taking 22 damage across the entire team.
The big thing, I think, for Change the Game coming into this map, especially because, you know, kind of talked about the fact they played Gateron in the Chinese Open Qualifier on this map, but Gateron didn't prove to be much of a task for them. You know, Change the Game were one of these teams that breezed through that Open Qualifier and have done a pretty solid job of maintaining a strong level, even as we move into our final day of the closed qualifiers. But Chinggis Warriors are not going to be a team that gives you a ton of respect. That has to be earned. You know, for Change the Game, if they don't set that precedent of, you know, deep banana control, good util sets over on B, they could disrespect a lot of that utility and just start, you know, taking these forward timings where suddenly the map starts to shrink considerably if you're on the defense. You need to have a bit of versatility on the CT side just to keep T sides guessing. It's why some of the best Inferno teams in the world sometimes try and take deep fights on middle or try and get aggressive down second mid or pinch with the banana players just to keep the Ts on their toes.
Well, as much as we love T's and toes, it's all going to be about Thunder footing down banana and a decision Chinggis Warriors decides not to make. Oh my goodness. Controls is sharp.
Yeah, he's got the grippers and he at least gets a 1-for-1. Ifar can at least take over his role inside of the apartments. Continue to be a nuisance. Running back into spawn is coolest.
I mean, he's looking for the bomb and we'll be able to find it soon as well. Maybe utility with that.
No,
so.
I think there was an extra flash or something that was dropped inside of spawn. Only reason that you'd go that far. He knew where the bomb was.
I think it might have been, I'm going to say he might have been looking for the utility. Lakashu, however, peeking into middle. Good for one, good for two. That's more than he bargained for, but he's still one out. And E-Fire worried about shooting while he's dropping, but he will not hesitate once he's on the ground. 957's a goner, but so is Ariuko. Leaves it in a 1 versus 2 for E-Fire, and as he's crossing over, it's second mid he has to be careful about. Lakashu looking for number 3, but he's missed that timing completely. Hacking is worried, taking a more conservative approach, but I think Lakashu's now realized it as well. 15 seconds, time is going to be of the essence. There is no incendiary, nothing of the sort to try and interrupt, and E-Fire is making noise. He's looking, he's hunting, and he'll find him! Brings it back to a doable circumstance, one that Lakashu likely never wanted to give up in the first place, but now he has to fight his way out of prior mistakes. E-Fire is hidden. Either one of these players is going to pull out any piece of utility. You know it, I know it, Lakashu knows it as well. But what he doesn't know is the fire in E-Fire. You will get burnt.
I can't believe he flicked back. That was a beautiful kill into construction. As soon as he got that, I mean, the round was wide open. And I think a lot of this does come down to Lakashu just jiggle peeking into second middle. He would have had a free kill otherwise. But you give E-Fire a chance, and he's going to grab it with both hands.
I can't even believe he got the first kill on a 0, I'll be honest. When he didn't shoot up from balcony, I'm like, he's lost his steal.
He perfectly tracked him inside the bomb site, but never pulled the trigger. Knew that the falling inaccuracy would probably be more of a liability.
Well, the CT side has proven to be a bit of a liability so far, and Zero's hoping to change that the same way they broke first blood with 5-7s. Peeks forward, but the T side have flashed themselves. They don't care. Their bullets hit harder, but Lakashu hits faster with that MP9.
They might still think that there's someone lingering around this A bomb site, though. That's where Controllers has been so typically activating in late rounds, especially when he was on those SMGs. Ooh. But now they've found him. That's, I mean, just a deep peek there from Lakashu off the recovered AK.
Give me a replay of that.
He's had some great double kills so far.
Unfortunately, not all of them have led to actual round wins. And when I say not all of them, I mean exactly 0.
Yeah, it's only Hacking's triple that's found them any success on this CT side.
Again, they put their hands together and pray to the 5-7 gods. Should they exist at all, Rooks is not a believer.
Yeah, I think we rightfully put a lot of emphasis on Zero to come into this game, but he's had a pretty poor start by his standards. 2 and 7, we've seen him get isolated on that A-bomb site. This time they try and shift it up, taking these aggressive fights towards B. And similarly, empty-handed. A little crossfire built here for Chinggis Warriors, deep inside of spawn. So there will be no weapons to be recovered, only the saved hacking AK. Courtesy of Laikashu.
Wow. Listen.
They shouldn't let him grab that gun, but they might. Yeah, they're gonna. I mean, they've already run all the way down
live
Banana.
at this point?
Yeah, he'll live.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
More than enough time to pedal away from that B bomb site. But right now, it doesn't matter which side of the map you're on here for Change the Game. You are struggling to hold on to these sites, and when you end up in post plants where Chinggis Warriors can set up and play off one another, that already feels like it may be too far gone. You know, I'm not seeing enough pace from Change the Game to disrupt what Chinggis Warriors are doing on the default, or whether they're getting these plants in. And part of that is Inferno. You know, the rotates can be quite lengthy. You are often kind of flying blind on CT side, and that's why you need to have good reads. You need to have experience. And, at the top level, there's a lot of counterplay and a lot of interplay between these squads. Nice boost for Yantra to at least break blood and find an early advantage for Change the Game.
Good to see that Ob actually coming through and doing something. And with 3 players on this A-bomb side, Change the Game do at the very least have a slightly better setup to deal with whatever's coming their way earlier on. Util will continue to rain out onto Yantra, and as the flames will deter him, he re-peeks over. This could be a mistake, but no, it's not. He doesn't go for the full clear. Now he does, and eFire will punish and retrieve the bomb as well. A position that could have been held, but instead he tries to get aggressive and look for more. That greed punished, but can it be capitalized on? Zero forced away. The Molotov taking out as well. Laikashu now reveals they should have been expecting him. Another double from the main man. And while eFire is put into a clutch, this time to fight for an ace, his position's not bad.
That smoke will be up for a decent amount of time, and a fresh one as well that will bloom in the face of both CTs. They do have a kit. They do have a smoke themselves that they can deploy. A couple, in fact. That could make things awkward for eFire should they break into the bomb site.
eFire is fully repositioned, though. They're going to have to clear out so much, and if eFire is given information that both players are coming in through Moto, that makes it all the more difficult. That smoke, though, that's a tricky one. 957 does have a second one, but it's 957 to use his gun, not his smokes. To change the game, courtesy of a hit, and Laikashu will find their second round.
Yeah, I mean, they pressed the issue there for eFire, unfortunately. Just being able to get that smoke on the bomb site, he knew that he wouldn't have eyes on the plant. But some great kills from Yantra alongside this Laikashu double that found them into the advantage. And also just good immediate recognition, I think, there from CTG. It may seem small, but Hacking was the one with the kit. 957 knew that he had to be the one to take that deep swing on short, just to find out where eFire had gone off to.
And could this be the turning point? We've seen a lot of damage being dealt to Chinggis Warriors in places where perhaps it should not have been allowed. Their money is resettable.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have enough to squeak together a bargain buy.
Oh no, Yantra gets confused by the nade about what to do, and Ariuko's doubled up.
They don't clear it.
And with that, Hacking has a chance to fight back. 3 versus 3, and eFire spotted. They're happy with the information. They do not want to look for contention.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you needed. You're losing 2 entries immediately. Chinggis Warriors did not expect that. Controllers, though, this lurk, they have no idea. He's all the way up long, but just as he's about to pull the trigger, Zero turns.
He's bought a butterfly. Evasion maxed out, but with eFire, Zero timing's not great. eFire sneaked through, but he's not checking, and Zero will continue to win out these impossible duels.
Yeah, first real round of impact there from Zero, but shout out Hacking, locking things down over at Banana. Had he not been able to get that double kill, they lose control of this B bomb site, and it's probably just a round conversion here for Chinggis.
I mean, the MVP for this round has to be between either Controllers or Hacking, and both of those were playing for the Change the Game side, it seemed like.
Yeah, but Hacking's multi-kills have very tangibly resulted in at least 2 of the 3
Yeah.
rounds CTG have gotten.
66% of our rounds are on me, and he's only looking to increase that percentage to 75. Another multi-kill over here would make my mats look kind of nice. 957 and Hacking, though, they don't care about my mats. They just care about the numbers in front of them, and they don't matter. 5 on 2. If you can't pair together wins when the enemy's money is in a difficult place, you're never going to be able to win. You're never going to be able to get that upset.
Our observer caught a very weird smoke on Banana. It was just floating in the middle of the air, but it was thrown by the T's, so I don't really understand how it got there. Not sure that had any influence on the round.
I don't know if you remember this, but back in like 15 or late 14,
okay,
Fnatic used to do this as we're watching for the hunt. Fnatic used to do this where you would throw Molotovs on top of the roofs next to Banana.
Yeah.
To stop smokes as well, and that used to cause blooms like this. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened.
I don't think that's what happened.
Because it's CS2, but yeah. That's a nice little throwback, and the answer, a good kill, a good second, and that'll be what allow him to save the AWP. Now, Change the Game still have room to try and make this interesting.
But I mean, it's already a successful half here for Chinggis Warriors. 7 already here on the T side. And sure, we give Inferno a lot of credit in being a very loosely T-sided map. But the fact they're already at 7, you know, the damage can be contained here by Change the Game if they get these last couple. But should they allow the Chinggis Warriors to continue ravaging their defense?
And I do wonder whether that defense is going to see a change up on the B-bomb side, right? We haven't actually seen a proper fight for Banana out pretty much all half long. Whenever they've tried it, it's been heavy utility from Chinggis Warriors and some hesitation on their side as well.
Yeah, and also that's where they've been getting double killed.
That's true.
Except when they had Hacking there in the sandbags.
And even that was the element of surprise more than anything else.
Yeah, it feels like right now, Lancashire's getting a lot of these double kills, but it's, you know, on saves or on rounds where they can't actually convert off of it.
Or E-Fire just wins a clutch.
Yeah. Nothing is ever straightforward, at least not here for Change the Game. But this is what I wanted to see out of the Chinggis Warriors. Some good structure, some solid entries.
Looking like the far better team right now.
It's a much slower building round, but that doesn't stop controllers from getting this boost over on long, but he actually drops off and will remount. You know, usually when you give away those sound cues, you expect that opponents should be ready for this, but this is a hard angle to anticipate.
Yeah. Not one you see used every day, but with 4 players out on A. 957 playing passive. I mean, he's a dead man. Flashbang. So, oh, what?
It actually caught him.
How? The flower pots.
Oh,
they don't cover the flash, and because of that, CTs are able to get the advantage. Coolest will be down as well, and what could have been an opportunity to bring it back to a 3 versus 3 has quickly devolved into Change the Game, threading the needle.
That felt like the only way back into the round. Coolest needed to provide some influence over on that A-bomb site. They've now 2-2 split and Change the Game are pretty well equipped via this crossfire. There is no smoke available here for Chinggis Warriors. They have to contact in.
And they're contacting into an AWP. If this isn't the cleanest shot of Rooks' life, it's not going to be a shot at all. And with Ariukul trying to commit to a bomb, Hacking can just cover it off. And again, Chinggis Warriors are left dry in their wallets.
I mean, the idea certainly seemed quaint. It seemed like a nice idea, but just getting caught by that flash, as well as the simultaneous aggression from short and long being pulled here by Change the Game, it catches Chinggis Warriors off completely. They did not expect the Change the Game would be proactive in that mid-round, and they get caught slipping because of it.
That flash also didn't look like it should have actually flashed him. I think the flower pods don't actually block it is also the issue.
They have no collision.
Yeah.
The bullets wouldn't stop them either. Or bullets wouldn't, you know, touch them.
It's one of the rare examples where visuals can lie to you. But Chinggis Warriors, the one thing they do see and they do believe is the scoreline, as it is maybe slipping into a reasonably acceptable half for Change the Game. But that's not to say that they don't have their biggest issue yet The force buys have been the bane of their existence.
Well, there's an extra Molotov on the ground. Was it picked up? I don't... Is that still in the corner? Somebody's got to throw it at some point.
That's what you think.
That's liquid gold.
That's... Well... It is also just, you know, petrol. Chungus Warriors, with time running down low, are going to be walking into a B-bomb set with only one Molotov to deploy. That's what it seems like. If that Molotov is put onto Hacking's position, that is not going to be surprising.
You also just see how far back Change the Game are playing, trying to tuck themselves in sights because they know there are Tech 9s.
This is also a great timing for that smoke, right? Bloom's around that 43-second mark. You're going to have it there until about, what, 28 or so. So Chungus Warriors are going to be moving in on a timing. They have now retrieved the Molotov.
But there's no more stalling util.
There isn't, and they have to rely on firepower. Flashes to fly, the mollies will not be onto the positions to be worried about. Hacking will have a free pathway to fire through. Good for one, but never two. Ariuko trades, and 957 hopes to find the success he did in the pistol round without the effects hereafter. Can't get the spam kill, but the AWP as well as Lycashu's AK combined will be able to take down the new box defender. Resmoke out into CT, buys them more time, and it's Coolest' AWP that is going to be looking for space. Coolest, oh no! A missed shot and an opportunity lost with that E-Fire. Has to take a more defensive line. Coolest is able to get shot number 2 and 3! Somehow the hard ones are what he commits to and hits to. Chungus Warriors find 8.
Absolute heroics there from Coolest. I mean, breaking into that bomb site on B seems simple enough. A couple of smokes, and with no util on that CT side, they crack in. But after that missed shot from Coolest, he did a great job to recover what could have been easy kills. He did hit the hard ones, but he secures that 8-4 half in favor of that Mongolian squad. And so now Change the Game will be left wanting. They got off to a decent start after losing the pistol, winning the force buy. They got force bought back, but they struggled on these extremes to deal with these lurkers, to actually lock down the sites themselves. And they had some good timings on that util, but they're also very liberal in the early round with an early smoke or a Molotov, just to feign some presence where it may have been better used later on into the rounds.
And they're setting up for multi-kills, it seems like, in some of these defenses, but just not getting them right. 3 force buys that they lose to, not a single time to Change the Game. Actually, you find 2 rounds in a row. 1 clutch that they lose as well. If there's going to be demo rewatching, if they even have the strength to do it afterwards, there's going to be a lot of whinging and cringing. That's not to say things are over yet.
It's just not looking too good.
It really doesn't, but here's the thing. You never know when the glow up comes through. I've seen enough Instagram videos of before and after. I believe that one day my face too can look like a filter in real life.
I think my greatest concern so far is that, you know, our big name, our big heavy hitter for Change the Game has just not been much of an influence. You know, he's been getting flashed up on these sites. He's been going 0 for 1 in sort of these opening duels when he's defending that A-bomb site. It does not feel like we're getting the same 0 that we saw earlier in the tournament. And sure, we're getting other pieces. You know, I feel like Lycashu's had some great rounds. Hacking has had some solid rounds. But I needed 0 alongside the growth of some of these other players on CTG.
The good thing is, though, that I think on the T side, especially with the way Lycashu likes to play with mid-round aggression and very often being the instigator in like a 4 versus 4 or so, I'm more excited about him being the active player. I'm more excited about him being on. And I've got some, you know, I've got some love in my heart for Zero coming back on this T side regardless. But you're right, Michael. It could have been made to look a lot easier. Wow, these shots from Coolest. You practically got lampooned by that AWP of Yansher.
I mean, that's the power combo we want to see perform in those important moments. A couple of Coolest clutches. Ariuko, E-Fire was in a couple clutches himself. And more often than not, they went the way of Chungus Warriors. So they have to be feeling pretty good about that T-side campaign. They just need to mount a successful defense, get that pistol round under their belt, and they could be breezing through to that lower bracket final.
And this is what we needed from Jingus Warriors.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I feel like they almost encountered, not a crisis of confidence, but I think they were maybe even too confident entering this stage of the tournament, thinking, well, we just have to get through some riffraff, we'll end up in the playoffs. We made it to the major. We can take our foot off the gas slightly, but they were immediately taken down a peg when they encountered Gateron. Sure, they did deal with Gateron, but we thought it would be a far more dominant performance from them, especially when we saw the likes of Rare Atom just literally obliterate everyone that they encountered. And then when they encountered the Nomads, and then later on reverse sweep, there were a couple close calls in both of those games. Then, of course, losing to the Nomads, who wait in the wings on the opposite side of the lower bracket final. And as always, with the second half, it all starts with the pistol. A path for redemption here for CTG, or a potential knockout punch here for Chingus Warriors. Good ascent into the apartment. Nice. Zero does find the entry, and they're looking to quickly collapse on this A bomb site.
And they're going to be able to do so as well.
Oh.
What? Brother,
They got the kill at least, but they could have had an extra man to play this post plant with.
Talk about bare minimum. Chingus Warriors will be more than happy with how things have gone. They're slowing things down, and I'm not sure whether there is a kit on the bomb site itself, but I hope there is for their sake. Now they speed things up, but that speed will cause them to trip over their own heads. Hacking takes down Rooks, and it will be a very difficult bomb site to take control of again. Zero doesn't actually peek behind the flashbang, just wants to try and buy time. And as he does end up taking the duel, Ariuko reminds him, maybe you were better off looking for me when I was blind. Hacking has no such concerns.
Yeah, good swings out of Hacking. Just keep this guy in the apartments, actually. You know, he seems to...
Why is he playing B?
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe a fair question with the plays he was making on CT, even the kills he gets in this after plant. Good initiative and good confidence to keep on swinging. So first piece of the puzzle to bridge that gap. But here will be the important part. Don't lose to the lack of a buy here from Chingus Warriors. It's how Change the Game broke blood on their defense. But they don't have a 5-7.
Where is Coolest even going with this Zeus?
He has yet to decide. There's no way they boost up
the Zeus.
Coolest too.
The Zeus comes from the clouds, Michael. And Rooks is gone to the clouds.
Well, certainly a strategy. But if that player on top doesn't find a kill, then the player on the bottom is almost certainly a dead man walking. It's a very tight choke inside of Spawn to try and escape through the smoke. Flashes do connect. Ariuko, yeah, that's about the worst thing that could have happened. Had to turn from the flashes. And so 957 laps them up with the MAC-10.
Show me the money. Money, money, money. So much money made over here as well. And it's going to be a good cushion for them as we go into the second real round of the second half.
I swear it's here comes the money.
Well, it's already there, Michael. So I just wanted to see it, okay? You can make creative adaptations for the situation.
Yeah.
Stop trying to be a singer, Michael. You're a commentator, God damn it.
I mean, you're the one that's singing.
And I can't do it.
It wasn't bad.
Maybe Change the Game will be more than not bad, though. As they look to explore, Banana is already looked at by Rooks. And with the grenade popping open the smoke, he's going to know that there's no one over here for the T side at all. A lot of utility used by the CTs, but as there is bumping and bopping out in apartments, Change the Game will find Rooks straying.
He swung too early. I mean, he thought they were going to start going for a quick collapse in the brackets, but just within earshot was Laikashu. So punishing that aggression through B, and they may look to bounce back towards Banana as a result of that, especially with Hacking losing his life. They will be somewhat reliant on 957 finding a timing through to Long, and he's gone past the smoke, and he's heard E-Fire's thunder footing through Spawn.
You still have Zero to cut rotations as well. I cannot see this round go wrong, and I feel afraid saying that. It could only be Ariuko,
and he doesn't have the weapon for it. He doesn't have the teammates for it either. eFire does get at least a shot off, and it's a good one. 957 is left high and dry on just 4 HP, but watch out for what the Controllers is up to. He had an opportunity. It's not one to use. The bomb will not be dropped, and Aryuko, who knew he had to fight, just can't win the contention.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like they noticed that there was a gap inside of the arches and potentially Speedway, just a second or two too late. You saw eFire sort of bouncing back and forth about whether or not he should have to worry about that flank, and by the time he does, 957 had already accomplished the job. He was already behind him, ready to spring to life. And like you said, Aryuko basically pincered, so he had to fight one side. And he was never sure where 957 got off to. Better the devil you know than the one you don't.
And when you look out towards the HP that Change the Game does have left, it does feel like they get dangerously close to maybe this being tilted the other way.
I mean, yeah, for sure. 2 players surviving on 4 HP would certainly indicate as much.
Still, CTs are put down, and that should be a window forward. We hear some sounds coming out of these players as well. That sounds like they might be a little bit happy, Michael, and they should be. It's their first time getting rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, they also started to spring to life after they won the pistol even, so realizing that they were carving out a potential path to come back into this game, getting these 3 straight, and surviving with enough as well to continue building bank, creating that buffer where the Chinggis Warriors will kind of almost allow them to tie based on this buy. And that's not to say it's completely out of the question that they could somehow hoodwink them, especially with Coolest on that M4.
I've seen enough stolen rounds.
Yeah, a bunch of 5.7s, and Controllers has been a fiend on the SMGs. Was a terror to deal with on T side.
And it might be the same on CT. Okay, Zero, you're back, baby. That's all I need. That's all I need. Controllers is next in line, and it is a line for death that eFire has found himself pushed into. Change the Game will be able to defeat their demons and actually beat another half buy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Zero I expected to see right out of the gate. I mean, immediate headshots. I mean, players that are trying to jiggle peak angles.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Michael. I just realized Lakish was 20 and 11.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he was getting double kills.
He was, yeah, but like, I didn't look at the numbers.
It kind of felt like empty calories. That's why I was saying, it didn't influence necessarily to get round wins. And, sometimes they lost out to clutches, and sometimes, he was able to get some influence, like the Yancher double alongside Laikashu on that CT side was one that did have some influence.
In his defense, those empty calories can lead to some good economic resets,
for
because
sure.
Those economic resets never work for them.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely will help you down the stretch.
Okay.
Oh, that's great movement. I love that from Hacking.
Feeling stylish.
Read him like a book. Even timed it with that bomb explosion, just so there would be no audibles given up.
We got a game on our hands, Michael.
Change the game, changing their fate here on this T side.
And those hands are good for fist bumps, but they're also good for fighting, and that's what Change the Game are doing right now. They've got the P90 out. It's time to go, go, go. And 957 is going to be going right through the Molotovs. Coolest has found Zero, though, early on. All that util, it's not going to matter! Welcome to the party. 957's hosting, but eFire isn't one to listen up. A flashbang out for Coolest to take the peek, but the smoke is awry. It's awkward, and Coolest revealing position opens himself up to potential spams. We're going to calm things down now. It's a 3-on-3. And there's a lot of time left on that clock.
Yeah, they wanted that fight, they wanted that brawl, but if they can't deal with eFire as that last bastion on B, then yeah, they have to attempt to reset. And they know that they've ceded a lot of ground. Controllers has a great position to stop a reposition from CTG.
This is great. They're re-clearing it as well. They spot out Controllers, and now they know that this bomb site should be empty, but they're wrong. Coolest's rotation is going to be the difference maker. He's got a molly underneath him. They're so thorough. They know rotations have been called, but are they overthinking it?
They might have a gap, though. I mean, they're up through long.
Coolest doesn't know. Kulis is about to be introduced to a
He saw
rifle,
the gun
though.
barrel.
The barrel revealed, and now hacking lies in wait. Who's gonna die first? Controllers hits the deck, and Kulis is forced to look away. Change the game are running circles around this Mongolian side.
They started with a very linear tree. They wanted to just barrel into this B bomb site, but when they reset, they start to throw a couple curveballs. They start to get them with their way up short. They throw Molotovs into the site. They slow things down, and they get this deep position on long. And sure, it wasn't the first kill that they find on this A bomb site, but it still made Chinggis Warriors deeply, deeply uncomfortable in their hold.
Second best team in the tournament? They wouldn't even have been the second best team in the Chinese Open qualifiers.
It's a crazy statement.
It's also a lie.
Yeah, it probably is.
I should clarify.
A bit sensationalist.
And maybe it might be early to make assumptions.
But this will be the first lead that CTG have been able to get in this map.
And it might not feel like the first they should have had, but it is what they still achieve. And Chinggis Warriors, that timeout will be used. They have conversations to be had.
I mean, they came out of that first half, smiles across their face, an 8-4 from their T-side campaign. But now that CTG are on the attack, suddenly it's 5 straight from the Chinese. And you have to worry about the Chinggis Warriors. We have been worried about them coming into this tournament. We haven't seen that same poise, that same confidence, the same consistency that we're maybe starting to get ahead of ourselves with their qualification to the major. But they went through some real adversity, some real tight games to get that, what is a milestone in most players' careers, under their belt. But now do we have to start to paint this picture of complacency for the Warriors of Chinggis?
Timeouts on timeouts.
I think what's clear to see from this closed qualifier, given that we had the open qualifiers for the Chinese region coming into this tournament, is that there is clearly untapped talent inside of the Chinese region. Names we don't see very often in open qualifiers for S-tier events, global events, where they can get more experience and start to carve out their own slice of the circuit for themselves. A win like this over Chinggis Warriors would do a lot for the players here on CTG. Even if it is a best of one, nobody would have given them a chance coming into this event.
Kula starts off strong, and that's exactly what you need when you've got a cobbled together buy like this one. It's a pretty deep commitment for EFire as well, but it's Kulis to be traded over Zealousness.
Yeah, great blow on the smoke. The timing was perfect. Kulis got fully undressed.
Yukul does have the M4 saved though. That weapon transferring hands makes it still a pretty dangerous buy from Chinggis Warriors.
A lurk smoke that blooms over on long. I wonder if that will keep EFire hovering in spawn, but no, he commits. I mean, they want to reinforce this B bomb site because they want to take fights. They know they're on the weaker buy. They have to do something with it.
And with Aryuko finding the critical kill, 3 players still being over here. Yancher could get a timing shot, but he turns around, and with Aryuko pushing forward, this is going to be it. This is going to be the difference maker. Yancher felt the heat. He had to move with a bomb, and now hacking is going to be Aryuko's next victim. A bot blazed forward by a player who's been a little bit less than notable in this game so far. Zero is now going to be left alone, 1 versus 4. And he does find the first 2. Another man hot on his heels. It's EFire coming through, but it's not going to be the critical kill unless... No, he misses his first few, and I got scared. I really did, Michael. But EFire continues to be the closer for this team.
Yeah, Zero just wasn't sure if there was a player still on those T-steps waiting to swing for him to recover that bomb. A good couple of kills there from Zero, but this round is all Aryuko through and through. Kept the initiative over on Banana, recovered weapons, and created this, I guess, this cache of guns towards the bottom of Banana that are salvaged coming into this round. And he never stopped pressing, even when there were smokes in his path, undeterred. The type of play that can bring you back into a game after the Chinggis Warrior and the Change the Game timeout. The Warriors have answered back.
Look how much util they used. early on into the round over here for Warriors as well. They've used every single, well, 3 of their smokes actually. With 1:20 left. T-side's playing for retakes, but it won't be easy. Territory has been forfeited.
I like to just contrast the fact that, you know, on that CT side for CTG, we basically never saw them take deep banana control. We never saw them threaten it. They oftentimes they tried to get in position for it. They were sectioned off by utility. We never saw them in these forward positions. Chinggis Warriors have already set that precedent, and now they're trying to be cheeky with the timing. Smoke behind Rooks. Aryukel taking that first contact. He should draw all the attention, and Rooks will commit to the swing, but he ends up empty-handed. And now Aryukel's position is bad. It's not great, but even still, the support flash and the reinforcements from eFire is right on the money. Tiancher, he has to be able to deal with this player at the sandbags. He should still know that Aryukel's here.
If he's been reading the scoreboard, he will. But no, Aryukel just can't be tamed. He cannot be controlled. 10 for Chinggis Warriors, and when they need him the most, the young rifling star shows up and steps up.
As much as there was hesitation about, you know, putting importance on him in this tournament, he just hasn't been that guy so far in these games. But yeah, when the situation is at its most dire, Aryukel comes in with back-to-back rounds of influence that have changed the tone of this CT side for Chinggis Warriors. He did so much to stop, stall, wait for flashes. It was a beauty of a hold.
And that lead, Michael, it was short-lived, and I don't know if it's ever going to come back to life. Change the game, have one more buy round. Maybe a few after this if you get a bomb plant or anything like it as well.
Yeah, well, basically have 2 more gun rounds before the game could be over. That's if they don't win any of them, of course, but...
Considering they're still not contesting for Banana, I mean, this is going to be a sided focus, and Chinggis Warriors have called them on their bluff. You know what, buddy? We're going to have 3.5 players here, actually. Rooks is going to hover around in spawn, ready to rotate on call. Aryukel's a big boy, he's proved it. He doesn't need help. Controllers reveals position, immediately navigates away. Rather, Coolest, sorry. Controllers reveals position, immediately navigates away.
I mean, he just took a timing peek on short and had a back offered up to him. 3 players, though, are here on B. Good timing on the incendiary to try and stall them out. As 30 seconds hits on the round timer, Coolest, a swing and a miss, but Rooks has found his kill at the very least. Coolest continues to try and take these duels. It gets spammed for the effort. 957 doubling up as they try and collapse through Church, and even barreling through the smoke and spawn, Rooks loses his life. So man advantage attained and the bomb site alongside it, but CTG need to punch in that plant.
Controllers doesn't wait for the incendiary, and because of that, 957 gets a free kill with the AWP as well. 3 from him. This round is all about 957. I'll be honest, I thought they'd lost the round. I didn't know if there was going to be a way for them to come back in, but the full spam in through coffins. A play perhaps born out of desperation, but great nonetheless.
But that's also one of the characteristics of Coolest, this AWPer with an attitude. Missing a couple of shots, he always looks to redeem himself immediately. And he had another chance at it, but once he missed that, he put himself in a very, very bad position.
And suddenly that redemption becomes to be a little bit more looming when you consider, you know what, he's 11-14 so far. He's really not had the best of games.
And there are many AWPers that would miss those shots and play for position instead. Coolest did not feel like that was the right move for him to make.
He's a man driven by flair, and sometimes that does end up working. Sometimes it goes against him. I mean, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, I can certainly understand the frustrations there for Coolest.
And they might be increasing soon.
Sometimes it's better you cut your losses, but in a split-second decision, hard to rein yourself back in at times.
We're going to see the first actual contest coming out for Bottom Banana for this T side, and as they look to explore, the CTs will also realize this is a bit of a change-up of utility. There's going to be actual pressure put on them, and immediately back to the site they go.
couple of spams there from controllers. Change the Game have not made up their mind about where they really want to go. It's still early surveillance.
Yeah, they haven't picked up the bomb yet either. That could be a problem. They are actually quite deep on either end. If they get a few kills, that would give Chinga's Warriors the time to still reset if they have to go back for the package.
I'm given it as 3 players clearing out towards the A bomb site. After they clear the top side of Banana, it's very likely that one of those B players peels back.
Flashbang won't really give it the CTs any information. What they're playing for is a double peek out into brackets, but they've already lost prong number 1. eFire's death opens up this B bomb site for a backstab as well, but Coolest fights back. Zero's put down.
They're not springing off this. I mean, 30 seconds. They tried to boost and see if they could catch a player on Chinga's Warriors peeking behind that smoke, but they're stalled out by that utility. Bomb now just recovered. They still have a lurk on towards that A bomb site, but now that that's been sussed out, the plan should be very straightforward here for Chinga's Warriors.
Flashbang over here for Ariukal as well, is just going to continue to buy time, but he can't buy lives for his teammate. Rooks is gone, and for once, Ariukal cannot best the double kill master like a shoe. 24 kills, looking for 25, and as a flashbang is dodged, it is a kill delivery service, and unfortunately, Chinga's Warriors didn't ask for this employment.
Coolest needs to clutch this. The game is so close. He has a kit available, and CTG are trapped inside of the site, but Yancher has that ult.
He doesn't have the timing, though. Coolest moves past. Coolest has moved past. He's out and about. Coolest will take that first one, and as Yancher hides, he prays for his life.
Oh.
Coolest will not let him have it. Right down to the nick of time, the defuse comes in. Coolest saves the hide of Chinga's Warriors by just a lick.
An absolute redemption there from Coolest. Failed earlier in his attempts to defend that B bomb site, but when he is left alone in the clutch, he reclaims it.
An indecision from Yancher, looking here, there, and everywhere when he had a teammate to cover up the cross. Like a Shoe's heroic efforts in vain, and again, honestly changed the game. And last 28-second pushes and whatnot, it really shouldn't work. It's these triple kills from 957 from Like a Shoe that bailed them out, but not actually delivering the round. Coolest is the one to do so instead, and I say great aggressive back onto Banana. The teams have lost the exchange as far as HP is concerned. Hacking fighting elsewhere, but he can't dance with eFire. This tango's too fast for him.
Oh dear. Need this kill from Zero. That's at least a way back in, a pathway that can be created over towards A, and they just disregard the smoke. 957 goes through in the SMG, at least bounding back and forth. It's Ariukal that sections off that bomb. But it's the man we put so much focus on in the clutch. The everything man for Change the Game that needs to step up and shine the brightest here and now while Coolest clutched that round prior. If you have a star, we need to see it now.
I don't know if his lights have dimmed, Michael.
But they're giving him room.
And that might be all he needs. But still, time's not there for him. An ace clutch, surely you can't. Surely not with 30 seconds. Coolest is watching this as well. He's playing it conservative. This would have to be the round of his life. This would have to be heartbreak central. And with Coolest missing the shot, Zero fights back. A chance now open. Rooks is low, 6 HP. Both players a bullet away. And as much as his light may have dimmed, he's still hunting, and Rooks will deny. Cinderella has died today.
You can see just the stress on Coolest's face. After being a hero, almost potentially made the victim to a Zero clutch that is so damn close. But Rooks does not let that one slip away. Almost a full 2-on-5 into a 1-on-3 here for Zero. But Rooks does not falter. This game has come down to inches in the final hour. And this may be the witching hour of one of our last Chinese Open qualifier teams in this lower bracket. Coolest looking for that knockout punch. He will not connect, but he puts them on notice immediately. The buy from CTG is far from ideal.
I think Zero might have spotted controllers, and even if he hadn't, he's got a freebie right here. 957 though gives them a freebie elsewhere. Controllers, that damage I think caused 957 to end up mollying himself or nading himself as well.
He H-he'd himself.
Well, this kamikaze attack from controllers does at least give them the advantage, but with the AK recovered, Change the Game are happy with the state of the game.
They're relying a lot on Rooks to shut down that B-bomb site. Smokes will be fading over at B as well, so you wonder whether or not Chingus Warriors are going to be content simply sitting 3 on A when they know that there's a man completely isolated with very little that can slow down CTG's progression.
I mean, still, Coolest. AWP is able to connect, and they're not scaling behind it. There's an Incendiary to stop. Coolest doesn't actually spot out the arm that was sticking through, and the Molotov makes him miss his shot as well. Zero's still in the game. He's still in the play, and as Yansher takes away E-Fire, Ariuko has to save them again. Chingus Warriors. It's not pretty, but they will take the win. They will take their spot in that lower bracket final.
Yeah, perseverance all the way through, it felt like. Some great clutches, some great step-up performances, especially from players like Ariuko. We had multiple moments where we were getting Laikashu activated on that CTG side. We definitely had these flares from Zero on that T side as well. But even in spite of all these rising stars, these extra elements being available for that CTG roster, Chingus Warriors always had these reliable stars to step up in the moment. It may have been a slow game for Coolest through and through, but that 1v2 clutch felt like an igniter to the flame for CW as we pushed them further forward into that lower bracket final.
And as close as things may have become in that second half, you just wonder what this game could have looked like had Changed the Game just been able to collect on opportunities in that first. Those 3-4 spies and half buys that they lost to, that clutch that they lose out will hurt all the more so as they sit at their seats, but they should go out with their heads held high. What a performance from Change the Game. Now, you've got to be feeling good.
We've spoken about games of the tournament and maps of the tournament. That's got to be up there as one of the best.
Yeah.
That was an incredible showing. At 8-4, I kind of thought it was just done. But Change the Game came out of nowhere and really showed they've got a bit of prowess in that second half. But I think you're spot on. They really should be kind of holding their heads quite high. They have just taken a major team the distance there, right? They have really pushed them. And generally, actually, the conversation is they could have won that. So credit to them. I think, you know, you have to look at the other side as well, Chingus Warriors. Things were starting to falter a little bit, and they locked back in when it mattered most. So a sick game all in all. The big conversation now for Chingus Warriors still repeats, I think, for us is, yes, they're good, and yes, they're winning games, but there is still issues that are plaguing this side, right? And still moments even went 8-4 up, and then they lost control of that game, and they really actually looked quite uncomfortable.
They are squeaking through these games. I mean, every single one, it feels like you have to get a clutch to go your way, or you have to win one of these low buy rounds that the Chingus Warriors have actually been fairly reliant on so far this tournament. This is not the well-rehearsed, the well-refined version of Chingus Warriors that we expected to see coming into this tournament, but even still, they still have that extra stopping power from the stars.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you kind of touched on it. Maybe it wasn't a lights-out performance from Coolest, but that 1v2 alone makes up for all of it. That round was unbelievably important, and it really actually felt like they were starting to ramp up, not only kind of themselves. I mean, I don't know how much you guys could hear while casting, T. You're pretty loud, but
sorry.
I don't know if you could hear on the other side. The Change Game guys, they were giving it very, very loud, giving it to Chingus Warriors, and I actually think it was working. I mean, there was a real part as they started to get louder as a team, Chingus Warriors started to get quieter in the rounds themselves. So a sick game, but all that matters is they've made it through, and now they set themselves up for a best of 3.
Yeah, the funniest part was that Coolest, when he won the 1v2, when he got both kills, he was like face-palming. He's like, I don't know if I have time. I might have waited too long. And then when Rooks also won the clutch, he was also just like head in hand, like, oh my god, thank goodness he was able to redeem this somehow.
Yeah, and then Zero on the other side, he was head and hands, but in like frustration. He he actually had the right idea, but then you could see him, he doubted himself. He was like, right, I think he's got to be short coming up here. And then he doubted himself. He looks towards long, he stands up a little bit, and that just puts him off kilter a little bit. But I mean, what a game, what a series. And of course, now pushing Chingus Warriors in towards being one best of 3 away from locking their spot in the playoffs. We have to say goodbye to change the game, but T-Time, I think, you know, you touched on it right at the tail end there. These guys actually should be unbelievably proud of the performance they have. They've really kind of won us
proud of the
over.
performance they have, man. I'm tearing out and I think, man, yo, guys, don't worry, we're going to be fine. I'm not even in the team.
It was just so close. You know, as soon as you lose some of these clutches, that takes the wind out of your sail, but yeah, I mean, nobody would have come into this tournament and thought, these Chinese Open qualifier teams, they're just kind of going to be whatever. Every single one of them kind of proved that wrong, but changed the game, were the most consistent, and definitely, I mean, they went the deepest. They're the last team that we had, and we saw glimpses from basically everyone on this roster throughout the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Take a look at the scoreboard at the tail end. Like a shoe, what a showing from him, but unfortunately, just not enough when it matters most. While Zero wasn't kind of lights out, I actually still think he had a really decent couple of moments where he stepped up in big ways. On the flip side, Yumi, you touched them already. Aryuku stepped up when it mattered most for him. I thought he was fantastic. I actually thought that first half from controllers was really important too. When they were getting that 8-4 lead, he was actually testament in terms of some of these rounds. It feels like they had no right to win, and he would step up in a big way. So he doesn't run away numbers department, but I think that first half in particular was pretty
He was just
huge.
annoying. I mean, he was flanking them, coming out from boiler at weird timings.
Why is this guy not dead yet?
Yeah, he just kept on killing them. And the worst part is that most of the time he only had a Mac 10, and he was just like, I'm just farming up these frags. Nobody's dealing with me.
Another guy that I want to talk about, T-Time, a little bit, that I think is something that we've glossed over quite a bit, was actually E-Fire.
Yeah,
that
man,
first half was great.
First half. And honestly, when you're looking out towards what has enabled Chingus Warriors to win, it's really big individual moments. Aryuku definitely had the most of them, but E-Fire in that first half, the one clutch he was able to win as well. The fact that he kept the CT economy honest as well, even when they were losing, the few rounds that they actually ended up losing. It was a very consistent performance that shored up ground long enough for Coolest to, you know, become relevant again in that
And Aryuku, because Aryuku didn't have a stellar T side either, but it was one of these hyper important CT rounds where he just had these back-to-back shutdowns over on B.
Yeah, exactly. That B side was locked down. Apart from the one time the P90 started getting that was pretty funny, I gotta say. I like the confidence seeing through, but none of that. It's all done now. They've booked their spot against a best of 3 against Just Swing. I mean, that in itself, of course, we'll touch on that game when we get to it, but there's a lot to talk about there. This is kind of two sides actually in quite different periods of their team development, and actually throughout this tournament as well. But now attention gets focused over towards our next best of 1. Ninja taking on only one word, so he'll be joining Nomads in the best of 3 too.
Look, I think this is going to be incredibly interesting. I mean, when you're looking out towards only one word, we've seen so many different versions of them so far. It's been a nice escalation as the tournament's gone on, and I still don't think we've seen the best of them, but frankly, we might not have seen the worst from them either.
Yeah, absolutely. One more best of 1, 2 more best of 3s is what we've got left. Now a little bit of a break now as well, Yumi, for the Chingus Warriors side. I don't really know in terms of preparation kind of how much they can actually really get done in the, couple hours, maybe even less than that, to being completely frank. I think it might just be a bit of a rest and recuperation, kind of get their heads in the right spot, and then just heading towards that game of confidence.
That's also, I mean, what I thought that we would have coming away from like the 4-day break that we had in the middle. You know, I want them to basically get chewed out by their staff, coaches, hell, even from themselves, to realize that they have to pull their bootstraps up. Like, just making it to the major is not enough. You want to have a longer campaign if you have ambitions of trying to get to the top of Asian Counter-Strike.
Absolutely. Well, enough of us rambling. We'll be throwing over towards Baseline J over on the stage. Got an interview getting ready for that one before we then focus our attention to Ninja taking on only one word. So, Gavin, over on the stage, over to you.
好的，我们有请 CW 战队的 Aryuko 来接受我们的采访啊。刚才这局比赛的选图最后来到了 Inferno， 你们有没有觉得有一点吃惊呢？ Now Aryuko, so the map came down to Inferno. Were you guys surprised by the pick?
Before we play Inferno, these guys, and we know how they pick Inferno.
You guys practiced against them? You scrimmed against them? 就是我们之前和 CTG 也打过训练赛，所以我们知道他们是很喜欢打这张图的，所以我们也是有期待的。你们也赢了很多的这种残局，很多的强起局啊，然后英雄 AK 局，然后残局都发生什么了 ？So you guys won so many force buys, so many clutch rounds and hero AK rounds. What do you think happened?
We just say one drop AK. and only this round is so important round. Then we buy and won this round.
反正就是这些很重要的局，然后我们就决定，比如谁决定着怎么起，起完了之后就赢了。So it was a super intense match, and they were playing better and better. So do you guys ever think that you might lose this? 就是刚才对面 CTG 也是越打越勇，你们刚才有没有觉得自己可能要输了？
This guy is so playing shocked. I'm starting the play. This is just playing normal, and half time, this guy is play like dunk, so crazy shock.
反正下半场的时候，这 CTG 这帮人就开始打得像 Dunk 一样，打得非常非常的好，然后我们就有一点震惊，但是后来我们平静下来之后就赢下比赛了。好，那么怎么看你们下一场对待Just Swing 的这个 BO3？ So your next opponent is a BO3 against Just Swing, and if you beat them, you qualify. So what are your thoughts against Just Swing?
Just Swing is so Chinese, I think, top team. Before we play too many matches, and I think we can beat them.
Just Win 也是一支很强劲的中国的战队，但我们之前也跟他们交手过，所以我们觉得完全可以拿下这个胜利。好的，我们感谢 Arioko 接受我们的采访，我们让他回去准备一下，我们稍后为大家带来 OOW 和 Ninja 的比赛。All right, thank you so much for joining us in the interview. Well, good luck to you and your team, and we'll be right back for only one word and Ninja.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Our goal is to get the champion because we didn't make to the major, so right now we are quite focusing on this now. Get through the close qualifier first and then get champion, the main qualifier. Think much because they are a top team, so we just play aggressive and see whether they can handle us. Yes, we are satisfied. Just we are confident with our game, and that's all. Yeah, so it's Chalking because he's very consistent in fragging. Mostly the opponent's middle take is quite weak, so we kind of exploit their weakness. So and we managed to win the round because of the middle when we control the mid. Yeah, kill one at middle. So and we see VIP there's no people, so we try to make space. And then when I'm in A main, I report to him A main is smoke. So how try to take pressure to move to go CT, and he said ready to pick A main together with me. So he made the first contact and then he bait for me, and then come out A main and I'll kill the A main guy. So and also I kind of expect Temple and one main, so I managed to kill 2 in A. Playing with young players, they get better aim also, and also more motivated to play with the young people. So playing with them also give them some experience of how to play the game also. I think we didn't make the major to this. The Austin major is quite sad, and also disappointed that we didn't make it. After this tournament, we still have another online qualifier for EPL, so to go. And also we need to improve more in our gameplay in terms of communication and tactically. So this is what we are quite lack of. And we usually want to qualify for EWC as well because it's a big tournament as well with many prize pool as well. So it's a big important tournament to join this as well.
We are starting to get towards the tail end in that lower bracket.
掉到败者组肯定心理上会有一点压力，但是掉到败者组之后，每一场比赛都必须非常严肃的面对，因为只剩一次机会了嘛。
За мэдж шалгарсан яг чухал зүйл гэх юм бол ер нь тийм багийн яг ойлголцол ер нь бол нэгэндээ итгэж байгаа итгэл.
因为我们其实并不是一个职业队伍，其实我们也是由主播还有游戏爱好者组成的一个支队伍。我觉得我们能够走到越后面，希望可以证明自己，并不是一支普普通通的路人队或者主播隊。我们希望可以，有一个名号。
So it's a 4K from 0 to start us off.
Бид ер нь тодорхой map болгон дээр нь бэлдсэн зүйлүүд тэгээд ер нь бол нэг тийм яварцсан тажгүй гараад ирчих байхаа гэж хувьдаа ер нь итгэж байгаа.
Goats will try and cross over, but controllers with a sliver of HP will be more than enough to deal with him.
DW， 既然来了败者组，我们亲自送你回家。
我们本来想这次是我们最后一次5个人一起打了，打得不好的话，我们就各走就解散了。每个人都是对自己能进这个季后赛是充满了信心的，虽然什么都没有了。
Ninja 这支队伍的话，这场比赛我感觉难度可能会更高一点吧，对我们来说。我们始终不是一支职业队伍。
对阵 OW 这个战队的比赛，我们都是很尊重的， 但是尊重归尊重，我们是不会输在这些比赛，我们都会轻易把他击败。
不太需要觉得什么对手太强这种问题，就你把自己打好，把自己的东西打出来，那就好了。
Freeman finding one, he has to make it all happen, and he does. They run into the spray, and the man is ice cold.
Confidence is important. In real, confidence is the thing that made you the greatest player.
Okay, fans, he barely saw Kase.
For us, this is just winnable. I just wish good luck to them.
Манай багийн хувьд гэх юм бол дандаа найзууд байгаа. Бид нар бүгдээрээ амьдралын найзууд дандаа зөндөө олон жил хамт байгасан тийм найзууд байгаа. Тэгээд би яг бага ахлаад санаачлаад yani бага бүрдүүлээд одоо энд байж байна. Маш хурдан темптэй тоглодог. Бүх тоглогчид маш өндөр сайн буудалтай гэж өөрсдөө хардаг да.
He gets them both. A fantastic 4K from the all.
Чадвал ACL-ийнхаа аврагыг авнаа гэж бодож байна. Хийж одоо нэрээ үлдээ да.
It's going to be seriously difficult to live up to that first game of the day. An absolute banger of Chinggis Warriors. We head towards game number 2, fellas, and this one has a completely different feeling about it. It's actually a feeling of sort of in this up in the air idea. We don't actually really know what we're going to get coming through here. Ninja, Titan, they're the up and downs, and same for only one word. They've had really good performances, and then some that have been quite middling.
I'm coming through with a feeling of unease right now. Because for both of these teams, I could see this going very, very wrong. But I will also paint the optimistic side. We get Banana showing up, we get Oath showing up, we have every rifler from both sides coming through, we get a masterclass, and that's where I want to go. But I'll be honest, I have no control over this card.
Yeah, in the inverse, you know, for Ninja, if you get Miami, Spine, Risk, who's been the leading man,
Sasiki.
really. Yeah, I mean, Sasiki as well has definitely been impressive as he's sort of bedded further into the roster. Yeah, I think that, you know, this is a game that I think partially will be defined on form and which version of these players we actually get in the server, because I don't think, you know, obviously in best of ones map is not as critically important, and I think both these teams are fairly sort of mid-roundy, but I think the main advantage that you have on the side of Ninja is a little bit more experience in that calling department, just being more familiar with the players that you're playing with. It feels like Only One Word were very much kind of a mix that settled in with each other, whereas the Ninja's players have been playing together, at least the core of them, for quite some time.
Let's talk about this, right? We look towards this side, and they've actually had some pretty impressive wins, but it all kind of started a little skew with it, which wasn't really the getting going that you wanted to see out for this side. And like you mentioned, there's been a few that we've really liked. I think you look towards Miami, this is a guy who can massively step up in big moments. On the flip side, you've got someone like Freeman, right? That previous game that he had was absolute masterclass. 2.16 rating, he was flying. Terry looked great as well with 1.62. This is the thing, you know, you look towards the Ninja side and they're kind of built what feels like on that firepower in a sense, but there's a lot here for Only One Word as well.
To be fair, I will say I have to push back on what Michael just said, that Ninjas has advantage in the calling department. Ninjas also probably biggest advantages in the opping department when you're putting that comparison of Risk versus Viridian forward. And as much as I will give Viridian credits for all of the intangibles he does bring to the table as a secondary caller, as a person who probably does a lot more homework than maybe some of the other teammates are able to do and whatnot as well, that doesn't change the fact that Risk is a shooting man, and unfortunately so far he hasn't been.
Yeah, you look towards Viridian. I mean, his highest rating so far this one is 0.88, right? And that's in a pretty dominant 13-7 win, and it was still not really getting anywhere going. Then obviously, you know, the Rare Atom, fair enough. No one really performed that well in that game, but we do actually see a little bit more of him. It does feel like a little bit of a hole in the game right now.
He's just been falling into his old observer tendencies.
It's harsh but fair, some would say. Of course, let's head here, Miami and Freeman, two guys who have obviously had fantastic tournaments so far. T-Time, give me your thoughts on Miami. I mean, this is a guy who, obviously, if he wants to, can really take over the server.
I've been very impressed so far. I didn't actually think we're going to see this much of a good side from Miami. I felt like Miami's up and down, and as much as I do actually like him in certain games, I've never felt like he can take control the way he has in this entire tournament so far. And if this is going to be sort of the new vision of Miami, and obviously we didn't see Sasiki, but Sasiki's been having a lot of a similar performance. But if we get these two being like this power combo with Rage and Risk, Ninja might have one of the most firepowers in all of Asia.
Yeah, and you look towards this side as well, and I want to kind of touch on Risk a little bit. That previous game out from him was fantastic against XDM, right? A side who actually have been pretty scary so far, coming through the Chinese qual, and then this lower bracket. We've been keeping an eye on them, at least a little bit, Yumi, but Risk was absolutely flying, 1.7. While Miami's sort of been the consistently great performer, having games like that at a Risk where he just completely takes over, he is like really difficult to stop. If we can get another one like that, this is actually where Only One Word are in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, for me, to be honest, my importance is actually going to be placed more on Spine. It's like this third or as this tertiary rifler that has to be able to perform. We've seen him get into great positions and miss his opportunities. So I think he's more of a positional player in general, but if you can't actually have the mechanics to convert on frags like that, it feels like Ninja sometimes miss out on round wins because Miami has set himself, Spine has set himself up so well and just flubs his line.
Well, you can focus on Spine. I will go back to what we were talking about in Risk, because I just want to make a statement, and I'm not sold on this yet, right? I'm still evaluating, but I think Risk, just individually speaking, might be the best opera in China.
Okay.
And look, I know it's not necessarily the hottest contest. I am including Kaze in this, even if he isn't Chinese. He's still in a Chinese team and whatnot, right? Risk is just... He reminds me of Dan King in a lot of ways, but without some of the downsides that he clearly did have. I think this is a guy who can really take control of a server and actually fight forward even in positions where he's not supposed to. And what is this kind of
T, while you're saying some very smart things, I'm seeing some very funny things over here.
Funny's a nice way to put
Freeman
it.
Dong, Terry Nico,
What a
Rudy
super
Shiro.
team.
Yeah, it really is a real super team. And they're going to need a super performance as well. But let's talk about the Veto as well. When we head in towards this one, Yumi, what are we feeling in the best of all?
I, to be honest, wouldn't be surprised mainly with a Mirage, but I think I've also been very caught off by how many Ancients we've played. Neither of these teams have actually shown an incredible record on that map, so I'm kind of hoping that we stray away from that at the very minimum.
Do you think Inferno's maybe a chance
Inferno
as well?
is definitely a possibility as well. Those are three maps that should make it deep into this Veto process for sure.
I mean, I'm assuming this is going to be an Inferno just because both of these teams feel more comfortable on the map to me. Yesterday,
like a handshake.
What we saw from Ninja and Mirage, I didn't really completely love it, I'll be honest.
I am glad Ninja ban out the Inferno though. I've said it a couple of times, but I think Only One Word, their best map is Inferno just because of that first and secondary calling dynamic.
Are you happier with Ninja being on Mirage than Inferno though?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, I think I would be, but I mean, not. I mean it mainly from like a calling department, especially when Freeman. You know, the reason they looked shaky on Inferno on Only One Word side at one point in the tournament was mainly because Freeman was just getting destroyed when he was trying to take banana control. He couldn't win a fight, and that's not something that typically happens with this Only One Word squad. So, to be honest, I really do hope that we get this same sort of level out of players like Risk moving into Mirage. Like you said, you know, when they faced XDM, he looked pretty much lights out from start to finish. He was having a lot of rounds of influence, even in rounds they lost. And so if he's a consistent factor, then we can start talking about, you know, these other riflers on the Ninja squad to have good and comparable defenses, because I imagine Only One Word are going to be a fairly bursty execute type of team outside of maybe the stray Freeman hunt that maybe could find them into some round wins.
And when we look onto that CT side of Only One Word, there's one guy for me that I actually think we've kind of glossed over a little bit, who's been really consistent this tournament, which is Oath. I've actually been really impressed with this guy. You know, I've not caught a lot of him, if I'm being completely frank, and, you know, I didn't really have the highest of expectations, but he started on a high, and he's actually not really dipped. Fair enough, rare atom. No one was good. We don't really count that game, but as a whole, I actually think Oath has been a really consistent factor, playing a lot of anchor positions, but actually being incredibly solid all the way throughout, where, you know, Banana, that first game was fantastic from him, has dipped a little bit in form. Oath's kept it up all the way throughout. So if he can, I mean, it bolsters his team massively.
It's why Cray had Oath as bit, you know? Very good, consistent anchor. Felt like he's been doing that job so far in this tournament. And while I don't know if Cray is necessarily Hallie, you know, I'm a little worried perhaps about the other comparisons, but I've been, I think, also suitably impressed by just the anchor players in general on this Only One Word squad. They just need that sort of front pack of the defense to do its job.
One place where I am kind of worried about this Mirage pick, though, for me, is actually I think this helps Veridian a lot in terms of just having straightforward flowcharts.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, fellas. Mirage is where we head. Our second and final best of one as well here in the group stage. To see who will be facing Nomads, we'll have to see. Yumi T-Time, take it away.
Thank you very much, Neo. I am happy we get our Mirage. I mean, Ancient made it very far through the Veto process, but we've had 13 of them to compare to the highest on, what, like 4 or 5 on other maps so far this tournament. And so the fate of Only One Word or Ninjas will be decided on the dusty plains of this map, a staple within the CS, the different CS eras from Go to CS2 now. But already on the CT start, Ninja are being very proactive. A deep push out of Rage towards top mid. Only one word have been slow to approach this B bomb site.
They're watching out for this though. Viridian knows tendencies, but Viridian might have had his number. He just didn't have a phone to call with.
He got destroyed.
I'm
God,
sorry, Viridian.
what a peak from Rage.
It was exceptional. And I think with that, they actually lose utility as well. If I'm not wrong, Viridian bought a Molotov and 2 flashes. They lose a bit of what their initial plan was, but they've also lost their 2 numbers, which might be a bit more important than that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So already kind of identified towards that B bomb site, but in their attempts to bring this round back into their favor, they group themselves up instead for an A side attack. Timing is good for them to come out from ramp, not spotted out from ticket. Spine's just jiggle peeking back and forth and hoping not to give an advantage back.
Flashes out to force risk back. If there was going to be an opportunity, that was it. Banana cannot win the duel, and Rage continues to be the one who's getting it all. First shows up for a cameo in the end, but this movie had already been box office, and it's all because of Rage.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic triple from Rage, and then the risk double on top. This sort of dynamic duo that we've come to appreciate on this Ninja's roster. But
I feel bad for Viridian, man.
Yeah, already could be a bit of a staple if Rage is being as aggressive as that. Hope we see more of that when we get into gun rounds.
Is anyone surprised Risk has a USB and a USB alone?
Well, he wants an AWP.
Nice.
So, yeah, unsurprised, in fact.
I'm glad we're on the same page. Sasiki might be given an opportunity over here to farm, and he's not the one planting seeds. Viridian has already lost out on the solid pillar of defense that Neokai was highlighting. Oath has had a pretty decent tournament showing so far, but he's going to be all the more needed as you head into more dangerous waters versus Ninja. Rage watching out for the double swing, and although he takes damage, he also deals it thrice over. This is not pretty.
I mean, a beautiful quad kill from Rage. Once again, just waltzing his way up through top mid and dealing with all the Glocks quite handily. Not a single loss of life here for Ninja.
The worst case scenario right now, for only one word, is that Rage now uses this to never stop. This is the round where if I feel like you're not able to start putting him down a little bit more, he feels more and more free to do whatever he wants across the map. And we do know only one word as a team that can have a case of nerves.
Yeah.
4 players onto A.
Yeah, they want to be aggressive towards ramp. And they will succeed in that. Rage, of course, leading the way, has been the instigator so far on this defense. And he'll call the all clear. So just setting up in the default for only one word. Sure, they've got middle as a important place to hinge from, but Oath has to get this kill and will succeed. Takes a lot of damage. It's blow for blow, punishing the aggression of Rage. Sasiki should be able to finish this kill off, however, but Banana has also won his fight on the other extreme over on B.
Critical to actually win these fights in middle, though, and that's where Viridian and Freeman make sure they don't just lose the bomb and the plot with it. 4 versus 1, Sasiki likely going to be left to save, and if he can find a few kills, that would be inviting trouble for himself more than anyone else.
This kind of goes exactly how you want it to. You know, you set up in a slow default with some mid-control elements, and you get kills on both sides of the map, on both A and B simultaneously, especially after Ninja had pushed through ramp and kind of left Rage to his own devices. They didn't have an extra layer to defend that site with outside of Sasiki and his push into Palace. And then also losing the B player. I mean, that's basically the worst thing that could have happened given that they started 4A. Yeah, this ended up being a fairly straightforward round here for only one word. Once Banana recognized he had some space, they end on that B bomb site. But Sasiki will be allowed to save this AK at the very least.
I am a little bit curious over here about whether Ninjas is going to continue to make their CT side around early round calls to look for aggression and hunt for more, because that does feel like it could either go incredibly swimmingly if you're just winning duels, or really start to give some momentum out to only one word if that's how they feel this game is likely to go and they're reading correctly. Still, the buying patterns will not be interrupted. Ninjas will be able to come through with a full buy. courtesy of, you know, not dying in the first 2 rounds.
Also, it's not quite a push.
It's almost a push. He does have Freeman on the other side, a man who we put a lot of emphasis on for this team. The everything man is what you've called him, Michael, and for good reason.
Terry spotting aggression on short, but Rage has actually been allowed to escape. Got that smoke deployed towards the underpass, and now jiggling back and forth in con. Risk does convert on one of these kills towards top mid.
Backs off immediately as well, so there's no way to respond onto one. The only way you actually get a kill back is if Miami is somehow found in ladder room, but he's got himself a very nice hidey hole.
Yeah, this is exactly what Ninja wanted from their early aggression. They wanted to get a kill and then give the space away so they can work off of that man advantage. But again, the counter protocols are looking good here for Ninja. They seed mid, but they take over ramp, and that bomb is unguarded. Just Oath that will retrieve that package and try and link up with his teammates from con.
It really does come down to what Spine is able to find. Rage is unlikely to be contested early on, so unless he himself wants to push forward, which is difficult to see happening when he's low HP, Oath still takes the deal, wins the fight, and Spine is caught between angles. So Miami, the man who was in danger, is now the man endangering only one word. That is quickly solved. They're not going to have a buy in the next round regardless. If Risk had peaked just a sliver earlier, he knows it as well. He had a chance there.
Goes back, picks up the kit, and he keeps coming in for this retake.
Making noise, but this is just a double swing waiting to happen. Risk will do a lot of really good damage, don't get me wrong, but it's just inches, and his best bet would have been actually fighting inside the Molotov. He just didn't know it.
Yeah, I mean, if he had just simply swung and dropped that bomb, it would have thrown absolute chaos into the comms of only one word. But such an important duel for Oath to have won on ramp, given that he was isolated with the package. His teammates were coming up con after the smoke faded, running back through ramp to retrieve that package, and maybe even suss out an extra Ninja player would have taken a lot of time off that clock, and they may not have been confident to retain control of that A-bomb site. So Oath did a lot, even if it was just that one kill.
Good to see Terry break into the game as well. Obviously, Terry and Freeman are the 2 players from Hong Kong that you keep an eye out and say, yep, these are the big boys. These are the ones who should be able to fight with the best of them. Well, listen, it's anti-ecos, but it's clean.
That was pretty free. Oath doing bit-like things so far.
Wait, who was Viridian again?
Shiro. And I'll leave that there.
Yeah. I'd like to see you save 4 rounds in a row, however.
I can't remember if it was Terry or Donk. It must have been Terry, I think that was
Freeman
Donk.
was Donk.
Oh, was it Freeman Donk?
Yeah, Freeman was Donk.
That means Terry was Nico.
Well, he's ambitious. I'll give Cray that.
Yeah, but things are looking good here. You know, may have lost the pistol in the following round, kind of to be expected when they full saved on Glocks especially. But since they've been on rifles, they're actually kind of blitzing the defense.
Let's see whether that becomes a trend. Risk will be back at the AWP. It will not be a kit purchase.
I mean, Rage started this game 7-0, and since they've been on rifles here for only one word, Rage has not had impact, even though he's still trying to force duels in the early stages of rounds.
Risk immediately starts things out, and he dodges the double nades as well. He'll be taking short control. With him comes Miami. So a double swing could be programmed in. Flashbang doesn't catch him, but he misses a shot. Critical miss. Terry's allowed to fight. Miami puts himself at risk when he swings out there, but with only one player, it's not too much of a risk.
They might wait for Oath to show some presence on that A-bomb site. They throw a top con smoke and try and feign the fact that they're going to move in for this B-bomb site, but Ninja have receded a lot of ground over on B.
If they don't use a smoke to cover off market window, though it might not matter, risk is going to be opened up for potentially 2 kills if you want to actually cross over all of these players.
They can also just jump across as well, though. That's the problem.
If Oath dies without anything at all, that would be dangerous, though. He realizes where the util's been thrown from, turns around, good for 1, can't make it 2. Miami swings right as Oath will get his kill, but Risk has had another critical miss. I might have been giving him the evil eye as he's missing shots all over the place. Please, Risk, you were meant to be the best in China for me.
Has been far from that so far. Two players set up inside of Market and caught by flashes. Ninja are getting stalled out as they attempt for this retake, but now I think they realize that if there was a time to strike, that is now gone completely. And so only one word, once again, have been able to crack into this site. Great lurk from Oath. You know, got the heard the flash from Robs, saw the player con, and funnily enough, he crouched just as Miami was about to kill him. And, you know, Miami's bullet sailed over the top of him. He could have saved his teammate had Oath not committed to that movement.
I mean, at the same time, if Miami's a hairline slower, he dies too. Well, good for Miami. He's able to make sure that the T-side economy is not going to run away with things. The problem is, with the last round being as free as it was and 5 alive, they don't really care. Not yet, at least.
I'm getting sort of game quality whiplash. You know, the last best of one felt like it was so close, a little back and forth. Even with the 8-4 scoreline, there was still a couple of rounds where you're thinking like, oh, it's really in contest. But yeah, since only one word have been on buys, these rounds have been fairly straightforward. Hell, even when Ninja were winning rounds, it felt pretty similar.
Look, man, this is an Australian side. Well, I'm going to count my words as Risk is counting frags, and he's going to be picking up more. Switches out for the AK, looking for it all. It's an eco ace, and Risk reminds them what they're dealing with.
Oh my god, I cannot believe they decided to try and take that timing. Smoke blooming at or their hubris.
What the hell is going on
Why have they decided for that? They called from spawn, they wanted to attack A quick, but they get thrown into the meat grinder.
And it's one man.
But the one we put so much importance on.
But with an op, I said, not with everything else. Who knew he'd use the kitchen sink to cook them alive? Terry loses out on a wide swing versus Miami as well, and as Freeman will trade, that's still all your mid control on the T side that has gone to the wind.
Ever since those early rounds, especially the punishment that only one word had, we've seen a few less aggressive moves here from Ninja, trying to play from distance and see if they can maintain position, keep sight lines on these sites. After some mid-control there from only one word, they do look to regroup with Oath, who never gave his spot up in ramp. And Risk is a little late to pick up the slack from that position. This will also likely be smoked off as a part of the execute for OOW.
Risk has a smoke of his own, so if he wants to deploy that out on the bomb side to play for Chaos, this would be the time to do it. If he waits too long, though, that will become troublesome. Up there you see it, smoke out over towards back default, but grenades from the T side will keep Risk away. So despite his smoke, he's going to be pushed out of contention for this round. Spine is looking to go through this connector smoke perhaps, and as he does, Oath was ready, but he's being shot through the smoke and now distracted. Spine's blocked up, and he realizes just in time, but he won't be able to stop the bomb from being planted. So CE prevents Viridian from backing off. Freeman and Banana are left to try and fight, and just Freeman, not for long. Great round from Miami, taking away both the Hong Kong players.
Yeah, and really solid job there from Spine as well, keeping some pressure applied just as they're getting themselves comfortable in that plant. Heard Oath jumping away from the spam, so, knew exactly where he was, but wasn't sure if he'd be able to get eyes on him before he struck. And just as he regains some vision, never let OOW get comfortable in this after plant. It was just that quick collapse, not waiting for the time to reset to happen.
I really do appreciate the fact that Miami is playing so aggressively in a way that makes it so OOW never actually have early connector control. And it's a very risky move to go for consistently, but with Risk behind him, taking these long-range spray battles.
That is brave. You can understand why he's confident. 12 and 5 had that ace, and You know, he definitely, it felt ill-advised. You know, he didn't have teammates swinging con, he didn't have someone working short simultaneously. He did that in complete isolation. So it is brave, and it will not net them an advantage.
What's going on over the D side?
They're clustering back up for an A-side attack. I mean, they're up through the underpass, especially when they have a tech. They want to try and close that gap as fast as possible.
Miami's positioning is perfect for this.
Yeah,
though.
if they boost into window, they're in for a bad time.
And you don't really have much of a pathway other than boosting into window. They're trying to take a fight versus Spine, but he's just going to duck out. Freeman, with the information, thought that they could move forward, but it's Miami and Rage who will be able to sandwich them. Rage comes late from Connector. Miami had always had a home up there in short.
Yeah, Spine may not have actually gotten the kills that he wanted, but he at least took all the attention away from this collapse that Ninja were setting themselves up for. And so now Oath lurking out from A, struggling to wrangle that Tech 9. Cannot do more damage to Ninja, so a little bit of a streaky game so far. Couple rounds here, 4 in response, and now more chained together here by Ninja.
And look, as far as firepower is concerned, I don't think there's any question about which team looks like they've got the better men.
But it hasn't necessarily resulted in, you know, sort of lopsided performances. These games have not, or rather these rounds have not been heavily contested. It's basically been, you know, a one-sided outing.
Be good, you good.
Yeah, yeah. You're either winning quite convincingly or you're losing quite convincingly. We haven't had these, you know, petered out 2v2s, these 3v3 mid-rounds. It's very much collapse, get bomb plant, see how it goes.
It's gentleman's Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you got the entries. We'll have to give you a bit of space.
We don't want gentlemen. We want messy toddlers on the server if we have to have them, but I want a brawl.
Yeah, I mean, it's been far from that.
Spine's alone. And as critical as he may have been playing out from stairs, he's going to be the one who has to step up. 1 and 5 and 5 players to actually deal with as he starts to swing forward. There isn't much util used by the T side to get control. In fact, they're losing control to their own utility. Viridian reminds Banana that a fruit isn't meant to be cooked, but you know what? Only one word might just be completely cooked, Michael.
How does he redeem this? A 1-on-5 in from Sandwich. And he will do nothing to even make it interesting. Caught from behind. Good aggressions out from Spine. And once again, you know, listen, he's not getting these kills when, you know, he's getting the initial opportunities, but he understands his priority. Stay alive, wait for teammates, and then he's allowed to be sort of let off that leash. As an anchor, it can be hard to decide sometimes about taking the duel or receding. And Spine maybe hovers somewhere in between. But he's getting his rounds of influence.
And Ninja now have a chance to actually fight for 8. Really run away with things, as much as this might have been a back and forth in the middle of it all. Only one word are going to have made a few critical errors. Can they dig themselves out of this hole? Shot baited out from Risk, and Saseki is still playing close range. Freeman hasn't spotted him. Not yet, at least.
Risk did tank that nade at the very least. But it's a 3B defense, and after that presence shown by Freeman, they will start to push the limits over on that B bomb site. Only one word have not served to activate this A side burst that they look postured up for.
It's also the first time Terry's actually been given any sort of access out towards Connector. Miami has to be careful. The boost is being assembled right around the corner. Freeman watches out and he is eliminated. Miami on short continues to be the unbreakable wall. 12 and 3 so far. Only one word have never felt comfortable contesting middle because of him. And on A, well, there's just a whole lot more bit where that came from. A single kill from Banana is all they will find. The trend of one-sided rounds continues.
Yeah, I don't really know that there's much more to say than that. I mean, you see some good initiative from Ninja. They're winning a lot of these fights, and when it rains, it pours for either team. At the moment, only one word can't find that advantage to capitalize on. This is very much a three-horse race for Ninja. Sasuke and Spine, while they've been able to do their jobs for the most part, the real fighters have been Rage, Risk, and Miami.
Yeah, Sasuke's sitting on 2 and 3. He's just not had the opportunity, poor guy.
Just sitting on that B bomb site.
Sasuke is the pillar upon which Ninjas are standing. Rage in the meanwhile re-peeks back out in middle, so despite Miami's death, Rage is more than enough to make sure only one will still get no access. Now this gives Sasuke a chance to actually fight and to actually perform. He's going to be able to find Oath while he pulls out the grenade. Banana will trade, but still a 3-on-2. Rage will prevent this from being an easy cross to bench for a second player. So Viridian, who's trying to line up that bomb plant, is going to die to the Molotov. He's realized that he moves away from the plant. Now trying to go back into short, smokes himself off. Banana spots out ahead, but he can't do anything about it. And with Viridian dying inside a smoke of his own deployment, Rage will finish the half with another quad kill.
I mean, it has been a pretty stellar half from that combo in Rage and Risk. Miami alongside them, these 3 horsemen of the apocalypse, have served up a dish very dead cold here for only one word. There is very little saving grace. They had a streak of 4 rounds as they got into their gun rounds, but from there on out, they could not find a way back into this map.
The RR combination has added an M to it, and right now, Ninjas are roaming forward.
I was going to say, we already got rid of one RMR. But a stark reminder about how good it can be.
I don't know what to say for only one word, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, a lot of this T side was very much just take mid control, take fights.
Lose fights.
They were often losing them, yeah, and I think that's maybe part of the problem. In the few rounds they tried to program in an A execute or some burst at B, either they were, sometimes going 1-for-1 with Terry inside of middle, for example. But even, we look back to the pistol round as an example, even when they try and set up for these more set-piece type plays, there were always these minor moments of disruption that Ninja were throwing. It didn't feel like they were ever really completely caught off guard by how the round was developing, and they had the more consistent shooters throughout that half.
And I think only one word are in a position where, look, there's even been places where they've expected the play from Ninja, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if I asked them afterwards, they would say, yeah, we read them quite a few times. But it doesn't matter if you're reading the language, if you don't know how to speak it, it still ends up being duels lost. And, you're looking out towards some of these exchanges with Miami in middle, especially the kills he's getting. I never felt like Miami was flashed. I never felt like he was actually pressured. I never felt like you were able to force him away with the Molotov before you're taking these duels. It was always a double swing from the CT side at bare minimum.
Yeah, and part of that as well, though, is because of how active they had Risk being inside of window, for example. Very often the con and the short player were simply waiting to swing later, waiting to swing after that initial belt of util. And listen, Risk had a pretty phenomenal half. He was doing a lot to drive attention towards mid. Again, like you're kind of alluding to, only one word I'm sure we're aware that they were going to be often doing this sort of 1-3-1 defense, but actually dealing with the 3 players in middle just proved too much of a task. There's a reason the anchors basically had like no kills on the side of Ninja.
Yeah, and look, to be honest, that is a bit of a criticism on the side of like Oath, for example, right? As much as he was able to maintain ramp control, he had that one good round and whatnot. If the anchors are never pressured at all, if they're never actually forced into taking duels, the 3 in the middle don't need to care. In a 1-3-1, it's never the 3 that's going to be the weakness.
I think they were maybe even surprised. And listen, Ninja did not only play 1-3-1s. They tried to take ramp control. They went aggressive a couple of times. They were trying to push into the underpass. They were a little bit difficult to read in that front. But yeah, they lost mid very often. Can only hope that only one word are as prevalent on their CT efforts. It's a 1-1-3, with the A bomb site being the more guarded. But Ninja get out top mid, and they park themselves. To see if only one word are going to stew in this discomfort. Push from Banana inside of Palace. There will be a 1v1 offered up, but an instant kill there for Miami to punish.
He's been having a good time. Freeman a bit less so, but as he hears footsteps going into connector, he's realized he might have bitten off more than he can chew. Spine bites him and shuts him down, and despite Terry being good for one, it's really Oath who's putting up the numbers at the back of this bomb site. Still needs a wide swing to actually stop this bomb from being planted. Switches out to the Glock. And with that, the CT swings are planned. Spine shuts them down, and he continues to get these long-range gooshes that make it feel unfair.
Sasiki doesn't need to do anything. He can just sit, wait for that defuse, and it won't be him that has to swing. Spine's the one that's known about. While Viridian does put the pieces together about where these players are positioned, he cannot hit the shot needed to throw it into at least a contestable 1v1.
I think Sasiki was kind of sick and tired of being in positions where he doesn't need to do anything. That kill puts him on 4-4. The poor guy hasn't needed to do anything for most of this game so far.
As much as, you know, it's maybe not so flashy, it's maybe a little boring, I like that there are players like this on Ninja who sometimes do...
They need some boring.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes they have too much, maybe sometimes too interesting.
Not everyone can freestyle in the ban.
Yeah, Ninja, the one to say themselves. Sometimes we just kind of riff it, and, you know, we're like ninjas. They all just we do our own thing.
Well,
I'm glad some of the doing their own thing is just playing the boring spots.
Util bombs across all of the B-bomb site. And it's easy as that.
Yeah, I mean, they're against USPs.
Yeah.
Banana was boosted on the box, and he was blind as a bat for basically the entirety of the execute.
And for only one word, it does feel like you are starting to spell out elimination, and, well, I'm almost there. It is going to be a bit of a rude reminder. Despite all of their best efforts, despite everything they have achieved, the Australian teams in this stage, all invited to the qualifier, have not been able to impress. Only one word, we're hoping to be the only exception. Unfortunately, unless they can turn things around from this 4-10 score line, they are going to be swept away.
I mean, definitely the deepest run from the Australian teams, of course, the last one that we have, but I mean, definitely with the most amount of sort of star power that we could maybe even look to. But none of that has really been tangible in this map. A great entry from Rage, moving into only one word's first gun round. There will be no surprises. Miami up short, and just the entries, it just keep on pouring in. Again, this trend that we've had so far this game, when it rains, it pours. And right now, Ninjas are the only ones raining down on only one word.
We've had about 33 deaths so far on the Ninja side. That's about, what, 2.3 deaths per round? That's not great.
Have you done the math there right?
I think so. I'll do it again, Michael.
I'm checking you're working.
See, now there's more people who are dying, right?
Yeah. You can -1, though. I don't care.
All right, okay. So it's 6 and 4. That's 10. 10 plus 12. That's 22. 22 plus 7. 29. Never mind, I lied.
Yeah, I thought you were wrong.
You know, 1.9. Happy, Michael?
But now 30, right? So, because of the one extra death.
Yes, Michael. I get it. You studied too.
Yeah, I didn't do very well, which, you know, that's...
Hey, that's why we're, hey, baby!
Maybe a greater indindictment on you, to
You know
be
what
honest.
I can tell you, though? Only one word, great at studies.
Yeah, they're getting decimated by Ninja. We had a very hotly contested opening round, best of one, between the Chingus Warriors and Change the Game. And this has paled in comparison. Will there be signs of life? in their dying embers. Can only one word muster up a defense? Miami in entry. Oath on the ladder gets his, but he gets tracked down through the wood. Terry, a small gap around that Molotov is enough for a double. And so it's into a 2-on-2, our first close-looking round. That seems to be coming together. Risk catches just a glimpse of Freeman on short, but he will punch in those digits. Banana's creeping forward. He's spotted as he crosses. So Rage just tracks him straight through triple. And maybe, just maybe, there was a chance. But Rage will not miss the opportunity to strike that killing blow.
I'm scared, man. If Rage and Risk are going to be playing like this, if Miami is showing up, then I don't know who's going to stop them. Nomads are probably watching on the sideline. Oath is saying, what the hell's going on, man? I thought I had that. And sure, Terry gets a double. But it's all for naught.
But that marks 10 rounds straight for Ninja. We only had that one burst of performance from only one word. And they have gone silent since. Terry, a 1-for-1 in through middle. But I'm not sure if it'll be enough to spark a comeback. Miami is still being such a nuisance. Finds another kill and still offers up a lot of space over towards the A bomb site. And there is no commitment with the bomb.
Well, look, nobody beats only one word 11 rounds in a row, Michael.
I guess not.
Hopefully. But Spine in this 1 versus 3, one of the players who's been least called upon is now going to be told to get that ring rust off his hands. Terry's already picked up a triple. He would be more than content with a quad. As Spine peeks forward, he does pick up the first for free. Quickly makes that crossover back to ladder room as well. Spine still hunting for kills, and with the time as it is with these players as separated as they are, the only real advantage that only one would have is that this short ladder pathway isn't broken, so they'll always get information should Spine want to go out of it. The issue is that Terry was standing in a dangerous place. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've lied. Maybe someone does beat only one word 11 rounds in a row. Spine wants to be the man to do it. Hides away. In behind triple. Banana with a Famas.
No kit.
Smoke. No kit. Not one to pick up. Not one to retrieve.
Spine could be anywhere.
And Banana knows it as well. Inching forward, but this ruler is running out of space to measure. Banana is on the defuse. Spine is coming through. HE on a side. Swing from elsewhere. 13. And it is 11 in a row. It is the 1 versus 3. It is the end of the Australian sides in the closed qualifier.
Ninja destroyed them pretty much from start to finish. They set that early precedent of aggression, and even when they were playing slow defaults, even when only one word got the space they wanted, they could not find their way into bomb sites cleanly. This was a pretty, I mean, for a moment, a back and forth map where teams were just finding a lot of success, sort of, I guess, having this domino effect, breaking into rounds. When they found entries, they very frequently won the rounds, but more often than not, Ninja were the ones that were dominating that conversation. It was with a whimper that only one word fall out of the Asian Champions League. They may have lasted longer than all the other Oceanic squads, but when they face Ninja, they get absolutely decimated.
Look at the smiles on those faces, entirely deserved. Ninja are feeling wonderful. And look, this has not been the easiest campaign for them so far. We've definitely seen Ninja shudder, but when it comes from push to shove, they look like they should have a very interesting time versus the Nomads. But before we can get to the Nomads, why don't we get to the Neos? Okay, how you feeling?
What a game, right? I think,
what a game.
If any of the games was going to be quick, I think that was going to be that one. There was moments at the start. I mean, we're talking like the first kind of 5 rounds where there was a little bit of back and forth, and I thought, okay, maybe they got a little lead out the gate, and I was thinking, okay, maybe they're cooking a bit here. We can get a bit of a chance, but I think it was a classic case of just Ninja taking a little bit of time to really showcase how good they actually are, get fully online. I mean, they ran away with that second half. There was no real competition.
They almost ran away with the first half too, let's be honest.
You know, 8-4 finish. And I mean, there really just wasn't enough on offer for the only one word side. I just think they fell super flat. I think once they started to lose control of the game, there was not enough done, I think, in my books to really actually try and pull it back in their favor. Timeouts inefficient and ineffective, and I felt like we need to do a lot more just to make Ninja feel uncomfortable.
The biggest thing is that they just changed how they're approaching that CT side. They're opening 6 rounds. What they wanted to do was basically just keep on taking fights and forcing a fight in the early stages of rounds, and then maybe fall back to a bomb site. But then they just started playing for mid control on like this 1-3-1 setup that we were talking about a fair amount in the cast. And as soon as they switched up into that, it's like suddenly only one word had no more bite left in them.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice little ending there as well. The nades swinging around the other side from Spawn. You love to see it. But as you can see, second half, only one word, and that one winning for Ninja, as they made it look super, super easy. For there's only one word side, I just think, you know, it's not the worst tournament in the world. There's definitely, obviously, things that they would like to look back on more favorably. I think, obviously, that Rare Atom game, we can kind of take away not a lot from it, because it's whatever. It's Rare Atom. This game, I feel like, T-Zan, we expect a little bit more.
Can I just get Freeman and Terry fragging, please? Like, because as much as we build them up, as much as I do think that mechanically these are very good players, you also have to take responsibility. I know that Viridian was kind of non-existent. Oath and Banana had barely a moment at best. But Terry and Freeman are supposed to be your always theirs. And if you're not going to have your firepower powering you forward, then I'm not going to be pointing fingers at the non-existent factors elsewhere. You have to first show up with your stars, then I can ask about the rules.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we spoke about some of these players at the start as well, Yuumi, right? Rage, Miami, Risk, they all came up in that conversation. They all step up in a massive way. I mean, it really is showing that Ninja have so many different facets of firepower here, which actually makes them a really scary team. They can genuinely be contending now in this next game against Nomad for a spot.
Yeah, genuinely, Spine and Sasiki as well. Like, sure, they don't have as many kills, but they did their job exactly how they needed to. They always stalled, they always waited for rotates, and yeah, sure, they're not getting the glitz and the glamour of being like the star anchor man, but they did more than enough to always keep only one word uncomfortable. So yeah, I think this team definitely has depth, and they showed us more depth as we went into this game, especially just because we did get exactly what we wanted in terms of star fragging, and of course Rage was the guy that set the tone very early into the game.
He did. I mean, there's some of those mid pushes that you could see from him as well. You could see just full of confidence. But actually, that was a storyline across the entire team, right? I mean, they really got going quite early, and I think, you know, the second we saw this slump come through from only one word, they just couldn't find a way back into it. I do wonder now for, you know, T-Zan, what the future looks like for this side. You know, there's obviously been the rumor mill churning a little bit, but some of these limp performances, it can't feel nice.
Look, I'm also just wondering, because obviously the rumor mill that you're referring to is that, hey, you never know, maybe, you know, a player like Freeman, as the Chinese scene is getting more and more interesting to watch out for, as we're looking at all of these teams that do want a veteran spirit, maybe they'd look at him and say, hey, that's what, is this a performance you want to go out on? Yeah. Is this what you're going to do to showcase your resume, your CV? I mean, honestly, this is just, I don't even care about the rumor mill. I just think this was a very bad performance coming out from only one word. And yes, there were issues across the board, but I will always point my fingers at those who are given the most resources. Yeah. Terry was set up for so many positions in middle where he's supposed to be fighting out, taking that duel versus Miami. He loses pretty much every single one of them. Freeman as well is being put into positions where he's getting to take his fights at his own rate. He's starting off on this T side and whatnot. I never felt like he was giving me anything.
Yeah, it really sets up now, fellas, our final 2 games of the day. Best of 3s. There's who will be locking their spots in towards the playoff, joining Rare Atom and of course Gigi Hao. I mean, this becomes quite difficult because when you see performances like that from Ninja, sure, Nomad's had great performances all the way through. And we'll, you know, obviously go into the details a little bit, you know, later on, but they've got to be looking at that game and being like, damn, these guys can hit hard as well. So Yuumi, I mean, it does set up that final game of the day to be really spicy.
I do think, you know, the 2 best of 3s we have are actually like comparable skill levels, but I wouldn't say that both the best of 3s are treated equal in terms of the level that we should expect.
Well, speaking of best of 3s, our one up next is Chingus Warriors taking on Just Swing. This one could be absolutely crazy. But before we get there, we're going to be throwing it over towards the stage. Baseline J is ready with a winner's interview. So, without further ado, Baseline J, over there, take it away.
I'm here with Rage on Team Ninja. Now, first of all, please introduce yourself to our viewers. 好 ，Rage， 请先跟大家介绍一下自己。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 Ninja 的 Rage， 是中国战队。
Right, so I'm Rage from Team Ninja. It's a Chinese team. And now, were you guys surprised by their Mirage pick? Mirage is a map that you guys play a lot. So did you feel like they did anything to counter you? 你们对米拉基这张图其实非常就是熟练度是非常高的，但是最后对面是选出来这张图。那你们在打的过程中有没有觉得他们有做一些比如针对你们的东西？
感觉是有的。一开始我们会觉得他们会打 Inferno 或者 Asian 的这样的地图，然后看到他们选这个 Mirage， 应该感觉他们应该会做出一些针对吧。
Yeah, so at first we anticipated them to pick either Inferno or Ancient, but they picked Mirage, so we thought that maybe they had something in store for us. And now they had a really good start. And what were some of the adjustments that you guys made? 就你的对手他们其实开局打得很顺，你们中间有没有做一些调整？
是的，中间我们开局我们打到就是有点劣势的时候，发现问题有点不对，然后指挥下来个命令，觉得让我们正面拼一下，打出我们该有的优势，然后就好打一点了。
Yeah, so they had a really good start in the beginning, so it was feeling like a little not right. And then our IGL just said, okay, let's try to pick some fights, let's just try to face and just pick some duels, and things got better from there. And now, what is the confidence level and the morale level of the team right now? You guys have one more BO3 against a tough opponent, Nomads. You win that, you're in the playoffs. So how is everybody feeling right now? 好，现在大家的这个士气啊，然后是怎么样？这个信心啊，因为你们还要再赢一个 BO3就能进这个季后赛了。但是你们的对手也是很强大的蒙古的一支职业战队 Nomads。你们现在感觉怎么样？
正如你所说，我们现在士气很强，然后我觉得我们只要打出我们该打的东西，就随便赢。
Well, like you said, our morale is extremely high right now. I think that if we just play our game, then we're gonna easily win this. And all right, let's thank Rage for joining us in this interview, and we'll be right back with the first BO3 of the day. 好了，我们非常感谢 Rage 来接受我们的采访，我们稍作休息，马上给大家带来今天的第一场 BO3。
线操作就用野蛮部落。累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
We are really happy to make it to playoffs, and yes, we were expecting to make it to playoffs because everybody feels great during the game, and we practiced a lot, and we just believe that we can make a lot of things. We are really happy, and we just kept fighting, and we know we can reach way better, and we can become way better within time. We are just like a 2-month, 3-month team, and we're just gonna keep fighting.
We have made it to a playoff. Our new goal will be qualifying to EWC. That's our main goal for us. So moving on to the next stage will be quite difficult for us because there's a top 4 invited teams. They are quite a strong team.
Of course, we're gonna fight to win, and we believe we can win, but step by step.
The next stage will be to try our best to play against them and get a win from those invited teams.
We're just gonna play our best, and we believe we can beat anybody.
Just one best of 3 now decides another playoff team. We're done with the best of 1s officially for this group stage. Just 2 more best of 3s for the rest of today, and this one a pretty spicy one. Chinggis Warriors taking on Just Swing. It's the Chinggis Warriors side time who at times looked a little less than what we'd expect of
them. At times, every time. Every time we've seen them play, we've seen less than what we hoped we would get, and maybe in the last map earlier on today on Inferno, I felt like 8-4, they're finally doing it. This is going to be the Chinggis Warrior we knew we were going to have, and then they barely got past the finish line.
Yeah, really felt like the Change the Game team actually could have caused that upset, especially in that best of 1. But the narrative has not shifted really for the Chinggis Warriors. They could be on a path to recovery, to redeem themselves from what was a pretty shaky start coming into this tournament. We saw better things from them today. We saw some good step-ups from their stars. And sure, it's not all going to plan, but at least they are bringing it over that line. And Just Swing are going to be actually a very hard team to put away, so I hope they've come in on their A game.
Yeah, we've got to look at the flip side, right? For this Just Swing side, that Rare Atom game, I think they'd actually be quite hard done by in a way not to have taken that to at least a 3rd map, right? But they really had some fantastic moments. I think a lot of us would have come in towards that and expect Rare Atom just to not waltz over it, but win it with comfort. They were made to work, and I think a lot more than Rare Atom would have expected, and I think for them, they probably earned a bit of respect off the Rare Atom side as well. So Chinggis Warriors, they actually cannot afford to be any less than 100%.
Especially when we consider that the player who was stepping up for Just Swing was also Vance, right? So maybe you'd think Coolest or Controllers, whenever they're double upping, would be more than he can deal with, but he proved himself to be a force.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got a little video for you to get ready, of course, for this qualification game to the playoffs. So without further ado, we're going to throw it over to you.
For us, this team is just winnable. We can win this and really go to the playoffs. If we play against CTG, this team's pretty good. They have some good tactics, they have good structure, they really hardworking. I see how they're training, and that would be not easy game, but I think we can win. I don't know much about Chinggis Warriors, but I watch how they play on LAN, and they play on LAN much different than play on LAN. They play on LAN so confident. I'm expecting that this game could be some chaos, but we will try to play our game. We'll just prepare and play our game. I think we will go to the playoffs.
Well, the big hope, it has to be said, for this side is that I hope they now understand what they're going to get out of Chinggis Warriors. You know, they said they're different to LAN, and we've seen them so far on, and it hasn't actually been all that great. But QQ God has been great. He has been the best performer for this team for kind of at least recently the last 3 months statistically, and also this tournament. Gas obviously been fantastic, sure, but that last game against Rare Atom, QQ God looked amazing.
Can I just say, I love the fact that QQ God has accidentally BM'd them as well. Like, yeah, man, that changed the game team. I know all about them. They're hard workers. I like how they play. Chinggis Warriors, yeah.
I kind of don't know what they do, actually. But,
they're one of those vibers, right?
Yeah, I'm sure that will be a good game, I guess, though. Yeah, it's weird because they're obviously in that position where they didn't know which team they were going to play, so there's not going to be a lot of deep anti-stratting. They would have prepared pretty loosely for both possibilities, but I think the more likely outcome obviously did happen, so I do expect that they shouldn't be under-prepared.
Yeah, I mean, one guy we've really got to look towards as well, if we can get a similar level of a decent performance out from him, is actually the AWPer, right? I mean, we look at Vance and as somebody who I think was definitely more of an unknown quantity, but against Ratum really actually held his own quite well. And if he can do the same again here today, that would be massive for this side against Chinggis Warriors.
I mean, I'm really excited because obviously the best case scenario is we get Vance and Lulu the way they were looking like on Ancient. I think Lulu was maybe more of a sore thumb sticking out in the second map. He did go missing. He was really needed over there as well. And look, yes, there is obviously the elephant in the room. No one on the Chinggis Warriors side really looks at Marek and says, hey, maybe I'm going to be this head-to-head on the bottom of the scoreboard. No one on the Chinggis Warriors side should be even like a guaranteed bottom of the scoreboard. There is that weakness on Just Swing, but can QQ God and company get past it?
Yeah, that's a big thing. Of course, we highlight QQ God coming in towards this for the last kind of few months. He has been the standout player statistically, but actually that last game against Ratum was fantastic too. I mean, he really stepped up in his own regard, coming off the back of that 1.36 rating, and he just looked super confident, right? Yumi, we're looking to see if this guy can once again take over, and also if he gets the addition of Gas, who's had a fantastic tournament so far, then things become very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, the only concern for QQ was that he didn't actually start the tournament that great, but then every game since, he has shown that level. So yeah, him and Gas are definitely going to be the biggest performers. That much we should expect, but that Gas and Coolest head-to-head will be, I mean, that will be something to watch.
Yeah, it'll be really spicy, and we talk about these sort of two-pronged attacks. We talk about Gas and QQ God, but we actually have to bring Ariuko as well in the other side. If he can continue having these performances as he has all tournament long, I mean, genuinely becomes a really good head-to-head in terms of firepower.
I'd also clarify, I say head-to-head mainly just from like an attitudes point of view.
Yeah,
I think these are the guys that like to press the issue. They like to continue to making plays. Gas is someone that sometimes doesn't let off the gas, and Coolest is very much the same kind of character, even if he has had his minor stumbles, I think, so far this event.
One thing that we do is worth talking about, as much as it's a very mute point, I think 9 times out of 10 is Marek in terms of his individual numbers. I know it obviously doesn't really matter when you're winning, but it sticks out a lot when you are losing, right? This is a guy who's in the numbers department, sure his calls have actually been pretty solid, but yeah, numbers department wise has actually really looked a little lackluster.
It's mainly on CT sides. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, if you can't hold your spot as an in-game leader, and sometimes in-game leaders will play, the worst positions possible. They'll play anchor roles where they're not likely to see much action. Yeah, Marek's in typically very high traffic positions, and he's unable to perform. So that's what makes it look even worse for Just Swing when they're on the defense. Even if Gas and QQ are going ham or Lulu is making up for some lost time, if you have a vulnerability on a bomb site because your player cannot frag, you are not in for a good time.
And T, this was the big thing yesterday against Ratum. It actually got to a point where they were like, right, Marek plays here, let's just keep going here. And they went there like 6 rounds in a row, just continuing putting pressure on towards him. And it might be something that, Chinggis Warriors in their own regard try and expose.
I've got a soft spot for Marek, and that's why I'll play at least. The one good thing is that I think he's very aware of his own weakness about this regards. So he never actually shies away from a duel that he has to take. So in a lot of these sort of retake situations and the like that we might end up with, especially if we have like an Ancient coming through, you will see him push through a smoke if he has to. You will see him just, dome someone in the back of the head. He never has sort of the shivers and the shakes that maybe we would see from, some of the only one word players, for example, even if individually he's not all there. I agree though. He is a weakness on the CT side, and should Chinggis Warriors manage to isolate him again and again, that is something that I don't know how you move past.
Listen,
I honestly don't.
I'm big on swinging with confidence, but you got to back it up with some ability as well.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to be going up to the giant and saying, hey, I'm not David, but the next guy might be.
All right, fair enough. Fellas, let's move our attention towards the Veto. We're in best of 3s now, so this is, at times where map pools can be exposed. What are we feeling in this one?
I think Just Swing are likely going to lean into a nuke, but I also think Chinggis Warriors can exploit the fact that, there is the Anubis that sticks out a little bit just in terms of repetitions for Just Swing. They have not played it in recent history.
I think they're going to ban it. I don't know if they're going to ban out Train. Oh, so they do ban out Train. That's interesting.
Train is their permaban.
I thought they actually would stay away from it because I know Chinggis Warriors have played it, but Chinggis Warriors have largely been like banning it in first or second phase, depending on who they're going up against. So they actually end up picking the nuke on the Chinggis Warriors side, Michael.
Yeah, I guess it's better to go with that sort of, I guess, unforeseeable quantity, or I guess the most expected map that you want, but also controlling that narrative. And Just Wing have gone with the Ancient, so we're
back.
I guess
Ancient Champions League.
I guess we're.
I do wonder if this was a mistake.
Oh no, wait, no, they
though.
banned it.
I do wonder if this was a mistake, though, to actually not go for the Anubis pick over here, right? This is going to be the clear-cut Inferno coming through. So Just Wing have been allowed to ban out the two maps that they just do not play. So what could have been very awkward territory instead become Chinga's Warriors saying, hey, we're going to play Nuke. And as good as they might have been in the past on Nuke, I don't think this is an incredibly strong map for them either. The one good thing is, on paper, all three of these maps are pretty good for Chinga's Warriors.
So what are we feeling, fellas? Do you think this goes all three?
I personally don't.
What are you thinking then?
I am hoping that the Chinga's Warriors are fired up after that close call would change the game. I think they should be the better team today.
Okay.
Thing is, I think Chinga's Warriors should win, but I'm really scared about this Nuke. And on Ancient, like honestly, I would even favor Just Wing on Ancient if not for the Marek vulnerability.
Sure.
That's the only reason why I say otherwise. But I actually think on Nuke, Marek could end up being somewhat overlooked. It's a map where you do have the ability to cover yourself up on the CT side a lot more. You have a lot more interplay with teammates directly. There's less head-to-head duels than maybe other maps would have you offering. So I do think that Chinga's Warriors might have stepped in it by picking Nuke instead of Anubis.
This is kind of a brains versus bronze matchup. Like Just Swing, I think definitely have the better caller, but the firepower is I mean, you can't ignore it on Chinga's Warriors.
Well, let's find out, fellas. We're heading in towards the best of three to decide who we're going towards the playoffs. Nuke is where we kickstart things. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Neo. I really firmly believe Marek may have been probably the best sort of just caller that we've had in this part of the competition in the close qualifiers. And sure, they find themselves in the lower bracket trying to vie for a place through those playoffs. But let's see whether Marek needs to put up the firepower or whether he can control his pieces to succeed for him.
This team is called Just Swing, not Just Call.
Coolest is doing all the swinging. P250 outside, a couple of shots downrange, but nothing collected. Aefire out from door, and there's a couple collected towards this A bomb site. Decent trades here for the CTs, but they're still down that extra man.
It's good to see Rue being able to get involved early on as well. He had a real stinker of a game in Inferno, and he will be critical. Meanwhile, Lulu and Gas, two players without whom Just Swing will not stand a chance here. And right now, they might not stand a chance in this retake anyhow. Initial peaks does reveal where Ariuko is playing in from. Aefire will be leaving Gas to take a straight 1 versus the man. And while Aefire is going to be revealing position as he runs out of bullets, Ariuko does the same. Now, doors closed on him. Suddenly, this is not too favorable, but Ariuko wins unfavorable duels for dinner, breakfast, and lunch. I don't know if there's any more meals in between, but Lulu can't have any of them. He's dead.
Yeah, nice little self-flash there for Ariuko as well. Even if he didn't get the kill, it gave Coolest the confidence to close out the round. A quick play towards that A-bomb site, but not before Coolest tried to set some intentions on outside. The A players were kind of caught in no man's land slightly, I guess just trying to change up their setup slightly so they can support from main. And ultimately, they get crunched. Just Wing going in with the force buy in the second round. Scouts is out in the hands of Vance, who we've been impressed by more and more as the tournament has progressed.
He's shown he's got some spunk in him, that's for sure. Scout is not playing up from heaven, otherwise he could have had a real good chance there. Lulu back in ramp, playing slightly more passively. Aefire will be scaling up, and Gas on the Deagle. Can be a dangerous hand with it, but when he's got a smoke in his hand, there's not really any danger.
I'll see if Lulu sticks around behind this smoke. About 5 more seconds on it, I think. And an HE that will signal his retreat.
He hasn't really retreated, though. Maybe he should have. Takes a shot. Puts him down in 10 HP, well, Gas will find the one. And look, as you're scaling down in towards this lower bomb set, you have to be very careful that you don't just lose another player to the Deagles. Lulu is going to be hidden away as well. You spot him out, but he turns from the Molotov. Controllers will get the kill for free. And Gas with the AK is playing with the idea of even maybe going back to save. This is going to be a really difficult retake, and with smokes down on the ground, you might be best off cutting your losses.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a smoke themselves. The problem will just be having to wait out these smokes and getting back into that site, because, again, they came into this round with no kids.
Well, that smoke's been used. Coolest will find himself the first, and right now the CTs feel like they're much more likely to maybe fight for damage and actually. Oh my God, gas!
Come on, man, that's
That's
not okay.
not reasonable.
That's not okay.
AK will be recovered, but only temporarily so. Marek looked for the fight, and Aryuka looked for the money.
Yeah, I mean, got his 3 kills on an MP9 and also retrieves the AK back, so very satisfied with how that one went. An upgrade and cash? Thank you very much. Good call here from the Chinggis Warriors. A little slowdown that, yeah, Gas, in fact, did not stop for that instant headshot, but it didn't cascade into any more damage. I think that was also one of the growing worries for the Chinggis Warriors, is that Aryuka and his individual ability did seem a little weaker than we had become used to. But we saw in that earlier game against Change the Game that he himself can still hit those heights.
And I'm glad to see that he's obviously a player that we've, you know, maybe him and Zeralto is always my 2 power rookies, quote unquote, to actually be moving forward. Yeah. Who I always thought would be eventually called into like a Yami-esque position to try and compete with the Mongols.
Yeah, even though they're technically older than Senzu, you know, kind of in that same class.
Same generation of players to come into their own. But that's where, unfortunately, it's all about who catches Mara and Blitz's eye, and they're going to be hoping to maybe shoot them in the eyes instead later on. Right now, they have different opponents to deal with.
There's just simply only so many places on a roster.
Yeah, and with Blitz and Techno taking 2 of them.
Well, you're competing with children.
It's the only place where you don't want to compete with children, maybe.
Yeah, we are all equal on the server. A minor technical hiccup as we jump into this game. Sure, a couple of back-to-back rounds, some smooth stuff here for the Chinggis Warriors so far.
Is there anywhere else you wouldn't want to compete with children? I think finger painting out loose pretty hard.
Nah.
They have more flexibility. They've got smaller fingers.
Nah, it's not about that.
Yeah?
People always say like, oh, my son or my daughter is an artist.
Well, I'm saying children like 15-year-olds, to be fair.
Okay. I mean,
right, like Senzu's 15, 16 when he first gets out of the Mongols. We're not talking about 4-year-olds here, Michael.
To be fair, when I went back to my old secondary school as an alumni and I looked on the wall, some of the artwork that the students had done, and these guys are like, were my age at one point, or I was their age, I guess is the right way to say that. Yeah, some of the art was actually quite impressive, you know? I'm no artist. But even compared to the artists I knew, I was like, they're a step above.
They're getting better. YouTube really be helping out.
Yeah, classic, the next generation, they do it better than the previous.
And maybe Just Swing can be a testament to that being false. Marek is hoping to be the man of the old generation to go forward headfirst into the main event.
I mean, surrounded by new gen players though, bar Gas.
Maybe that's a secret. But it's a secret that has not helped them find a round so far. Just Swing on their first full gun round will be hoping to buck that trend.
It's another time that Lulu has decided to play behind that smoke. If they ever try and HE that, he could be in for a very bad time.
Or he could be in for a very good one.
I mean, it's just the fact that he's holding one side of the smoke instead of staring into it.
Yeah.
He'd have to make a quick adjustment. Not
He's
something
gold.
that they should have to worry about now, because Chinggis Warriors are down towards the lower bomb site via secret.
And it's gold over company. That means that it will be a faster rotate down towards the lower bomb site to actually protect it as well.
But no one's moved. I mean, no one's considering that rotate as of now. Lulu even lost that secondary player. Just Swing seem pretty much none the wiser that they're down lower until they hear that Molotov.
They just didn't have any information at all around the entire map, so they felt like outside was a worrisome position as well. Retaking into the lower bomb site is an absolute nightmare too, especially when you've got an AWP coming in through ramp.
They're just so deeply out of position. Like, you don't have that first sentry, you don't have someone that can insert themselves into the bomb site before the plant. You have nothing to slow down this Chinggis Warriors hit, and sure, they have a kit available via QQ, but they're just going to feel like there is no way back into this round, and so they won't even really try for it.
Well, this might be the easiest gun round Chinggis Warriors have ever won.
I mean, even when you lack information, if you're leaving outside as open as they did,
You definitely consider just sending one player downstairs.
Yeah,
just
I mean,
in case.
just
Yeah.
like play from the decon steps or double doors. Hell, you can even sit inside of control or plant yourself behind the silo on B. You know, there's a number of ways that you can account for it while not losing information around the map.
And when you've got an op, you can even just play bottom ramp, right, and sort of play that double ramp-ish as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just Swing perhaps not really showing the prowess I was hoping to see from them on Nuke. And Genghis Warriors so far very comfortable having picked into their own strengths. I do wonder as well, Just Swing probably did expect this to be an Anubis pick coming forward, right? That's probably what they've prepared for in their own head. Hans, despite being flashed off, does not move away. QQ God has found the first, but not the second, and Ariukel's the one to get the second kill. Rook's right there with him. And when they know they've taken down the Opera, they can feel very comfortable just making a beeline out for those stairs.
So much confidence in the way that Chinggis Warriors are playing currently.
And that's what happens whenever Rooks is actually hitting his shots. This team looks like they've had all their light bulbs turned on.
Yeah, I mean, it's typically E-Fire or Rooks that's looking to be like the 4th, 5th players on the server. I mean, just by process of elimination, Controles, Coolest, Ariukel, those are the guys that usually have influence. But I agree, you know, especially with the uptick we've seen from E-Fire, some of the flashes we get from Rooks, when everything is on, this team is pretty hard to stop.
And it would be upsetting for Just Swing if they end up being the only team in the end that doesn't manage to put another chip in the armor of Chinggis Warriors. Everyone's taken a bite out of them so far, and it felt like maybe there wasn't going to be enough left for Just Swing to really sink their teeth into, but turns out they've got too much to swallow.
Well, I expect going into the next gun round there will be a tactical pause called by Just Swing. They've been pretty good about doing that, in fact. And I think even in the game against Rare Atom, they had a timeout. They started to string some rounds together. They kind of caught Rare Atom off a few times, even especially on their Ancient T side. And it was CT that seemed to be their issue, and it will certainly be the case here against Chinggis Warriors. A 5-0 start from the Mongolians. I was expecting this to maybe be in the next gun round because they won't have like an actual good buy. Oh no, they do.
They've got some money.
Yeah, it's.
And look, I don't blame them. You're down 0-5. It's Nuke, your CT side. You need to start fighting.
Yeah, it's just gonna have it's just gonna have its shortfalls. I mean, the 0-5 start. I mean, when you force buy and you lose that, well, you're playing like one actual gun round, really?
Well, look, no. It's been 2 gun rounds. Just didn't play one of them.
Yeah. That's true.
And in a situation like that, I do understand Just Swing the feeling that they might have that they just have to fight, they have to play. The issue is, what kind of play do you make? If you're going for one of the straightforward ones like a lobby crunch or a late peek in from stairs, Chinggis Warriors are likely going to be predicting those.
QQ looks to drive the issue. Aggressive in through door, blew open, and they will be able to collect at least via gas. Outside control is taken, but Chinggis look to transition down towards that lower site. This was the vulnerability last time, Just Swing not making that rotate. But QQ, after his aggressions through door, did dive those vents.
The smoke's not got too much longer on it. QQ has to be careful. He's really the only player here who's going to be able to put up a defense. 1 kill is mandatory. It absolutely is. Despite him having taken those initial points of aggression, now he spots out 3 more players. Trying to quietly escalate up, but he's taken too much time. Rooks will be in the bomb site, and with the Molotov covering off an angle of ramp, he was hoping to find and finish Lulu. The double molly will still keep these CTs away, but the advantage is there.
They're just going to get funneled, though. I mean, there's 3 players coming in from ramp, and one side is completely smoked off.
Coolest can just move through the smoke as well. He's got no worries about it. Efar has given him the call. That's exactly what Coolest is doing. He's going to take this peek from behind as well. Efar somehow gets 2, and he's still being able to play around the smoke that they've thrown defensively. And with Just Swing having advantages twice over, the 5 versus 4, the 4 versus 3, but it never felt like they had control.
They just get decimated, and this CT side is getting destroyed. Every amount of aggression, even if they're finding advantages, they cannot retain them. That lower bomb site has been abused a multitude of times already so far in this half. It's only 6 rounds of play, but outside of the pistol, it's pretty much almost always been the lower site. QQ investigating his mouse to see what may have gone wrong, but
I'm glad there wasn't a technical timeout called immediately after.
yeah, but it goes further than just the shooting. Right now, Chinggis Warriors are just doing better tactically, and that's not how I thought this would go.
Well, the shooting at least is, you know, turning around a little bit. 3 early kills as they continue to fight, but Ariuko barely gets his first death. 9-1 right now. And if 2 numbers are enough to tell a story, I can tell you the end of it is not happily ever after for Just Swing.
Yeah, you needed a Mirage clutch there, but he got spotted just as eFire emerged out of that door smoke. And so he was a dead man walking. Went for the lobby crunch, and it's just a shame for them that they deal with that first line of defense, and they do not account for Ariuko also picking up the slack. But that's kind of what Ariuko does.
Yeah. And that's what he's been doing all tournament long.
I thought this was going to be a close game. I thought this was going to be a brawl, a blitz.
It's a blitz.
He may be Mongolian, but he's not the whole team.
No, I meant a blitz like it's just fast.
Yeah.
You know, like the actual meaning of the word.
Yeah, no, fair enough. My dumb joke.
It's all right, Michael. Lulu's trying to find an awkward angle. Lulu's trying to make sure the angle's awkward for them and not for him, though. And he's not sure which way it'll go, but I can tell you with the way Controllers is clearing these angles, it was only one way. Vance reveals position as well as he's retreating backwards. They're going to be expecting him, watching out. And it's going to be navigation around. It's back over to Hell, perhaps? No, they clear it out, and they're waiting for eFire to make this move. eFire is the one who's actually called them back down under, and Just Swing, you have to have this conversation. Can you even fight for this round?
Did they do too much homework on Just Swing? Because players are getting shot, fully read into, hard cleared, shot in the back. Feels like sometimes they get fair duels, but even when they have those opportunities, they are currently not collecting on them. And that's only when they have good reads. But Chinggis Warriors are the only ones that seem literate here on Nuke.
Help him out, Michael. Make a picture book, please.
I'm not an artist.
Well,
I've already explained.
I can tell you neither are Just Swing right now.
I can only paint bad pictures. That's my job.
Well, right now, I think you're the one who's got the brush on the canvas for the Just Swing story. 8 rounds for Chinggis Warriors and none, zilch, nada for Just Swing.
I don't know what the counter reaction has to be. I mean,
winning.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I meant more about the process. That's why your teachers will always tell you to show you're working. I don't care if you give me an answer. I need to know that you understand it.
Right now, I'm fine with an answer. Treat it like an MCQ, Just Swing. Just pick a choice and stick to it.
MCQ as in multiple choice quiz.
Question, yeah.
Or question, sure. Can't hit me with acronyms.
Well, Just Swing, they can't hit you with anything, hey.
Well, that certainly seems to be the case.
Oh,
I mean,
leg spotted. Oh no, he didn't get the kill.
That's really not enough.
Controllers found Marek in the meanwhile. And we might be joking, but it is Gallows humor. You can see the guillotine swinging. QQ God trying desperately to stop the blade from coming down, and maybe this can be the round where they do just come out on top. A 4 versus 2, surely Chinggis Warriors can't bring it back here.
This was a good adjustment. I mean, Lulu just understanding that sometimes when he's been playing static at ramp that they've just been clearing for him. So he gave up his ground, and he's just hoping that no one has actually, I guess, slid in behind him. But even then, Lulu's not moving to try and retake that as an area. understands that they want to work this man advantage best as possible. Good damage onto Coolest, does not collect the kill, but that kind of paints a clearer picture here for Controles. Lulu, fantastic footwork, perfect positioning in this round. The fact that he gave away ramp and helped support the outside presence, you know, it kind of stops the A players from getting wrapped from outside. And just like that, it will be a Coolest save. So finally, 9 rounds into this game, Just Swing starts with a man advantage and convert off of it. All those early duels have mainly been fueled by gas.
And look, right out of Just Swing these past few rounds, they've actually been getting man advantages early on.
Yeah.
It's just they sometimes don't know what to do with it. I think Marek and company are realizing that man advantages cannot come at the cost of all map control.
Yeah, but you can see they're kind of trying a bit of everything. You know, Gas has typically just been inside of Garage and, you know, floating back and forth between that A-bomb site. This time he starts towards lower for those secret steps. Trying to remain unpredictable.
Oh,
they
that
know.
was so close.
And Gas knows they know.
Gas might want to back off over here, but no, he always looks to fight. They might have been expecting his retreat. The jump spot will receive some damage, but Gas is out of there. Can't say the same about Vance. He felt like he had a window to maybe move in and see if he could take advantage of the chaos. Instead, he's swallowed up by it. Rooks is all the way into hell. He's so fast. Lulu just had no idea.
Oh my goodness, and this is a nerve-wracking fight for Marek, but Rook's in with a triple kill, carving a path straight through the Just Swing defense. I think Just Swing knew what they wanted to do this round. They just weren't allowed to do it.
Maybe they still have a chance. The bomb isn't in the possession of Chinga's Warriors. The time really isn't going in their favor, and Gas has been allowed to back off. Coolest. Flick is not on point. Coolest will retreat.
They got the bomb.
They do now. It's being dialed in as well. QQ's made the call. It's going to have to be a save.
I actually don't think they have a choice. I think they have to go for this.
Look, the round score says that, but I don't know how Coolest actually, rather QQ makes his way over. It's been so much time. They do have a kid, and with that kill,
that's a door wide
that
open.
kill could be the difference. If Coolest misses a shot, he might not even need to. The smoke used, the flash not effective, but controllers, it's taps all over the shop. Gas alone, hunting every moment, every second, and as Coolest counts, he can only hope that he had miscounted. It won't be the case.
And you saw him biding his time, counting Mississippis before the swing, and they just hoped, like you said, that he miscounted on that defuse, but his timing was perfect. This round gets real damn close, considering Rooks gets his triple kill. But in the end, Coolest in a clutch. He can close.
9-1, the win in the sails of Just Swing. Might never have really even been there. Vans down, Gas trades.
I just feel like Gas is almost always getting this kill outside, but it hasn't always resulted in round wins for them.
How much can he even do?
You need so much out of Gas. I mean, you need a lot out of QQ, who has been unable to get that same level of efficacy.
Ideally, you need a lot out of Vance as well, right? That's your big three that you're looking out to.
The spot from Lulu is weird, though. It might not be cleared.
He's hoping that that will be the case, but he's dropped down. No, he's given up his position. Gas now comes in, and where we ask, how much can he do? He asks himself, how much can I even look for? Looking for duels outside, looking for duels back in ramp. And now the defensive A. He'll be watching out from beyond the grave. Marek left up on heaven, smoked off, mollied off rather, and he's gone out for the fight. Good for one, and it's not enough.
Yeah, if he got the double, suddenly this round is right back into their favor. Ariukul already locking down the flank. And QQ, I mean, this ascent up the ladder seems like a death sentence. Ifar was watching out for it. A 1-on-3 that QQ will have to seed. This is already a double-digit scoreline coming out of the T side of the Chinggis Warriors. They picked into this nuke. A map that, listen, Just Swing certainly play a fair amount, but not to great avail. But it's clear that the Chinggis Warriors have done their research.
And that, you know, sort of accidental BM that I was talking about, right?
Sure.
From Just Swing. When QQ says, hey, yeah, we know all about Change the Game. We don't know much about Chinggis Warriors. I think he was telling the truth. But if they didn't know before, Michael, I think they're being educated.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the only actual record we have with Just Swing is all against Australian teams. And wow, one was a blowout that they win. One they got blown out by Semper Fi. I think that's fair. You know, a pretty solid sort of up-and-coming Oceanic team. And then they played a very close nail-biter overtime against Rooster to win. That was in a Blast Rising event.
Well, that smoke doesn't go where it's supposed to, and E-Fire has discovered it. I mean, he already might have known, to be fair. But he chooses to go through regardless.
How are they going to fumble this one?
Well, Rooks is about to show you, Michael. Comes in from behind. Two players have gone back to ramp. If Rooks is allowed to get anywhere close to hell, this round could still be over.
I'm prepared to be upset.
I'm prepared to watch you be upset, which is really even better. Gas turns around, take the peek. Gas has now removed what is really the only win condition that Chinggis Warriors had left.
Should be unlosable now.
You had to say it. But I think you're right. That's just covering off with the AWP. Just Swing primed and prepped for the second round. It's been slim pickings. It's been thin morsels. But they'll take what they can get.
Right. Well, we get a minor flash there from Just Swing at the end of the half. Not a player dropped, but they were doing nothing but dropping on that CT side. A 10-2 scoreline that I'm sure the Chinggis Warriors are going to be very, very satisfied with. They were genuinely running circles around them. They were shooting them in the back of the head. They were flanking. They were getting into the lower site without any defenders. No actual resistance being mustered up by Just Swing. And in a few instances where they were, it still wasn't enough to actually stop them from winning the round.
And I do honestly just think that, you know, what really characterizes this entire half is that first gun round, funnily enough, in Just Swing, where they get themselves an advantage. They're in a 5 versus 4, but it feels like, hey, yeah, you're literally never going to retake this. You just aren't in position to compete for the lower bomb site, and aren't in position was what it was until the first tactical timeout comes in. When that timeout came forward, Michael, sure, they started being more active around the map, but it didn't feel like it was anything beyond individual activity. It never felt like you really knew what to do with that.
It also didn't feel continuous. I mean, they had that timeout. They'd start to be more active and, you know, commit to these heavy rotates. And then they were like, okay, now that we've done that, maybe we can slow things down back again. But that actually just ended up not being the case. You know, the Chinggis Warriors did nothing but try and swing and take these fights and take space that was ripe for the picking. You know, if Just Swing don't have players that can stop you, outside of Gas, you know, punishing some of these plays around smokes, getting inside of smokes and doing a lot of sort of dastardly work outside. You would only usually get his one, and then it was just this macro element that seemed to be absent for Just Swing. They lost track of where the brunt of the aggression was likely to come next.
Yeah.
I might regret saying I thought Marek was the best in-game leader we had at this stage of the tournament, because him and the gang were kind of made to look like fools in this first half.
And I do wonder if all the preparation for Adam is all the preparation they really even had. And again, Michael, some part of me would like to believe that Just Swing thought this would be an Ubis pick. Right? Just Swing thought that they were fully prepared for Chinggis Warriors to exploit them on a map they haven't played.
Sure.
And maybe that's Scopium. It could be. But that's all I have.
Yeah.
That's all they have.
That's fair enough.
They're down 2-10, Michael. It's the only olive branch I can offer without it being burned to a crisp by the heat of the Chinggis Warriors.
I mean, the thing is, it's not like... It's pretty sound logic you go with, because Chinggis Warriors are actually a team that like to pick into their opponent's weaknesses. They do it fairly frequently in their online tournaments. they will see a map that you are not great on, that you don't permaban, and just think, yeah, well, we're just going to keep adding to that tally of teams that have beat you on it. But this was a map that didn't have a lot of reps for Just Swing, but they'd still been able to find some success. It's just it was all against Aussie teams.
And we've already seen how Aussie teams do in the ACL.
Yeah, they haven't been great at this event. There are some great ones out there, but
they come later.
Yes.
Their flights are scheduled for probably the 4th of May.
I'm hoping they go a little further than that.
I mean, flights in.
Oh, yeah, flights in.
Yeah, you know, like,
yeah. Sorry.
I ain't talking BM before they're even here, Michael.
The change of, you know, the dates and our breaks.
Yeah.
I lose track of time.
Just Swing are hoping that they can lose track of that first half and the success in the second. Lulu will at least start off with a good opener. And they're dropping down. Look, that is awkward. Third one doesn't quite go. Did Marek make his way over at least with the bomb? Right, okay, he did.
Yeah.
Okay. Goodbye, Lulu.
Nice.
Goodbye, Vance. Goodbye, Round.
There's no one that's actually there to stop them. And yeah, just running down those vents, Coolest will catch that rotate. And they know about Marek, so he just gets destroyed. They had everything they wanted there. They got a kill, a couple in fact. Broke into B, got a plant, but they left that decon door wide open. And that fast rotate down the vents was all that was needed to bring Jinga's Warriors back in.
End their misery.
It's just the fact that Rooks gets the kill door, goes down vent, and flanks decon, and no one is even looking at him.
No one has an idea.
Yeah, they just don't expect him to do
loud. Rooks probably didn't even expect to get much other than
Yeah,
information.
it's like, wait, why are they not looking at me?
Yo, guys, you switch sides. You know this, right? HG to pop open, controllers to be popped.
A bit ambitious, but given the way that this game has been going, I'll excuse it the first time. E-Fire, that's a very solid kill. I mean, they tried to flash out for Lulu to maybe even break into those vents. They wanted to link up with this ramp play, but Rooks and Coolest combining for a couple in at ramp, but they will be stopped right then and there.
E-Fire's already there.
But they might not continue to be.
Either way you go, it is going to be danger.
They've got the better weapons, though.
Yeah, but they don't have the HP for it. All right, that makes things easier. Marek will be able to find Ariukul and put him to the side. E-Fire also doesn't really feel fully comfortable rotating down. I like that Marek stays up top in Heaven as well. But E-Fire could be coming in for the flank. Marek, are you going to watch out for it? And if so, then how long?
He could get timinged, especially MP9 jumping up the ladder. It has great accuracy while in midair.
E-Fire's not looking for the timing. He's looking for the easy duel. The backstab will not be given it.
This is a good route to take, though.
Do they have kits on the site is all I'm worried about.
No one died on the site.
Well, then they don't. Well, Marek's dead and he won't have a kid. That much I can tell you. Vance is left with 17 HP. E-Fire has 1 clutches today already, but this one is literally impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it took so long to take that route, and yeah, there just weren't any kits to be retrieved. There will be no rifles brought forward, though, here for Just Swing. Going out with the bomb.
I'm quite surprised Controllers doesn't get a double kill in ramp over there. It did feel like he was set up for it.
Yeah, it can't always be double kills.
Tell that to E-Fire.
Controllers just missed his timing. I mean, the nade blew up in the smoke far earlier than when he actually got there, and then it started to rebuild.
Don't look so disappointed. You're up 11-3.
Game's not finished until it's finished.
That's what we're hoping for.
I like that there's no smiles only when you're winning. Gotta get locked in from start to finish. Jinga's Warriors have already had far too many close calls this tournament. Closing would be nice, but may not be simple. Opening kill here for Vance outside. And a little counter action here for the Chinga's Warriors. Ariukul sliding his way through door.
While it's a great position to be in, I don't know how many targets he's actually
They're coming back from outside.
going to be able to fight with, yeah. 5-7 is a good weapon for the multi-frag, but this might not be the position for it. Yeah,
Great
taken down immediately. Lulu's the one to lead the charge, so he doesn't even really get information about how many players there are still. Rotations are making their way over. Controllers could be caught on the ascent. No, he's caught Marek instead. Marek tosses utility controllers, recognizes his opportunity, and with that, Just Swing start to move over to the lower bomb side where EFAR is already sitting and waiting. Chingues Warriors, advantage found, gas is low.
Yeah, plan B didn't work. Let's try plan C. They try and reroute after getting into that lower bomb site, but they recognize that there could be more than just that one player there. 20 seconds. And they're still dead silent. Rooks could have a simple kill ahead of him. The spam from Vance. He will be denied access to the heavens. Vance needs to make that ascent, and they lose gas all in the process. Vance will try desperately, but Rooks hits the shot.
Rooks was left with 1 HP after that spam.
He was already low on health.
He was on 5 before, 1 afterwards. And the round would have been difficult regardless, don't get me wrong, but at least there would have been that possibility. Just Swing. Just do not have a chance here.
Yeah, I mean, a great round from Controllers from the early fights he had with the FAMAS, also catching the timing on Marek. It just made Just Swing super uncomfortable. They had to constantly change what they wanted to do and find another way out, only for there to be just dead ends everywhere. A 9-round deficit moving into this T side where you have only Deegs to fight back with.
Not ideal.
And so they go dry outside.
Wow.
That's fantastic from Gas.
I don't even know how he gets that.
Yeah. Maybe a minor miracle that could provide something here for the Chinese.
Controllers could end up having his head taken off as well. He doesn't want to take this fight. Maybe he does, but I don't know if this is the best of decisions. This is a sloppy fight, and Marek will punish. Suddenly a 5 versus 3 where 2 AKs have been recovered as well. Ariuko on outside is going to be kept busy. QQ, God knows, is all about time, and those extra 2 seconds might be enough.
And no one's even close. Rotate that's available here via Ariuko. The best way back in, it's a big whiff from Gas. You do not want to give ample opportunity to Ariuko while he takes distraction. EFAR's already slid down those vents to Decon.
Kulis has already found a kill as well, and as they start to scale up, the T's try to close the distance. Instead, they're going to have their chances closed. Vance needs 2 big ones, and he's missing them. It's a round of whiffs and a game of disappointments from Just Swing. They will end on just 3 rounds on their opponent's map pick.
They got outclassed, genuinely outclassed on the Chingues Warriors pick. An abuse of the map pool onto Just Swing. But it was clear that the Chingues Warriors had a clear game plan that they executed near flawlessly. They were getting flanks, they were breaking bomb sites where there were no defenders. This nuke did not offer up any goodness for the Just Swing side. We saw good stuff individually from Gas, but he was only usually good for that 1 kill. And when we put importance on the stars, both him and QQ were neutered on this map.
I think we've said enough about this one. Let's let another person, an impartial observer, come in for it. Now, you have anything?
It's the Chingues Warriors that are a major contender team. They looked actually, for the most part, flawless across the board. You know, once again, I hate to kind of beat a man while he's down. Marek was getting exposed like crazy. Even though he doesn't run away in the numbers department, I actually think Controllers on those entries, he just ran at Marek. He did it, me and Gavin were talking about it, we like kind of felt bad for him because there was a few times where he would actually just hold W into Ram and just swing onto him and win the aim duel. And I think it's one of those where now you look towards this Just Swing side where no one's really stepped up. Sure, Gas, like you said, Yumi, he had his moments, right? But he needed a lot of help. And as a whole, he still even wasn't flying himself, right? We need, I mean, how do you even turn yourself around mentally into map number 2?
Yeah, but I mean, to be honest, I mean, Lulu was the ramp player that was getting just completely owned, to be honest. I mean, Marek, I think, you know, was often left in these sort of rotate positions, but he didn't actually provide much support or much, he didn't sort of alleviate the strain that they were feeling on the map, which is, you know, I think when I came into this game, I did expect more of a tactical element here from Just Swing. I think they have the capability for it. I think Marek is a very accomplished in-game leader and building teams to be competent on the tactical maps, but Chinggis Warriors did show just a level above. You know, maybe Just Swing pushed Rare Atom pretty damn deep, but it's very apparent that Just Swing did not come in as prepared for the Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, and now one map away as well from elimination, not making it to our playoffs, which would actually really hurt Just Swing for obviously a multitude of reasons, but more so just because that thought process of yesterday's game where we could have pushed it towards a third and we could have actually really even caused an upset there, and now a completely new to, as you put it, performance coming through from this Just Swing side, and man, you're looking towards map number 2, and Tito, I don't feel great about it, if I'm being completely honest.
Look, I'll play devil's advocate at the very least. I said this to Michael a couple of times on cast. I think Just Swing were taken aback by the fact that it was Nuke and not Anubis. I will play devil's advocate and say they should have a better time on Ancient. But also, on the flip side, it's hard to have a worse time than you did on Nuke, Ryan.
Yeah, it's true. You know, we've been highlighting Kukugo quite a lot as well, and you know, as you can see by the numbers department, not exactly what you want to see for a guy who has statistically been the performer for this side. So yeah, I mean, difficult. You only got one player even cracking into double digits. It just never ever got going. I mean, for Chinggis Warriors, this is more like it. This is a side that should have that ability to make deep runs in a tournament like this, be a real contender, you know, in that next stage, cause upsets, get wins, be able to kind of push far in towards brackets. This is what we want to see. If they can give them towards map number 2, this is the, you know, I'll forget the rest of the early part of this tournament where we have been questioning them and say, that's more like it. This is what we want to see.
I do wonder if this is also a bit of a case of, hey, you know, Garnet just sat them down and had a conversation. They were like, guys, you see what you just did on Inferno, right? Did you see how close that got? That should never have been that close. And I wonder if they're helped by that, but I'm just glad that by the time we get into the best of 3s, Chinggis Warriors are actually here to fight.
Yeah, interesting as well. We saw in towards that opening best of 1. You know, I was telling you guys a little bit off. So Connor just sitting in the crowd, right? He wasn't even actually behind them for that. But this game he was, right? You know, he came and joined them, and I feel like it made a real world of difference as well. They really needed, I think, a little bit of an experienced voice and just a bit of a level head, right? But like, guys, calm down in that best of 1 game where they did lose a bit of their control after that strong start. This time, none of that. They had that guy behind them if they needed to, but they never did need to, if we're being completely frank.
I think the biggest disappointment that I have is that Just Swing were just getting a lot of entries and just not actually converting on those rounds. I think they were like 7-2 between both Gas and QQ in some of those early aggressions, and then they were almost always given back some way back to the Chinggis Warriors. So, you know, if you get 10 entries on a map, and you only get 3 rounds together, something's gone wrong in your, you know, understanding of how the round is developing.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I really did like on the T side for Chinggis Warriors, not that he was running away numbers-wise, but I think Kulis's control of outside was actually really strong. He didn't need to be too aggressive. He didn't need to be too kind of push far forward. I mean, we look at players like Rue as well, who was also very, very solid there.
Was great.
But as a whole, we like what we saw. Chinggis Warriors, map number 2 coming up next. It's not their pick, but we'll have to see if they can put up a similar side of performance. For now, a break.
Taking up too much time, it's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your worst. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, shaping the road to my victory. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving
Let's roll.
《极限操作》就用野蛮部落。累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Alrighty, welcome back. Map number 2 coming up momentarily. Fellas, we've touched on the Veto quite a bit, right? That nuke felt like a little bit of a curveball. Map number 2's heat time doesn't. It's pretty relatively expected. The question is, though, for me, T-Time, do you think they Just Wing have got enough off the back of such a awful performance, basically? Can they mentally bounce back?
I actually think it might be better because of how bad the performance was.
It can't get any worse.
No, like genuinely, it's a lot easier to put behind a performance where you all know, you can all look in each other's eyes and be like, "All right, listen, guys, we all sucked.
Yeah.
Let's forget about it."
It's probably also less mental strain as well, Yumi, right? Like, if you have like a double OT or like you go 13-11 and you miss out because of one mini mistake, I feel like that dwells a little bit more. 13-3, there's nothing in it.
Yeah, but I feel like it's easier to brush off like a 13-2 where you're trailing like 12-0 and you get 2 more rounds and just think like, oh, well, we just had a better first half. Things would have gone much better. They were it's not like they weren't getting advantages. They weren't like actually able to find ways into the rounds, and they still got outclassed. I don't think that they actually will be able to brush this off so simply. I mean, yes, maybe they just didn't prepare for a nuke, and that was the massive curveball that T-Time's been saying. But I worry that there may not be a path to recovery, even if they did test Rare Atom on this very map.
We'll have to find out as well. Map number 2 coming up now. It's about survival for Just Swing and potential qualification as well on the flip side. We'll have to see. It's Ancient up next.
Well, Ancient has given us some very, very good games so far.
We've played so many of them.
Yeah, I mean, percentage-wise, you're likely to get the best ones in Ancient,
That's
I suppose.
true, yeah. We just have the highest sample size.
And let's see whether that sample size continues to deliver over here. Pistol round, we'll see Just Wing start off on the CT side, and Gas on the dualies is hoping to break blood and not bread, and that's exactly what Gas does. He was finding a lot of openings back in Nuke as well. Let's hope that this goes better for them.
Yeah, let's see if they can hold on to it this time over. Far more familiar with this map. Flash is great, though. Definitely funnels these players into one side of Cave. eFire still retaining that control, keeping that pressure applied, finds his kill, and Controles also gets the entry. eFire, in fact, doubling up and dealing with both players inside of Cheetah. It's only Lulu that remains, and it's a very fast headshot initially to break back into this bomb site. He wants to press that issue, though. It didn't have a kit, and Ariuko will be that final knockout blow.
What an incredibly disappointing round. Like, oh my god.
Go on.
The fact that Vance doesn't find anything over there in itself is a little bit criminal to me. You've got the dualies in a very narrow angle with two people peeking into you. But afterwards, you have two players coming out of Cave. You've heard two of your opponents dropping down. Yep. You've also gotten confirmation of them going out towards Vance, so you just have to clear out your side, swing out, and be okay. They jiggle peek one by one. They die. They lose every advantage. And again, they have an advantage here too, Michael, but at this point, 4 versus 5 for Chengiz Warriors is pretty much home territory.
Let's see if they have a better chance at it. The first kill onto Controllers was great. A good flash timing on that mid control, but it was just immediate spring to action here for Chengiz Warriors on A. And while those smokes are up, they will get that plant down, not taking too much damage as well to all this spam that Just Swing offer up. They do have a couple smokes. The flash doesn't do anything. The SMGs just chew out the Temple players.
Yeah, Just Swing is going to have to try and scale up and take these duels fast, but Ariuko on the back lines with the MP7. eFire is helping him out.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Fantastic double kills already in this game from eFire. In the pistol, containing the Cheetah players, and now as well in the after plant. Just as Just Swing get the smoke down on the bomb site, eFire answers in a big way with the spray.
And look, that's fine. It's okay, right? It's a forced buy. You did get the advantage. You did put yourself in a decent enough position. It's okay. That's all right.
I might have to look at the stats after today and look at how many 4 versus 5s Chengiz Warriors have won, because it must be high just
Why
from
would
this
you do
series.
that to yourself?
I just want to know.
Like reading the text from an ex. It's just going to cause pain.
Well, you know,
maybe you're the ex sending the text.
I just also don't... I don't do that. It's my morbid curiosity.
Rooks right now is playing with fire, and it turns out he can juggle and jiggle it quite well. Gets all the money, decides, you know what, I don't actually want this Mac 10 in the next round.
Yeah, Rooks was also, I think, crying for help a little bit. Like, I think he's chasing me. It's like, cool. This is like, are you sure? 100%. Are you positive?
Well, just let me make sure there's no one in cave. Brother, there's no one in cave.
He's coming at me. But he still died, but at least
These
that's
guys
all the
would
damage
never
that was
survive
done.
a horror movie.
I'm not sure I trust your call completely.
Just Swing come out now with their first full gun round. It will be featuring a 2-on-2, interestingly enough. Mark is leaving himself quite lonely, and in his loneliness, he will be killed.
We can't forget how much Marek got abused on this B-bomb site, especially against Rare Atom. I'm sure Chengiz Warriors would have looked at that and thought about this as a potential vulnerability to exploit as well. Wow.
My God, that's just not excusable. It's also just the straight 1-to-1 duel, and as Rooks will turn around, Marek is low, Marek is scared, Rooks is hopping inside a very narrow passageway. And Marek dare not spam.
He switched to his knife, and I think he took a couple swings, and once he realized he didn't get the kill, yeah, just able to evacuate.
He's a fighting man. No one will ever take that away from him. These are quite low players on this D side, so going into a heavily fortified B site will not be an easy call to make. And that's why they don't make it. That's why they go back to A, where they've already found a kill. It'll be Gas playing from the back of the side. Controllers will not be expecting this. Perhaps he will be spotted, perhaps not. Gas will be able to get himself the 1 kill, make it 2. The bomb's been dropped as well, and Gas with 3. Or at least that's what I would like to say if Vance hadn't stolen one away. He's happy with giving it up though. He's still got more targets to fight for. And as Vance will pull out the USB, he's been given the call. Hey, I digged him! I digged him! 8 seconds. They're spamming. They're pushing. They want to go through the smoke and now they realize they can't. As Coolest will be able to dial to the digits, he'll also pick up an AK. He gets away! He gets away! The game is still very much on. The deep flash will go too deep! And Lulu retains sanity.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the fact that he was able to escape, he was kind of boxed into position there, but by committing to that wide swing, he bypassed one player. He got the one-on-one he needed, and the fact that Marek was so low health, if that Coolest first bullet had ended up being a headshot, the one that he tags Lulu with, so very doable. Some shenanigans afoot. A great round from Gas, all in all. Committed to a pretty one-and-done position, but his gamble paying off. Coolest could tell that that was also a feasible situation, even on his slither of health. So with the way that things have been...
Marek is playing from.
Yeah, he's playing inside of Cave.
It's really just not in a position to be able to really get any information at all.
Yeah, but they weren't contesting mid. They didn't actually want to fight for mid.
Gas flying through. Continues to spray out. Quick HE to clear the smoke. Will be given another fight versus E-Fire, and Gas is a man who never stopped performing.
That's beautiful. I mean, HE to blow the smoke and just a quick tap.
Controllers has just gone through it though. He's going to find two players who turned away, and why go for them when you can try and stab the A side in the back?
This would be crazy.
It is getting crazy, Michael. Two players in donuts makes it harder to backstab though.
If he routes through Temple, there's a higher chance they could actually look back to clear it.
He's cleared out almost everything.
He should expect that there's two here. Surely they don't leave this as a massive gap.
Gas is dead. QQ, no! He saves him!
Yeah.
And Controllers' misread could cost him the round. Chinggis Warriors are now suddenly in a 5-on-2 rather than a 3v5 with a juicy morsel to bite on. Still, Coolest defends, but he's got so much more to defend. He gets 2 kills, does his best in the process, but Just Swing will come out on top.
Yeah, there are 2 likely setups, unfortunately, there for Controllers, even though he had this potential to flank out on that A-bomb site. But, you know, that player that's inside of Donut just jiggling back and forth, keeping eyes on middle, he could also have had a teammate inside of Temple.
Yeah.
You know, that's what Controllers doesn't know. He took the chance that it was just this isolated man, but in fact it was a double Donut setup that catches him out. Had he been able to, you know, piece it together more by like swinging hard on the left-hand side, there was definitely a chance that, you know, he gets both kills. But he couldn't know. Could only assume.
Well, they're looking to paint a target on Marek's back, and with Tech9 being inside Cave already, Marek wants to have help. He will help himself. HE makes it a little bit more favorable duel for him. Aryuko will just sit here though. And Just Swing don't have a way to proceed forward. They hear the utility coming through. This is going to be a swarm. Marek needs 1, maybe even 2 in this position, and he almost delivers. It's great damage, but Rooks will trade. Lulu in the middle of the bomb site trying to peek out from behind the smoke, but blowing open that smoke could have been a mistake. One that Coolest quickly rectifies. Still, he's not able to plant the bomb. QQ spam will get the better of him.
He could just cut sound though. I mean, they did this early enough that he could have been anywhere, but Rook's such a great swing. A tap on the plant. He should have read on Vance now, especially with that incendiary. He knows exactly where he's positioned, and he should know it's the AWP as well. Vance could get timinged. He's hoping that Rook sits inside of the site and waits for a potential offering. But Rooks, I think, spots the shadow.
Vance turns around as well. I don't know. I don't think Rook spotted the shadow. Vance will have...
Oh, what?
He misses the shot!
Oh, dear.
The bomb could be planted. Vance is trying to close the distance. He won't be able to. He's realized too late. He's hidden in the cubby, but is he trapped or hiding? Oh. He is trapped! He is trapped on that B bomb site with Rooks.
That is tragic. A free kill. His timing perfect. And he simply cannot collect. And you don't get 2 chances. You don't get another offering as free as that. Rooks makes them work for it. And they were not up to the task.
And consolations going around the Just Swing comms. But all the messes in the world will not make you forget. That should have been your equalizer, losing out to a half by a dangerous game. You have a chance to fight back. He will do so. Vance delivers.
Could be a redemption round for him. Good kill, and now he's just able to fall back and wait for the reinforcements to come.
5-7 spam isn't quite in place, otherwise that could have been an interruption on the bomb. Vance has been taken down through the smoke, but Lulu keeps things in their favor. QQ's 5-7 is just as deadly as any other weapon in this round. Don't look at him think that he doesn't have it. The only problem for Just Swing is the lack of the kit. Deep flash won't do anything. Controllers is not blind, but he will be taken down nonetheless. The double swing does not matter. Coolest and E-Fire put their heads, minds, and hands together.
And they create a death-defying crossfire. The high-low setup from Tree to Brokey.
Oh my god.
They clothesline the retake.
It's all 5 kills between them.
What the?
Coolest and E-Fire just doing more than you would have expected. After Controllers had missed on his spray, that could have been the round for Just Swing, and they may have been thinking that themselves. There is more bite to the Chinggis Warriors today. After all the bark, all the rumblings of a team that make the major for the first time, we just didn't get a pack of wolves. We got puppies instead. And well,
They're growing up real fast, Michael.
Yeah, they do.
Before you know it, razor sharp fangs, and you can't carry them in your lap anymore. But you know what? They're still a good boy.
Okay.
Yay.
That's where that stops.
Chinggis Warriors are not planning on stopping them, Michael. There are 6-2 up. 2 of those rounds might have been maybe overachievements in some ways, but still they had been found.
I just see rounds like this from Controllers where I just think, man, he's like a torpedo. When he knows against pistols, especially with that SMG, he is genuinely like a cruise missile. Now those are good flashes.
Yes, they are. Gas, however, is going to keep on going. Good spray-ish. I mean, I thought he'd add that.
That definitely could have been better.
Well, Marek's there to finish it off. Gas is just making sure Marek can pick up his numbers as well. He's a good teammate.
Good position here for Marek. Has the advantage on the fight as well as the health, even if things didn't, connect instantly on a headshot. So this is a decent position for E-Fire. I don't actually think they know he's here.
Yeah.
They will be vaguely suspicious.
It's just one of those things to check. He hears Gas. And with that util piece being missed.
Oh my goodness.
E-Fire doesn't have HP, but he does have a Molotov, and he does have the jump on Marek. He's moving back. He's looking for a duel. He wants to fight Red Room. Lulu will catch him looking away.
Yeah, I mean, he knew that Marek was going to be somewhere on his flank because his teammate had died earlier from that position, but the fact that Marek did not swing from ramp initially and kind of waited for his teammates to group up and spawn, actually a very, very smart move there from Marek. No reason to give away another isolated fight, especially when your position has been compromised. Some decent damage out from E-Fire towards the tail end of this round, but a solid hold, all in all, for Just Swing, and it comes off of some mid-aggression.
Timeout call for Chingas Warriors as they realize that these last few rounds that have been a little bit close as well in many places. They want to make sure that they can make the most of this first half. If they can end on 9, that would be ideal.
That did feel like a bit of a confidence bringer of a round. You know, it's not as though they didn't come in with a plan and they just simply hit their shots and were able to convert. They clearly discussed what they wanted to do. They wanted to go for this pacier play, and they
use a second timeout.
They picked Chingas Warriors apart. I think they have extended their timeout.
So, a lot to say for Carnage.
Couldn't get it out in 30 seconds. Sometimes your players interrupt you, though, is what I've learned.
But enough about birdies in the air. Falcons. Isn't that what you were referring to?
No, I think I was referring to, was it Hunter? Someone on G2, I think. Or
a lot of coaches interrupted is what we're learning.
I may be completely wrong. I think I know for a fact I am.
Yeah, there you go. But maybe Marek is all right in this position. Clears out most of lane and gives Lulu some space to work with. Now, this retake of lane is going to be incredibly critical. Lulu has backed off. Marek will just play the jiggle. This isn't actually the best setup for the CTs in what is coming for them. It's going to be quite isolated, and unless Marek hits some crazy shots, Lulu's going to be in a very difficult position. The smoke will not be disrespected though, and Rook's just trying to spray back through the smoke, almost finds gas, will not be the headshot he was hoping for. And the T's have been kept at bay.
I mean, they feel pretty contained right now. I mean, there's 4 players that can quick respond to this B bomb site, and just as these smokes are starting to fade, it'll make these mid players very uncomfortable. Controller's trying to find that timing, and he's got a player completely boxed in, and they know it too. Gas is completely stuck, and any attempts to support him are also meeting similar fire. Marek dead inside of Cheetah. Controllers just does not have an HE, doesn't have a molly, and so a support flash does bail Gas out. There's 3 players that are looking to collapse on this spot here from the CT side. They know that there's gunfights to be given, but it's Rooks and Coolest that find a pathway towards the A-bomb site.
And Lulu's been waiting since the start of the round for action he was promised. Instead, he has to rotate for it. He's still worried about it being B, and now he's decided, you know what, if it's not B, I might be forced to save. If he can get a quick kill, sure. There's a kit in mid, there's 2 in fact. Rooks will have the jump on him though. Lulu, oh, great shot. He's left alone with Coolest, who's been a damn good hand in the clutch, even more so on this site. And Lulu's worried because this could be anyone, anywhere. Coolest inches forward, head taken off, and Lulu just in time will give Just Swing that 4th round. No!
Oh!
Yes!
Oh my god! You couldn't decide. It was damn close. Coolest did not give himself time. He didn't give himself the information. He went for the swing instead of a jump peek. He didn't have health. So it was definitely a risk. But a very solid clutch there from Lulu. The headshot instantly inside of Donut, definitely allowing him that extra time needed to jump that bomb.
If that isn't a headshot, that's just 2 body shots, he loses the round.
Yeah.
That's a crazy thing.
Or even if he just, I mean, the more likely scenario sometimes, especially on those hairline angles, is that you spot the shoulder, you don't connect, and you just end up in this dance of death inside of Donut. He did not have that time to spare. Lulu was definitely someone we looked at in a very positive light, especially in the Rare Adam series on Ancient.
Yeah.
Did a lot of work towards that B-bomb site, especially in the wake of Marek being continuously bullied.
Forced buyout from Chingas Warriors. They want to fight for 8. But could this mean that they don't even get a real chance at 7? Yuki will not be sticking around for the T-side retake attempt. Understandably so. T's go forward. Rooks has his head taken off, but E-Fire trades. Gas has to be careful. What is going on? Lulu spots out a player with a knife in his hand will get the one, but not the second. Gas and Vance will fortunately still be able to come through, but a strange round.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion, I think, there for the Chinggis Warriors. Had a misread, I think, on the CT setup. It was a 2-1-2. Especially after, you know, Gas had already been aggressive and cleared things out. You know, they tried to sort of reset back to a more traditional defense.
Maybe they just assumed that because QQ God is dead, A should be empty. I don't know, man. I'm being generous.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is, you know, a fair assumption. A-bomb side
Ariu
is
goes
usually
in.
only...
He dodges the molly as well, but the flashbang actually forces Marek back and away. Ariuko gets Lulu. He's still going.
Oh my god, those flashes were brilliant. Every defender full white screened. Even when they blew the smoke, they couldn't see Ariuko.
This man's supposed to be a late round player. Rooks. He's the man who entries. And Just Swing leave QQ God in an impossible 1 versus 4. A smoke that is reassembled in front of his very eyes. But they've done well to find themselves at 5. The problem is they know it could have been so much more. 7 on the board as Ariuko's bull rush to B will remind the world of his firepower.
Yeah, I mean, that just seemed like a nice little pocket call. Good flashes, solid util that bloomed as he was actually escalating up the ramp. It's the fact that that timing was hit where, you know, HEs had to be used via Marek and they had to be via Lulu, sorry, to try and support that B bomb site. And then it's just this chain of flashes. So a fantastic burst play, an immediate rush call from Spawn for the Chinggis Warriors does net them an advantage moving out of that half. But the positives are there for Just Swing. Yeah. This is not a repeat from how map 1 played out. At least this was more contestable. They were able to get good starting ideas and convert on them.
I mean, we could have feasibly seen them in the lead at the end of the half, if not for a few really strong clutches from Coolest and some really like the hole on the A side between him and E-Fire as well. You look back to those rounds.
I mean, there were definitely just a couple of clutches that were pulled through from both sides,
That's
right?
true.
Because Lulu, if he doesn't get his, then, you know, it could have been even more cataclysmic. But a little bit of give and take here on this map,
every single clip of Coolest that I've seen, it's just that, yeah, he does not feel happy.
It's because the replay guy loves seeing big reactions, and Coolest is a very expressive guy.
You sound like someone who's frustrated. Are you a very expressive guy, Michael?
I ain't on the replays.
Wait till the Coster cams come through.
But if you see me in a clutch and I think I can win and I lose, I'd react the same way as Coolest, and I think he thinks he can win every clutch.
Well, he might be right, honestly, with the track record he's had.
Yeah, he's been great in them. Why wouldn't you have that confidence?
God, that one round where Vance also missed this shot as well. I mean, that's the one that you look back to.
That Rook's clutch was actually more outrageous. And you just hope that's not the difference maker down the stretch. Because this does feel like a bit more of a game of inches as opposed to the miles taken by Chinggis Warriors on their map pick in the series in Nuke. This, I mean, Just Swing have tried to make Ancient their bread and butter. And they've had a pretty good track record with it so far.
Been in contention pretty much every single time. And now as we go over to the T side, they have kind of escaped the danger zone. Right? CT side was where we're talking about, yeah, Marek, for lack of a better word, will, you know, maybe be sticking out.
Yeah.
Right? Might be having some troubles over in Cave, might be having some troubles defending the B-bomb site.
He's been having frustrations, I think, all tournament, really.
But now that's gone.
Yeah.
Now it's a T side. Now you get to see Gas, who's been having a good game, who's had, you know, as good of a nuke as you can have given the circumstances.
Maybe a more active QQ.
Yeah,
You know, get some good picks on Vance's AWP, who, you know, also didn't have a great CT half in general. I'd
Barely
say.
got the AWP.
Yeah, I mean, even when he had it, it just didn't feel like it was actually that much of a threat. In fact, you know, in that Rook's clutch, I guess more of a liability. So yeah, there's signs of life, and there's definitely a way that they can win this map. not all doom and gloom just yet, but it's hard to deny the form that Chinggis Warriors come into in the final day of our closed qualifier.
Everyone has been contributing on the Chinggis side. Coolest, of course, goes without saying. But then you look out towards Ariuko stepping up in that last round. E-Fire, obviously, all half long. Rook's had his impossible clutch. And listen, Controllers, you said it, Michael. He gets red room like a torpedo.
Yeah, I mean, this guy just loves playing Lurk and hunting ecos. You know, that's the way he lets loose. So, yeah, they've got a nice mesh of different players with their own unique sort of portion of the map or stage in the round where they're expected to contribute, but sometimes they can even break that mold too. They've definitely got the deeper firepower coming into this game. I think we've said as much many a time for this series, but I am hoping I get to see that Marek tactical masterclass. Set up your stars and throw the util. Just do it all for them, Marek.
Zoned in right now. He knows this is going to be the half where he shows them all what he can do. He's going to throw so much util.
Gonna call all the strats.
All of them. More strats than there are rounds.
Just hopefully not all at once, because I feel like that's gonna
okay.
confuse people more than help.
Pistol run out as we get into that second half. Chinggis Warriors fighting for a spot in the playoffs. They're losing that spot in the playoffs if Marek's going to be giving entries like that. 2 quick ones. Man throwing hands, not utility. Finally put down, but as Ariuko reloads, he's going to be looking for the fight rather than letting it come to him. Gas, however, has just navigated away. Now you see me, now you do actually. Oh my god, he's got eyes for days.
The bomb is still running through T-spawn, so they need to retain control of this B-bomb site. Good damage onto Ariuko will at least keep him at bay. That was the main concern. Both these CTs do not have armor, and with Controllers trying to lock down that bomb rotate, he does get at least the defender, but not the package.
Vance doesn't know where Ariuko is. They're expecting Ariuko to have been playing out and about from CT spawn, and said Controllers has called him over. This is going to be a double swing being planned. They still are worried about Cave.
They definitely should read it, though. I mean, they cleared deep spawn.
They're concerned about Cave, Michael. Lulu's not going to be swinging out. Vance is effectively in a 1 versus 2, and he can't find the player with the kit. He now does take the duel, and Lulu, through the smoke, has now come through to bring the numbers back in their favor. What an entry from Marek.
Yeah, I mean, guns are blazing. Just called a fairly simple mid-rush, but not everybody, I guess, transitioned alongside them. Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful flick. But the mid-rounding did look pretty solid, to be honest. It's just, it gets a little hectic. A couple of isolated fights that definitely could have swung the other way. But not to be.
All the hearts in the world, but Chinggis Warriors, they're not here for love.
Seen that a couple times at this tournament.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's actually mainly been from Just Swing. That was in CT spawn. And Just Swing came from CT just now.
How long did the sprays last?
They last a long time.
Okay. I won't lie, I don't know about these small things in CS.
You can't spray that many times. Oh, actually, maybe you could with the 3-minute timeout, actually.
Controllers has somehow started things off with a quick kill. Whose team is shooting at Vance?
It's Controllers. He's just he's trying to tag him, trying to do damage, but he's not finishing off a kill.
Well, maybe he can toss his Galil out of the map. Maybe not.
He should have tried, probably. On his low HP, you weren't getting away with that one.
Michael, would it shock you to know I've literally never used a spray?
I mean, kind of. They give them away for free, pretty much.
Yeah, I just don't have the button bound.
Okay. Nice. Well, I don't use ping.
I also don't, actually.
Yeah,
I forget that exists.
I also just don't have space in my config.
There you go. Well, as Chinggis Warriors head into their first gun round, it will, of course, be adorned without an AWP.
Got there in the end.
And that's what matters.
And eventually we will see it on the CT side. We'll likely see Vance as well wield it on the attack.
You'd hope so.
But we don't want to mess around with AWPs, not around like this. It's just a burst call into A. They don't even wait for the util, and that may be a mistake. Controllers gets 2 out from spawn, something that they did not account for. They did not have the util set for. They only smoked out Donut and hoped to cross the gap, but eFire playing ahead of it. In fact, this Controllers that just keeps on swinging and keeps on finding kills.
Yeah, it's only Marek left, and look, when you're not waiting for utility going up against the first gun round, right, it's very often because you're recognizing there isn't going to be an op and there probably won't be someone playing deep CT with like an M4A1, right? That's why generally what you see happening is that the first or second player will go for a hard clear out towards front temple instead of trying to clear out for Donut. And then with that eyeline on Donut, you can actually fight CT early on as well.
I just think it's very hopeful when you throw effectively low presence inside of middle to not expect your opponent to try and get ahead of the play some way. You know, I think, you know, there's 2 reactions you can go for there as a CT side. You can either take, you know, lane control, you can actually play to retake mid at a later timing. You can play double inside of Donut, but I mean, if you're expecting that there's no util basically been thrown anywhere on the map, this total silence, playing inside of the site and expecting an execute is, I guess, the more traditional approach.
Yeah, the issue is, though, you can't, no matter what happens, no matter what you do, as a T side, you can't just have 2 players die to controllers in CT spawn without even looking at him.
100%. And they just threw smokes, but not destined for that spot, so.
Not for another 15 seconds, at least.
Well, they threw one on the fly.
Yeah, okay. Well, 15 seconds later. I don't think Coolest is living up to his name.
Yeah.
He will still get away to safety somehow.
Gas heard all of the burning and just thought, I mean, he has to be around there somewhere, but yeah, the fact that Coolest has been able to vacate is good news for him.
Also good news is you take less damage from a teammate's incendiary, and it is a CT side incendiary, so.
It took like, what, 7 or 8 ticks?
Yeah.
And that's
he
all it
barely
did to
loses
him.
anything. Maybe trying to abuse it. I've always hoped that I'd see a team do that, actually. Util is now looking to sail for a lane retake setup. Now, will they go further ahead from it? Maybe, perhaps. Hooks has been forced back into cave, but this is going to be swift rotations from the CT side. It is fully reinforced over here on B, Michael. Whoa! HE to the face.
Actually didn't do any damage.
Well, it still looked good, and eFire is about to look even better. Finds them all through the smoke. Calls over company for a little tea party in cave. That's cozy over there.
I mean, just look how much Chinggis Warriors believe this is going to be a beachside finish. I mean, the smokes are down, they've killed 2 cave, everybody was there, and it was only the minor hesitation of controllers that kept them at least with eyes on that A-bomb site. They were very, very aware of what Just Wing were up to in this round. That's out of a timeout that they decide to make this call.
It does kind of feel like in this round and the previous one, Just Wing are relying on a really hard read that just hasn't come out to be the case.
It really does feel like they're effectively gambling with their call and just hoping that something unique is happening from the Chinggis Warriors defense, but when they're playing these more standard setups, they're just not getting surprised.
Yeah.
Here we go again. A burst, this time with basically nothing.
Hey, it's worked before. We had a Glock round. Earlier on.
Not feeling too good about this one.
Controller's just getting the freest kills out from CT spawn, I won't lie to you.
I'm telling you, this guy against unarmored opponents, Controllers loves it. You know, he's used to playing a patient style. And
this is a man who has a favorite player. Blame F demos all the way.
All day. I can see the comparison for sure. He's not running at them, to be fair. You know, he's just kind of standing his ground and
He doesn't
tapping.
have to run at them. He's in Asia. Glock's run at me. And all jokes and laughs aside, we do feel like Just Wing are having this map slip away from them.
They're being thrown a little off kilter.
Yeah, well. Run boost attempt will not really come out with anything, but no harm, no foul. Rooks is going to be just finding damage through the smoke.
Damn, spammed his whole magazine.
Still wasn't punished.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu also is expecting that. If he's going to do something as silly as that, he would probably have a teammate covering the smoke.
The mind games.
Can't always spring at every opportunity. Teams like to throw little fakes at you.
I mean, they've cleared out lane completely now on the CT side. They know this is going to be either a red room or a side play. You can already see the full rotation backwards. Controllers is not taking his time. He's got a smoke that could be used inside the side, but not an A main. That it's too late for that. So despite the fact that he's thrown it out to A main, the boost has already been assembled and CT's been smoked off. Now you're relying on that double donut play.
Yeah, but that donut smoke that's protecting them actually won't last forever, and so that's why they renew it. Gas may have to walk through if he wants to provide some support to his team.
I mean, they're relying on Lulu right now to be the one to actually get a backstab out.
He won't have a chance.
Yeah, well, Coolest is still taking the fights. Marek taken down. QQ got right there with him as well, and Gas, who needed to come through earlier on, realizes that his time might be up. He's still fighting, he's still winning duels, but there's no way for him to get back to B, Michael.
Yeah, 20 seconds won't cut it. He would have had to have made that journey already, so he has to finish towards his A bomb site. Controllers on his low health has been just such an elusive player. Constant flanks, constant repositions. Controllers is always a hard man to tie down. But it came down to that refresh on the smoke in Donut. This double Donut setup there from Chinggis Warriors just cleans house.
And I hate to come back to the point that we were making, the expectations we were setting of Marek having to be the best caller in the entire tournament. He's been getting out called.
Yeah.
The CT side setups have just been better. He has not been able to get the reads on them. He's not been able to get the solution for them. This is not just duels that they're losing.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with the Chinggis Warriors coming into this series. We've done a lot of umming and ahhing about how ready are they for this environment. But today it's strictly business. They're emotionally charged for every clutch. Having a whale of a time when they win big rounds. And they know that they've had far too many close shaves to allow that blade anywhere near their neck again.
Coolest, again with a peek, again with a kill, again with retreat, and while Gas is good for one, E-Fire blindly spraying will still trade. Rooks takes the opportunity. Oh my god, they're just getting more and more aggressive. They have no reason to stop. They have no reason to be afraid. Controllers is covering. Controllers is decimating.
Yeah, I love the things that we see out of Controllers just from like a steady aim point of view. I feel like every one of his duels is so controlled. He knows exactly when he wants to swing and which fight is, I guess, his next priority. He has been so damn good in this series. I mean, in general, actually, he's just been pretty damn good this tournament.
Yep. Been one of their most present pieces outside of the Lost Nomads. And he's more than made up for it. Missed opportunity for Vance. None of that anti-Kaze magic showing up right now. From Brooks didn't even look like it was close to the money, still hits.
Yeah, that's that wild spray when you've got a fixed point. This 1v1, I think, actually does determine the round. E-Fire investigating in through middle. Flash is good. Gas was blind around the corner, but coverage in from elbow. It's Lulu that commits to the spam. It does some decent damage, almost lines them up, but tries to adjust for a player that was sat right behind. It's Marek that trades. A man advantage, but they are chewing more and more time off this clock. They sat static for the longest time, and now that they have found themselves in this advantage, they need to collect, a thing that they have been struggling with so far against the Chinggis Warriors.
And it's still an incredibly strong setup coming out over here on this B bomb site. It's still going to be Coolest watching, waiting patiently. Might not be how we characterize him ordinarily, but it's not like he doesn't have that extra gear to slow down, not to speed up. Overhead flash will not catch him out either. He gets a second and keeps on peaking. Chingiz Warriors are 1 kill away from the main event, and who better to get it than Coolest himself?
A fantastic 4-piece to seal off the fates of Just Swing. Chingiz Warriors, we had our doubts, but when we saw them in this lower bracket, we really did hope that they would not go down with a whimper, that their aspirations were greater than just simply making one event. They moved through to the playoffs, and they barely make Just Swing look like a formidable foe. A fantastic opening round against them on Nuke, and even on this Ancient, when we got into that second half, it was a lights-out display from Coolest and Controllers.
And at the end of it all, I have to say, Just Swing, a commendable performance across the tournament. Great series versus Rare Atom, but I think at the end of this series, it is clear that they simply did not belong in the best of the best. Unfortunately, even their minds failing them at the end, Chingiz Warriors calling circles around them in that second half of Ancient. They may have been shaky, they may have been wondering, but now they're looking good. Just like you, Neokai.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance. I think, you know, even though it was closer scoreline-wise, it really didn't feel like they broke that much of a sweat. What a performance. I mean, what a way to close it out as well for Coolest. Just doing it with style, a bit of flair. One guy I was super impressive all the way throughout that map, eFire. I think he actually looked fantastic, right? You know, a guy taking a lot of kind of position, like super confident, actually multi-fragging quite well as well. So having a player of his nature who doesn't always get the limelight on the side, but stepping up quite well in the numbers department, really sick to see. I think, you know, it's unfortunate for Just Swing. I think they've actually had two, like, I mean, maybe not map number 1. Map number 2 is much better, right? But, you know, you include the Rare Atom game as well. It's 2 great series overall. But unfortunately, I just think, you know, we can talk about luck of the draw, and we can talk about maybe arguably the other side of the bracket as well. It could have been a little bit easier for them, but that's just not how it works. I think you're right, T-Time. Like, they just aren't quite there, right? There's a few more things that maybe need to be changed or adapted for the side to be considered in that upper echelon, that upper ring here within kind of the Asian scene, and they're not quite there yet.
I did think, I mean, listen, we've given this caveat to some of the teams that have been eliminated from this event, that they called a better game or they played a more cohesive game. I don't think that was the case here today. Like, Marek did make a lot of gamble decisions on information that was just clearly wrong. And listen, there are lots of in-game leaders that make those types of calls that blow up in their face, but once they realize that their information actually could be a poisoned chalice, they let go of that cup and start to think up new ideas. It felt like Marek kept on digging a little bit deeper, thinking, this time it'll work.
This time it's not going to be poisoned.
And this time, that simply, I mean, there was no this time.
Again, right, and this is where we have to come back to this conversation. You know, we spoke about him in the numbers department, but, you know, he's always been sort of, I guess, at least by us on the desk, sort of heralded as this great IGL, but he actually did not call well at all today, right? And this is now where you then start to look at it in a bit more of a bigger picture and say, right, well, the numbers aren't there, and then the calling's not there, then what is there, right? What is the reason why? I know we can talk about experience maybe, but that's not going to be enough. There's plenty of experienced people, you know, for frustrations coming through for Just Swing right at the end there, as you can see, but a really good run from Chingiz Warriors to close out that map and to close it out in quite comfortable fashion. You know, overall, your opponent getting just 10 rounds across the series, that is a level of dominance.
This is the Chingiz Warriors that's scary. You know, every piece felt like they had their influence. We talk a little bit about Rooks and we talk a little bit about eFire, but they're not typically who we expect at the top of the scoreboard. But they were, like you were sort of mentioning, and we've been, I guess, saying throughout this tournament, these guys have been improving, and it's part of why they made the major in the first place, is that they basically have no weak link on an individual metric. Like, if we're looking at Controllers or Coolest as sort of like the symbolic leaders of the Chingiz Warriors, you know, this more controlled style versus the more aggressive, all these pieces in the middle, if they don't perform, then the Chingiz Warriors don't look like much of a threat. And ultimately, that's what happened to Just Swing today, is that tactically and individually, they just simply did not match up.
And I have to say that on the Just Swing side, I mean, you're looking out towards the scoreboard, QQ God just did not deliver. When you've got such a critical player on Ancient, you know, he's kind of in charge for the whole ace site most of the time. We saw how many times that was able to be abused. We saw, I mean, he's the guy who's supposed to be alive in late rounds, if it's going to be a late round on the B-bomb side, especially that first half. How many close rounds did Just Swing end up losing, right? It's rounds like that where I want to see QQ God, where I want to see Vance come alive. Gas and Lulu aren't even supposed to be alive for those late rounds in the first place. You're looking at them, that's where their numbers come from, making those late rounds a possibility. No one was there close.
Yeah, you know, it's also obviously a really positive sign as well for Chingiz Warriors. While he's not always the guy we look towards in the numbers department being Aryuku, but so far this tournament he has been, right? And the fact that they can win a series dominantly, where he actually doesn't massively deliver in a sense, is a positive sign, right? It means that they're not just that kind of one-man army or one-prong attack, and this is a cool sign for them. You know, this is not a side that I'm going to be putting 0-3 in my pick'ems. That's for damn sure, right?
Finally.
They show that they've got that prowess, and I think it comes back to an earlier conversation we had a little bit, Yubi. I said it, and I think it kind of feels like maybe proved. I don't think they were taking it that seriously at the start, right? They weren't playing as rigid and as well as they were here against, like in that Nomads game. Not to discredit Nomads at all, but this is a completely different Chinggis Warriors that we've just seen here today than what we saw against the Nomads,
Yeah, I think they got a few kicks up the backside.
Yeah,
and
I mean, let's be honest, even that changed the game as well. They almost lost that one. This was a very different Chinggis Warriors to something we've seen every single game across the tournament. They were taking this one very seriously. They realized, oh my god, we might not have a road to EWC. We might not be able to fight for $300,000. Maybe we should shape up a little.
Yeah, exactly that. So it's sick to see them. Of course, they're now our third team locked in for the playoffs, joining Rare Atom and GG How. Fellas, that means we've just got one more game, one more team to figure out who will be that fourth spot in that next stage, joining some pretty big names, as we all know. And of course, still fighting for that chance to go and play in the SPD Arena in Shanghai in front of all the fans and be in for the EWC spot, the lion's share of that 300 grand, which 100k to first place as well, and so many of those VRS points, right? This is what it's about. And actually, 4 teams like Chinggis Warriors, Yumi, they're in a really good spot. I mean, we've got Major now as well. They get a couple of wins in that Major in that first stage, right? That would be sick for them VRS points. They get a deep run here as well. They're actually going to start legitimately entering like top 3 conversations in VRS just because of deep runs in these 2 tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, when you get these massive stage opportunities, you need to be able to perform at them. And sure, you know, placing last is not great, but you still even get a little bit of a bump just by attendance usually.
And I mean, look at this. For Chinggis Warriors, this could be their Astralis era, right? I mean, for Astralis, Valve removed Cobblestone. Hear me out, Michael. You're going to be with me pretty soon.
So
okay,
it's a
you're
road
going to be for Chinggis Warriors. Isak removes Atox. There you go. And listen, that's how they start coming through. But still, this is an incredible opportunity that they found themselves. I'm really glad they're going to be at the main event because with this extra week, with this tournament that they have in between as well, I genuinely think they can level up to be a real contender.
I'm just glad the Huns have some friends.
Yeah, it is true. It is true, of course. Like you mentioned, they've got a week now, of course, a tournament to, again, maybe make a deep run. So VRS is in a great spot. Let's go and chat to them. I'm going to throw it over towards Baseline and Jay over on the stage. Before we get into our final best of 3 of this group stage, we'll see you soon.
All right, I'm here with Coolest on Chinggis Warriors. Well, first of all, congratulations on qualifying. Please introduce yourself to our viewers. 首先，我们请这个 Coolest 来介绍一下自己。
За ингээд Coolest-ийг урьж өөрийгөө танилцуулаарай гэж
За сайн байцгаана уу, би Chinggis Warriors багийн тоглогч Coolest байна. Би одоо 23 настай. Энэ тоглоомыг тоглоод 13 жил болж байна. Тэгээд мэргэжлийн төвшин гэвэл одоо 7 дахь жилдээ тоглож байна.
大家好，我叫 Coolest， 打这个 CS 这个游戏我已经有13年了。专业选手的话就是有7年。
Hello everybody, I'm Coolest. I've been playing CS for about 13 years and I've been a pro for 7 years. And now, it seems like you guys are played so much better than last game. And did you guys make any adjustments in your mentality? 感觉队伍这一场比赛的发挥比上一场要好很多。那么你们在这个心态上有没有一些调整呢？
сүүлийн одоо энэ тоглолт болон яг энэ өмнөх тоглолт хоёр танай багийн хувьд бол яг шал өөр харагдлаа. Яг дотроо яг яаж бэлдсэн бэ? Сэтгэл санаа, сэтгэл зүй яг ямар бэлтгэл орсон бэ?
Яг боо нэг тоглохоор ер нь жоох эвгүй байдаг. Яг хожигдуул яг ингээд тэмцээн дуусгаад идэг. Тэгээд яг ингээд жоохон бие барих ч юм уу те ингээд бас хятад сайн багуудтай өрсөлдөж байгаа болохоор ингээд best of нэг дээр айгүй хэцүү байдаг. Боо 3 тэгээд дээрээс нь бид нар бас яг энэ тоглож байгаа бүх хүмүүстэй зөндөө олон удаа ингээд скрин нэгээд ингээд байнга тоглодог учраас тэгээд дээрээс нь best of 3 нэг алгацсан гадна дахиад 2 map байгаа болохоор ямар ч асуудалгүй ер нь ингээд даван тоглоход амар байсан гэх юм уу?
之前的话都是打1坨嘛，那样的话比较心理压力比较大，要是输了的话直接会回家。打3组的话，比较宽松嘛，输了1组也是，剩下后面还有2图，所以他们2图的话，我们更能发挥。
Yeah, well, before we've been just playing BO1s, and if you lose, then you're eliminated. So we felt a bit of pressure, but in BO3s we were able to play much more loose and much more relaxed. And now you guys are playing with some new players. do you feel like the chemistry and just coordination, teamwork is getting better with the new players? 就现在队伍也有一些新的选手嘛，你觉得这个和新的选手的配合的磨合是不是更好了？
баг дотор шинэ гишүүн бийдэж гүйцэтгэр ба. Тэгээд багийн одоо тий кампын ажиллагаа одоо ингээд баг дотор хуур амьсгал баг ер нь шинэ гишүүнтэйгээ ер хэр байгаа вэ?
Энэ багтаа тоглоход мэдээж маш сэтгэл хангалуун байгаа. Тэгээ дээрэс нь бид нар ч нөө монголчууд бүгд нэг нэгнийгаа ингээд байнга тоглодог учраас мэддэг болохоор ингээд нэг багт орж ирээд тоглоход айгуу тухтай амархан байгаа. Одоо жишээлбэл ингээд хуучин нөгөө өнках ингээд эсдэг байсан шүү орж ирэл бас одоо чи эсдэг гэдэг ч юм уу ингээд улам надад ингээд айгуу гоё тухтай байдлыг бүрдүүлж өгөөд ингээд харьцахад илүү амар гоё амархан байгаа гэх юм уу. Тэгээ бүгдээрээ сайн хүмүүс учраас ингээд ойлголцоод хэлээс агаа явахад ямар ч асуудалгүй байна.
首先的话，就是他也是之前是那个打狙的，然后他们对 Chinese Warriors 的那个打狙的人是 Control， 然后他进来之后就是直接让给了自己的位置打狙，然后这也是一种很好的一个举动。然后在这个新的队伍里面，他们交通的非常好，人们都是非常好，并且他们之前也是认识，并不熟悉也是认识的，所以他们现在交流是完全没问题。 挺好的。
Yeah, well, I was the main ARPer on my old team, and actually Controllers on Chingas Warriors was the ARPer. But then when I came on the team, and he just gave the ARPing role to me, so that was like super welcomed, and the communication between everybody is super good. So yeah, we're just feeling really good right now. And now, what is the team's schedule before going to the playoffs? 这个队伍在这个打季后赛之前有什么样的日程呢？有什么样的计划？
어떻게 사실 тоглолтын төлөвлөгөө
одоо энэ тэмцээн ингээд дуусаад бид нар буцаад чичээд Монгол улстай зохиогт Nomadic Masters гэдэг тэмцээнд тоглоно. Тэгээд тэр тэмцээнд одоо ингээд дэлхийн баш шилдэг багууд ирээд ингээд оролцож байгаа болохоор айгуу гоё догдолж ин Монгол улстай ингээд монголчуудтайгаа ингээд одоо уухайн доор тоглоно гэдэг чинь амар гоё шүү дээ. Тэгээд тэр тэмцээнд дуусаад буцаад наашаа янчээнд энд мейн тэмцээндээ ирнэ. Тэгээд мейн тэмцээнд хэрвээ бид нар дахиад хожиж чадах юм бол цаашлаад плей-офф руу орно. Тэгээд тэр тэмцээнд дуусгаад мажор гэдэг ер нь ирэх 2-3 сар маш их тэмцээнүүд үлээж ин да гэх юм уу?
首先的话，他们直接会去蒙古，打那个 Mesa 举办的那个比赛。那个比赛也是，邀请到了国外的一些队，也中国的队也有他，所以他非常的激动，等待。然后那也是在蒙古人的在自己的家里面打，所以他也非常兴奋。然后他们日后的安排的话也有比较紧张，就是。 也要回来打完那个 Mesa， 也要回来这里也要打，然后又要去打 Major， 所以他们的安排是比较紧张。
Yeah, we have a super packed schedule. We're actually flying back to Mongolia to play the Mesa event, right? And also that there's going to be some foreign teams, some Chinese teams, and some Mongolian teams. So I'm super excited to play in there. And then after we're coming back to Shanghai, coming back to Yancheng to play in the playoffs, and then we're going to go play in the major. So just a super packed schedule. All right, thank you so much for joining us in this interview, and we'll be right back for the last BO3 of the match. 好的，我们感谢Coolest 参加我们的采访，我们稍后为大家带来今天的最后一场 BO3。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头。我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过剑魔，无人生还。我是刀塔的教授，不然暴走，给你爆头，突然暴扣，这就保留胖胖。不 FPS 当瓦铁丝谋霸，好牛打到了对面，数满中摇头。我想要 you can you got no baby no time，不停留的扫妹，滴滴答答到滴滴答答，滴滴的倒飞，流线炒作，我为自己陶醉，匹配一倍，干嘛几岁变到屎贵，却被以 Z 里对你还洗肺，一般玩个几位，怕是晚上的人们情味，不为别问，我在爱里出气味，不梦但不红问，老子自己见不自追，想到图我的游戏默默的盯到玻璃记录努力的某会。我要健身，我昨天睡觉打了通宵。我骑车柳天出点击酒店，到头来是火点点头晕母血厕所美制人的那么每次我把里的怼这场每次最后他都没有位置。我要变成大嘻哈，我要去 ins 玩街霸。小时开了我呆了，闹掰了，后面火车站和冰墙都拆了，坏了，路基线炸了，我好卡呀，有人他妈在搜查呀。我很心烦，我的操作太性感，电竞的人都把我当下心肝。去菜狗，去了带头，外面自己的摸摸抬头，压力怪是我的抬头，带飞宇宙，手中什么关口，直播面的招楼，全靠我太熟。有种来考我，我就常赢，我要硬汉，这是真正的强行。杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我是最强的，
青铜的，
从来看不上白银的，
而且水平是最平的。
不想赢的，
我是想赢的。
排位一直输下去吧，永远不会停。
他心脏会停的呀，我好想撕破脸才能。
我不会难为情的，
我要刷钱，要赢，要上分。
但我是那个漏洞。
我要跟你说个道理，你用刷钱效率去对抗虚无，
头上最贵的皮肤，挂机在排出体内的余毒。
我做得到。我享受游戏纯粹的快乐，当一个追梦的骇客。
我不是菜，我就是爱玩。
有多少兵才算合格？都在骂孙权哥哥。
为什么画面永远是灰色的？
因为你死掉了呀。
这还能输的？
别奶呀！
保持我 play loud 的 touch， 我就会对你呵斥。
管好你自己。可我真的需要一场单排放空，我好在乎这次比赛。
我要发疯！
我用键盘打碎了屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀这三个，至少数据颠倒的帅了。
我是 bad， 但我 bad 得非常非常非常不快乐。
我是个拼命的 C 位英雄。
那你们出门装先买了，练着输了，动作是疯了，脑中的微操就退散不空抗，执法实验我这种没病的人，全跟队里的搞子们进行一个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞入框架，发来欠飞的网费，当成GG，管我当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。我是无数的差异的拉，有人永远有敌的1号位。
你怎么能拿着我的 S5杀，不要进出外面和去找水。
别总拿电竞不能运动，做有趣的灵魂影响比赛。
失败也可以是胜利，对不对？游戏卡当然是快乐崇拜。
主公，你明白游戏的意义究竟是什么了吗？
是赢，这把我要赢，有意义比有意思本身更有意思。
那你现在知道你该做什么了吗？
我悟了，现场的朋友们，把你们的装备
送给我吧。
我不是这个意思，我不是这个意思。收徒。
反击啊你，削他呀！你俩还是回去搞说唱吧，不要来碰游戏了。OK？You can you are, no can no baby。
And it all comes down to this. One more best of 3 to decide who is going to get our final spot in the playoffs. We've had so much already so far this tournament. And today as well, the busy day, the long day has delivered all the way throughout. All comes down to this. Ninja taking on Nomad. Nomad, of course, Yumi, been waiting in the wings, watching on from a very dominant Ninja performance earlier.
And they just saw the team that came from that upper bracket get absolutely decimated by this lower bracket run that the Chinggis Warriors have had to do.
Yeah, I mean, we look towards this as well, right? For the Nomads, they beat Chingus Warriors, and they've just seen them go through. Surely maybe part of it, T-Town, they're thinking, they've done it, so surely so can we.
No, I don't think so. I don't
Really?
think that's what they're thinking. I think they're thinking, oh my god, that last best of 3 really exposed our weaknesses. I hope we don't have that happen to us again.
Yeah, true. Very, very true. But in the sense of they're seeing their Mongolian brethren make it through, they think they can join them. And, you know, I think they've got a pretty decent chance. Nomads have shown good signs about them, but one thing that we've kind of spoken about a lot with this team is the map ball, right?
Yeah.
It is the glaring elephant in the room with the side. They've got essentially still, technically, 4 maps that are just really backed off.
Yeah,
Don't play.
effectively 2 permabans that they just have been able to get away with in some of their online play.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Nuke and Inferno both looked pretty tragic against GJ Hao, but on the Ancient, you know, pretty good. That's maybe the best map.
Yeah, it is a really, really worrying time, especially when the Unity Ninja looks so solid earlier as well, right? You know, absolute dominant performance is only one word. It does put us in a bit of a weird spot. We've got a video to bring you in just a moment. A little highlight, I guess, before we get underway and towards this game. And being at the final game, no better way than to sort of hype it up. But I'm a little worried at times, right? For this Nomad side, even though Ninja are a side who've obviously got their own sort of issues, this is where you look towards this. We talk about the map pool, we talk about how Ninja can maybe actually get the individuals online, Miami, Risk, Rage, etc., but also really start to find a lot of gaps in the map pool to use in their own favor, right? Go into Veto's daylight.
I also started to get scared because I saw that Cloud& Performance in that upper bracket versus JJ Hao, and as a man who we've been hyping up all tournament long, we cannot have him go missing, right? It just isn't an option at a place like this, and sure, you could say he was fine, but is he going to be fine?
Well, let's find out, right? We've got a little video for you, like I mentioned, so we're going to throw on over before our final game of the group stage.
Ер нь тэгэл одоо оноо моноо гэл вада оноо энэ гэл ер нь нэлээд чухал та. Вада онооноос бүх юм шийдвэрлэдэг болцоолохоор. Нинжа ер нь нинжад тавсан сүүлд бас тэмцээдээс таарчсан. Ер нь сайн байгаа. Тэгэл яг бэлтгэлийнхаа дагуул тэгэл тавлан доо. Хичээндээ. Only One World-ын талаар ер нь нэг сайн мэдэхгүй. Тэгээ баг бус багтны ярьжсэнээр бол тэгэл Freeman тэр хүн алж их хэлэхээр л хождог гэж сонссон. Freeman тэр хоёрын алдаад хахад л ялчна гэж ойлгоод байна шүү. Ер нь амар сэтгэл ханамжтай байна. Дандаа л ингээд спонсортой багууд том багууд ингээл үзэл тэгээд тэдрийг ингээ ялаад байгаа болохоор тэгээд амар тийм гоё ер нь гоё мэдрэмжтэй байна.
Well, when we look towards this Nomad side, the one map that did win, Ancient, was actually pretty good, right? Despite being kind of close in that 13-11, there was a lot to like there, T-Time. So we're hoping we can get a little bit more of that. This is a side with a lot of talent. And Cloud+, of course, is the name that we normally go towards. Hooligans obviously had his moments throughout this tournament. Head and X has looked too, and even Para, right? I feel like for him in that last series, he was actually pretty solid.
Yeah, Para was fantastic, but I did feel like this is a team that forgot how to play around Para because they just didn't expect him to perform well. We're going to have to see much better calling coming out from this side. We're going to have to see much better recognition about who is on and who is off. They cannot go in on preconceived notions of form like I feel like they did versus JJ Hao.
Yeah, I think that's always the trouble is that, you know, especially for these teams that lack that level of experience, you want to know that they have that extra element to them where, yeah, they can actually make use of the best weapons that they have at the time, not always just the best weapons that they have in the arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, you look towards Ninja on the flip side as well. This is a side that are coming off the back of a dominant 13-4 win over Only One Word, where they never really got to show anything, the Only One Word side. And you've got some individuals that massively stepped up. Rage, 2.01 rating. Miami, 1.78 Risk, 1.75. I mean,
there's
these
a trend
are
here.
Insane numbers coming through. And this is the thing, T-Time, this Ninja side, I mean, quite literally all 5 at any moment can kind of pop off and step up.
And look, like Michael highlighted in the first game as well that they played, they also have some very good supportive elements who can just, you know, shut up and stand is sort of the situation while everyone else is shouting and running around, getting kills everywhere across the map. They've got a good core of stability behind them.
There's a reason there's often a frontman to a band. Not everyone can be at the front of the stage and be the frontman because then you don't have a frontman anymore.
Yeah, it's very true.
I mean, sure.
I like it. No, I like it. We've got a head-to-head here, of course, Hooligan and Risk as well. Hooligan's a guy with a lot of firepower, but Risk Risk has just been fantastic. It's as simple as that. He has looked like one of the most solid players since Ninja have got going. Obviously, they start a little slow, but actually, once the win train began, it really hasn't slowed down, and it might not slow down here.
Man, look at these faces. Tell me which one you think is a better offer just off of those faces. I know who I'm going for. Risk. He's just better, man. He's just built different. Hooligan's got the burden of calling. He's got the responsibility of leadership. You know what Risk will do? Risk will take his position, nade open smokes, fight 3 people, and probably kill 2 of them before dying.
That's if Risk or Rage doesn't kill them all first.
Yeah, it's true. And this is, again, the thing with this Ninja side is that they just have so many different individuals who can step up. I mean, actually, coming in towards this final game, they are actually currently the 2nd highest rated team overall in terms of kind of rating. It's not even that far behind Rare Atom. They're above GG Howell. They're above Chingus Warriors. You know, teams who have already made it. This side have across the board been absolutely flying. Sure, not as many maps, but they're about to have
It's also something we can have a conversation about with Ninja, because in their online outings, they've actually looked pretty dire in separate instances. You know, especially when we look at like the ECL result for them, they looked pretty tragic. Maybe we can have the conversation about Ninja actually just being better on LAN, especially when you've got these players that's this core that have a bit more experience playing with different teams in the online circuit. For them, a LAN opportunity is sometimes very fleeting, and it's very often that we see certain players shy away in this environment, but others that actually do shine brighter.
Yeah, and we look towards as well, you know, we've got kind of delved into the details about the individual on each side. Miami Risk, 2nd and 3rd rated overall in this tournament, right? They've been flying, and we just don't have anything comparatively. But one thing we can compare is maps, tea time. It's obviously been a glaring topic that we talk about a lot when it comes towards Nomads. Veto process, what are we feeling?
Now, if Ninja go for a small gamble, I think they just win the series 2-0. And my gamble that I'd suggest is, listen, guys, don't ban Train. Just ban out Ancient in the first phase instead. Nomads, if they end up picking Train, you're happy with that anyway. It's just a bad map pick for them. You hope you beat them out on skill. If they ban Ancient, I think this could just be a clean 2-0. Nomads doesn't have directions to go to after that. Maybe they can go into an Anubis. Guess what? Ninja are very happy to contend with that.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Nomads have actually, I mean, they have banned that nuke, but it does mean that their Inferno is still a vulnerability, and actually Ninja have banned Anubis instead, so they are still floating that train.
Yeah,
they're also still floating the Ancient, which is what I'm more worried about. Nomads is going to be picking that one, and Ninjas, listen, they're very good on the map in my opinion, despite the win rate that they might have. They actually do have the firepower to be able to fight with them, but why would you want to fight on their strengths? I love the Mirage pick coming through. They might have actually lost to Nomads about a month ago or so, but that was a massive overperformance from Hennex. That was online. That was like a 2.1 rating or something that he hit. I think this is still going to be a pretty clear cut. Ninjas should take Mirage.
Okay, and then of course, Train Inferno are going to get banned in that 2nd wave, and we're left with Dust 2. So actually, Yumi, all in all, 3 quite puggy maps. So we spoke about this game actually being, you know, joking a game of holding W and really fighting fast and getting in the thick of it. And these are actually maps. Well, yeah, maybe not even joking, for being completely honest. These are actually all maps that facilitate that. Ancient's become very puggy. Mirage is the Puggers Paradise. Dust 2 was the Puggers Paradise. So it really facilitates these fights.
Yeah, the problem with this veto is that it actually wouldn't have been predictable at all from the Nomad perspective, mainly from the fact that, like T-Time was sort of alluding to, they could have actually taken a couple of gambles in their veto. Ninja had a lot of options based just on like the massive vulnerabilities that Nomads have expressed in their map pool so far. So I don't expect that there's going to be layers, really, unfortunately, for the Nomads across this map pool. They didn't even know who they were going to play until Ninja dispatched of only one word. So I need to see a better level across the map pool. Ancient is one thing, but the rest of the maps still at least beckon to us.
Well, let's find out, fellas. We're heading into the final game, the final best of 3 of this group stage side. Who's going to be our final team making it toward the playoffs? It's Ancient, of course, to decide.
Well, Michael, you say Ancient is one thing, but it's not going to be a written off map. Nomads still have to prove that they can replicate that success from earlier on. That success versus Chingus Warriors, that success versus GG How. Let's see whether they have it in them.
Yeah, it's a must-win. I think it's fair to say we have this as a must-win for Nomads if we want to see this go the distance. Ninja looked great on Mirage earlier on today.
And Rage has already started to get aggressive. Hooligans watching out for that very aggression. That duel goes his way. And with Hooligan taking control, the deep Molotov and smoke out towards the B bomb site can be a cancel call. There's 3 in middle, but Miami hasn't seen anyone actually coming out of cave. That Molotov doesn't deter him from getting information.
There's a smoke down to the other side of Donut, though, so they're going to reroute straight into red. Sasiki offered up a chance, and he doesn't actually hit the first man. It says the second and third that Spine will happily clean up.
Those are your stable guys, by the way.
Yeah.
Those are your sit back, watch, and hope that, you know, you can figure out what's going on in the chaos of Rage and Risk, guys.
The rocks while everyone else rolls.
And right now, those rocks are being flung at the Nomadic faces. Still, Hooligan and Para have a chance to fight back. The problem is the bomb, as it very often is in situations like this. Para could be the solution if he gets this duel, and he really does get given a chance here. Miami missing shots, but it's not going to be enough. Hooligan, at the end of the day, will just be the third victim of Spine. It's a good start to things. It really looked like they had a great read, but going into Red Room, that's where they made the mistake.
Yeah, I mean, Spine is definitely one of the guys that I really wanted to appreciate on this Ninja squad, and I've been thoroughly let down, I think, on his sort of individual level, because I've seen how good he can be at certain moments, and I think there were certain games earlier on in the tournament where you know, he got into very solid positions and he just whiffed. But that's a very confident way to start. Just clothesline those red players and took control of the pistol round with it.
The Tech-9s will still be causing threat, but the double donut setup could be the difference maker. Rage and Risk are waiting for a flashbang to maybe even push through, but instead they decide, you know what, let's let the bomb get planted. Let's let our teammates assemble. Nomads aren't actually committing to it yet. There was an incendiary on the bomb side that gave Miami a bit more time, and as Miami comes out swinging, Cloudon's taking him down. Spine is there to trade. Rage takes it one further.
Good attempt there from Hooligan to try and chase down that player inside a temple.
They just can't plant the bomb.
Yeah,
Rage just keeps on taking him down.
They just keep on spamming it. And fresh smoke. Hennex, they jump right at him, but too many men to deal with. A non-starter here for the Nomads. Even though they broke the bomb site, they could never get that bomb down.
And look, for the Nomads, I will say this. I think that their loss to JJ Howe was an incredibly valuable one heading into this series in terms of learning.
Sure.
Because these are teams that are kind of stylistically similar, right? You have a lot of sort of stray X-Factors who are riflers who can make their own play, who might have some stability around them, but largely you're looking out towards, you know, sort of that core Risk, Miami, and Rage combination to be making things crazy across the map.
Yeah.
Nomads have bought a game. They didn't have a bomb plant. Risk will not be expecting this at all. And with the Tech-9s closing the distance, this time you don't have that donut presence. Rage now gets there, and as soon as he does, he's found the bomb again.
Oh,
you cannot plant. You cannot plant.
It's like the Balrog and Gandalf dancing in the server. Every time they break into this A-bomb site, they're just met by a hailstorm of bullets. Everyone that has that package, it seems to be a death sentence.
But unfortunately, we all know Gandalf wins out that one.
The funniest part as well is that, you know, they probably made that same call thinking, guys, we got onto the
They're
site.
buying a game.
We got unlucky. They kept on spamming us. Hard luck, we'll try it again. It is not as successful the second time over.
They do leave some money behind this time at the very least, right? This is not a full buy, just courtesy of how much they will have in the way of loss bonus. Should be helpful.
But look at what Rage is up to. He's sitting inside of the elbow smoke.
I mean, I'm less concerned about Rage, more about Miami. He's sitting in front of the ramp smoke. That's where he's only going to be good for one. And while Spine can't quite have the same luck that Rage did at denying bomb plants, he's still going to be holding down the back of the box for this retake.
There's a T-spawn flank though. Rage is in behind them and he's already activated, so Hooligan dealt with in at ramp. That should have been a strong position to hold in the post plant. They're getting peppered through smokes. It doesn't matter which one of these sites they go to. It's Hennex that has to stand tall, and even then there was an incendiary blooming on his position. It's Rage that activates on that flank that makes Nomads so uncomfortable.
Can I just say, I think I understand why they didn't ban Ancient.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Their spams have been on point. These smokes are not your friend. You might get a little bit more ground on the site itself. That doesn't mean they can't shoot through them.
Nomads also haven't faced an opponent like this. They haven't faced an opponent who embodies disrespect like the Ninjas do. Nades out in middle as a force buy does at least start well, but the problem is that the flashbang doesn't pop in time. Risk is going to be traded 1 for 1. Maybe that's the best they could hope for, but with the smoke down, actually, that helps that Hooligan more than Miami. Miami will be taken down next.
Yeah, I mean, great kills there from Hooligan. I'm surprised Risk stayed around after getting spotted. You know, he saw and exchanged glances with a player from elbow emerging to mid before that smoke bloomed. So they get punished for a little bit of their hubris. Still, there's a lot of time on that clock and a lot of space that Nomads could occupy. Ninja are going to have to fly a little blind because they've cut sound completely across the map. But Ninja are going to group together. They'll investigate. They'll see if they can suss out the direction of the Nomads. And right now, it seems like they've chosen right. Yeah, the nade landing right on top of Spine. But they throw a volley of utility. They see 0 response, and so they're being lured into B.
Sasaki has to take the peek, but Barrow will wait out before the smoke does go through. The flashbang from Sasaki not deployed yet. It's a straight 1 versus 1, twice over. First round on the board from Nomads. They do so pretty convincingly, honestly. Those mid-fights look great.
Yeah, I mean, the early duel, sure, going 1 for 1, that's kind of enough there from Risk, but yeah, sorry, it was actually Rage that stuck around inside of Red.
It always is.
He's also, I mean, typically the one pushing. I think that's why I got them confused.
Fair enough. Risk now has the AWP, so you've got the differentiator. They, of course, with all the money that they were able to save in these past few rounds, Ninjas are pretty comfortable. Double nade out onto Cloud and doesn't do that much damage. And as he's looking to join hands and forces together with the rest of his team, Ninjas are not going to be able to find an easy pick through Risk. Smoked off his Rage. That nade doesn't sail quite deep enough. Couple of missed nades here and there. Randy's not missing shots, though.
Another double entry, just off of this mid-control. This could be the weakness that Nomads could do well to exploit moving further into this half. Great kill from Sasiki, though. Understanding the urgency of getting back onto this B bomb site. Even finds Randy trying to flank him out from short. There was another player long as well, so he was sandwiched. The fact he got another out of that situation could incentivize Ninja to contest for this.
If Miami, I mean, with that Molotov, you have to back off and look to save the op. Surely you back off.
Now they've got a kit, they've got a flash as well.
I mean, is that enough? We're going to have to find out. Hennex has spotted out. He doesn't want to take this fight. He's been called back. Don't fight them alone. Fight them together. But Rage will isolate the duels. Now, with the shots being missed, Hennex and Clouden are able to peek. Rage, in the greed for an AK, forfeits a 2v2.
Even then, I mean, it still looked a little shaky there from Hennex. You know, he couldn't quite actually capture Rage, even though he was cycling weaponry. It still wasn't an ideal situation to be in. Still, Ninja were lured in. They got that equalizing kill, only to fall right into a double swing. Pretty well composed there from Nomads to communicate that they wanted to fight instead of hide in that after plan.
And one of the reasons why Nomads, of course not the only reason, but one of the reasons why Nomads was able to actually win out Ancient versus JJ Howe was some pretty poor economic management out from them, right? A lot of force buys coming again and again, and just not able to find success off of those. I do wonder if they'll be given a similar window if Ninjas are going to be contesting these difficult 2v3s repeatedly. Sure, they're possible, but you do open yourself up quite a bit. Well, speaking of opening yourself up, Risk will prevent Randy from proceeding forward, and the Molotov is actually going to just take him down, maybe. No, 2 HP, that's all he has left.
Yeah, like it gets a little hairy just for a moment with Risk getting that kill with the P250, but nothing further developing there for Ninja. So right back into the action. Nomads, after seeding the first 4, have answered with 3 straight.
Great kills from Para as well, does get him more involved. He was such an important figure in that JJ Howe game.
Yeah, consistent throughout the series. Not a player that we were touting too much. It was a lot about, you know, Clouden plus who, because there seems to be quite a lot of variability with the Nomads.
Well, Henex is going to be sailing past that Molotov. Quick little headshot in the side. Spine wants a few of those as well. And with the flashes as good as they are, he'll have his opportunity. Pulls out that M4 again. A straight headshot.
Oh.
And Miami and Risk are already here.
What a control on that spray from Miami, but all the time bought via Spine. That's why he is such a solid piece, such a solid extremities player for this squad. Just understands what to prioritize, whether he should fight or run. And by the time he does get dropped, the cavalry was there.
Miami's control is actually kind of crazy over
Yeah.
there. Crouch walking forward while he gets the spray transfer.
Mid controls what's working for the Nomads. They've gotten a flurry of entries from this position.
Have left the bomb all the way back in spawn, but if they get the kills over here, it won't matter. Ooh, Risk. Careful now. There is also Hooligan coming in from the side. Could be dangerous. Rage is just continuing to fight. Now he does have Spine coming in from behind. That could have been what he was relying on being the difference maker. Or maybe he just wanted to fight. Hooligan not taking time bomb. Is now coming in from behind. He's heard Sasuke backing off, but remember, he can never let go of the shift key. If Clouden had fallen there, maybe Hooligan's position doesn't even matter.
He kind of can't take space, though. Okay, well, now he can. Hooligan able to flank out that last player towards B. Risk sussing out what's happening. He knows Clouden is nearby, but the fact that they've been hesitant to plant will leave him slightly perturbed.
Please don't peek this, Clouden.
He might not be the one that peaks.
Ooh, Risk misses it. I think that might be his last chance over here. Clouden can't just swing, but as Risk realizes he's visible, Clouden will be delivering 3 kills for him in this round. But again, you look out towards mid, Michael. You said it could have been the weakness, and it is.
Yeah, it has been exploited now a couple of rounds, and it's partly due to the fact that Ninja love to take this fight, and they are taking it round Red Room smokes. They're deploying a smoke themselves to try and slow down the approach, but every time they try and peek around the back of it, they're just kind of getting owned. They're getting decimated. And that AK advantage definitely is something that can play a part, but the fact that Nomads are getting swift entries via those headshots is a promising sign.
To be the Ninjas, you have to be able to rival them in the shooting department, and Nomads are staying neck to neck.
Yeah, and tactically, listen, I've said it, I'll keep saying it, this is Nomad's best map. Macro understanding is good, their timings are solid, their pieces look comfortable. It's every other map that things get a little bit strange.
Miami. Couple of bullets in the side, and Spine should be able to finish this kill off. Perhaps it will be a quick little flurry, in fact. 2-on-2. Guess what, Michael? They've got AKs. That advantage is lost. Now, you do have Para. You do have a very fast forward position, and without Ninjas actually fighting for ledge, the bomb can make a cross.
Yeah, I think they're a little concerned about their... I mean, they're concerned about their extremities, and they've gambled towards the wrong one, at the very least. So, you know, Power is just basically trying to carve out a path, clear everything, so that bomb doesn't get cut down before it makes its transit into the site. Especially with Hooligan's low HP, it's not like he just simply jump across if there was somebody ledge.
Spine's basically cleared out everything in middle. This is when you start to make the rotation call for Sasuke. He's, of course, the one with the Kevlar. Miami might just cut them off. No! He's missed it, but the bomb's still not crossed over. Miami takes another duel, and with 20 seconds left, every bit of information is given over. Spine has a freebie, but he's jumping up and down!
Why?
Caught switching weapons! Spine's stability is forgotten, and Sasuke is called in. AK, Kevlar, and with the flashbang dodged, Para's bomb plant will be interrupted. Ninja steal the round, but it's ugly.
Oh my god. that really did get uncomfortable. Why did he do that? What? Oh, I'm just glad there's 2 of them.
That aside, I mean, this collapse in middle, they weren't expecting it at all. Sasuke getting 3 kills in that round, 2 of them with the CZ.
Yeah.
Fantastic work.
I mean, very well orchestrated. The fact that Nomads were getting cozy, they were trying to get comfortable close to Red, and then all of a sudden they're getting shot from behind, from Donut, even from Red itself. It felt like there was no safe place. This time looking more like a B-side assault. Nomad's going in with just the one rifle.
Ooh, they're coming through the smoke, but can they? Can they? This is not a Marek situation, this is a Sasaki affair, but he's still only good for one. He's relying on Spine, who does good damage, but now he's turning around realizing, oh no, I've got a lot to worry about. Can he get the reload? Oh, doesn't matter. Head taken cleanly off and Risk never even got involved.
Wait, they're evacuating. They get these kills over towards B, they read into the rotation, and they're moving that one step ahead. They will get to this A bomb site before it's even a consideration here for Ninja.
And the problem is that Miami doesn't know if Red Room is taken or not. So even though Miami could have just bull rushed forward to try and take a fight, it's going to be too late.
Yeah, safe plan as well, so no spams through smoke until the bomb is already down.
At least they saw the plan denial. Oh my god! It's not like this!
These are not walls. You cannot cross, not so easily.
This A-bomb site has been a graveyard of people shot by invisible assailants, and as Risk puts his sight on the defuse, Miami looks to cover. Randy reveals, Randy misses, and in the very end he'll have it. And with Randy's op missing a shot, Miami still has time for the defuse. It'll be right down to the edge, and with this, Ninja will get their 7th round.
Yeah, it's so damn close. A nice attempt there from Randy, just barely getting them off that defuse, but he needed that no-scope to connect. He needed to stay alive some way to continuously deny that defuse. It comes down to slim margins.
I want to see the reaction of the players getting shot by Miami through the smoke.
Yeah, well, there's one. We don't get to see the second, but they were so close to being elated with Randy's performance, but close don't cut it.
Oh my god, they're going into Risk. Risk is now confused. Risk misses his first chance. They know where he's going, but he still might be able to cover off the back of Temple. He misses another shot and another chance, and with him being chased down, it's Miami and Risk who still get kills. How does Cloud die there? Risk is just so damn fast in these cornered situations. And the only way Nomads wins is if Hooligan is able to find himself into CT before the CTs re-exit onto the bomb site.
Yeah, he's sprinting. He knows he has to make a play.
He's going to get one for free, but that might be the only freebie he gets. He decides against fighting further. It has to be Hennex with a double, and the first is good. The second, he turns away. He turns away. And with that, it's still going to be Ninjas with another round victory on the A-bomb site. How many have we seen?
It felt like this bomb site just had paper-thin walls. Every time they went for executes, every time there were smokes down, players kept dying through them. And it was kind of the bane of their existence, but a nice adaptation on that T side, abusing that mid-control. They found many entries, and actually their lean towards B, I imagine, partly was to do with their early A play just simply got shut down before they even really got started. But it's simply not enough. I mean, they found themselves in some advantages that were immediately answered back by either Ninja's kill through smokes or just instant headshots. And it really did feel like we got some firepower, unadulterated at that, from the Ninjas. Because, I mean, we see these pocket strategies from the Nomads. It's part of the reason this map is so strong for them, is that even when they're in dire economic circumstances, they pull out these cute little plays, especially on that B bomb site. We saw against GJ Howe what they were doing to Boros. But once you do that once, twice, hell, 10 times at this point, teams will be more ready to address it. And we saw just how ready Ninja were to pounce on just a little bit of information, a little bit of utility sailing their way. And they didn't necessarily stop it. They didn't negate the play from happening in its entirety. But there's only so many strategies it feels like Nomads have, and some of it is fairly reliant on some of these force buy wins.
And for Ninjas, I mean, they didn't have to come in with the caveat that they didn't know who they were going to be facing. Ninjas were prepared for this matchup, and it's very clear that they've done their homework. It's an ancient that they lost to them a little while ago in ECL. That doesn't mean that they're willing to let that go again.
Yeah, and you know, taking this map away from GJ Howe is no small feat.
Yep.
I think he would have earned you a lot of respect, in fact.
But it also puts a spotlight on you. Hey, you're pretty good at this map. Let's try and see what we can do about it.
They're on notice. That's the one thing about being an underdog, is that you can kind of be a surprise.
Yeah, no one expects a Chihuahua attack.
You might expect him to bite, but when you actually get bitten, it can actually still hurt quite bad.
Goddamn, you gave me rabies.
Yeah, okay, well, okay. Rogue Chihuahua. I think the positive for Nomad, even though they trail coming out of this half 8-4, is their CT side was definitely the stronger of the two. They great crossfires, they have great mid-round choices. It's sometimes when they get caught in that timing, in the interim between normal site defense and mid-round idea, that sometimes they do maybe, I guess, get abused during that particular timing, but that gets down into the nitty-gritty, and I'm not sure that Ninja will have done as much as that to dive into those details. But they will anticipate late mid walks. They will anticipate, double A main pushes if you seed ground over at B. There's enough footage here for the Nomads, and here's part of the reason that Ninja didn't opt for that ban, is that they're flying into the known at the very least, even if it is strong.
It might be jagged peaks that they have to sail between, but there is a flight path. And so far, they look like they could give Tom Cruise a run for his money.
Yeah, things are getting a little topsy-turvy on the map pick of the Nomads. They trail moving into that CT side, and they can only hope to jumpstart that engine early.
The double dualies, that's what they're hoping. Could be a quick key to the ignition. Hooligan starts off strong, continues stronger, and with Hooligan feeling like a brick wall and cave, he's painting these walls with blood.
Oh, out of bullets, he didn't reload, but he has a teammate behind him, thank goodness. There was at least a second layer to that push through to Cheetah. A pistol round win that goes the way of the Nomads. A solid start for Hooligan and the boys.
A required start as well. And look, for Nomads, I will say that first half did begin in a way that felt like it was all predicated off of the pistol round and the consecutive force buys they had after it. I don't hate the buys, I don't hate the tries, but it was 4 rounds in a row before you got to a gun round. This pistol round makes them feel like they have a much fairer fight of things, but Miami's already inside the B bomb site. They're hunting for Para, but Para's hunting back.
Yeah, tried to use the lurk smoke on that B bomb site just to throw a bit of chaos over. But bomb dropped in the site, and Rage gets through A. He could maybe get one, but even that's a little ambitious. It does hit the dink.
Also gets a follow-up shot.
Yeah, Clouden just able to barely survive. So no casualties here for the Nomads versus the Pistols. So
Good to see, just the sort of start that we wanted.
Yeah.
Ninjas will be heading into their first gun round a lot earlier on, though. You'll have the AKs come out. You'll have a bit of utility. You could have more, but it's enough.
Will they find a weakness that they can exploit?
Nomads are hoping not. They're actually starting off with 3 players out in middle and going very aggressive. Randy has inserted himself deep into the CT smoke, and with Rage playing up close and personal, this might actually end up calling rotations over, but Clouden wins the duel. Hennex will be very slow to rotate though, so Hooligan needs to put up a defense, and somehow this man is everywhere he needs to be. Sasaki continues to chase him down. He's being given flashbacks from Cave, and the result is no different. But as Risk is trying to defend Spine, who's pulling out utility, it's already the backstab setup. Clouden can take it away.
Yeah, I mean, great collapse, but also, yeah, Hooligan, just right place, right time. He is reading into these decisions, and he was a part of the initial mid-play that Nomads went for, but once they realized that Rage was that only man over on B, they heard steps from Donut as well into A main, and so Hooligan prepared and also didn't continue fighting. You know, he gets his kill, he immediately backs off, and sure, the rotates kind of get, I guess, strung a little dry in a certain sense. Hooligan's priority is making sure that there are numbers when they swing out from Donut.
Yeah.
So very good control from him.
One of the hardest rounds to avoid defeat in is these Tech 9 rounds. We've seen so many teams be heartbroken because of them. Ninjas are hoping to break into this half using the sidearms. Over and out they go. Damage is everywhere, and as Clouden will not be able to finish off these lowered players, he now goes into the bomb site. Miami takes him down. That's a gun to recover, but Hennex is recovering their round. Sasiki's been given the AK-47. He's not a healthy man, but Risk is being flanked as well over at Cave. He's turned around, but Randy's not actually making a move with it.
It's very slow on this flank, so, I mean, he actually should secure this kill on Risk because it's been so damn long, but Risk flicks back, and certainly there was a chance. Hooligan even taking out one of their teammates on their path back into the B-bomb site. But it's all fine and good. Smiles across the faces of the Nomads. They're still in control in this second half.
That does get kind of scary when Clouden, doesn't shoot initially.
Yeah, also, I mean, running through into the site when your teammates are trapped behind smokes did feel a little ambitious.
Man's got to have ambition,
yeah,
Michael.
But it was fine in the end.
Well, across Ninjas, you don't see anyone standing out in the numbers department. For Nomads, they have Hennex and Hooligan clearly leading the charge. Clouden as well, sneakily sifting through his opponents. And Clouden, as he tries to be sneaky, he will actually get one where he had no right to.
Yeah, pretty dangerous move for him to make, but I mean, him still getting away with that one kill is enough, I suppose. It will keep this CT side spread thin, however, so the gap in middle is something that can be exploited. It's whether or not Ninja can read.
I'm sure they can read.
The fact that Nomads have vacated that area.
You're very insulting, Michael.
It's just not what I was... let me finish my sentence.
Nomads doesn't want to let Ninjas finish up this setup, but Risk is waiting for this exact thing. Here he peeks. He thought it was just the 2 or the 1. I don't even know. I don't have a justification.
Yeah, there's no reason that you should repeat for that.
He's also the only one who had access to the bomb.
Yeah.
And that's an op, so they should know, oh my god, the shadow's enough. And Spine's trapped in. He has to use his smoke. The Molotov back just really doesn't matter. Miami's died elsewhere.
He was a secondary player that actually could have gone back to pick up that bomb and done so safely. So these players in Cave are going to have to retreat, and to be honest, may even have to think about saving. If Sasiki can somehow fish out a kill on B, then that's their way back in.
Hennex is just playing this too well. He knows the risks that are there. He's turning this into a 2 versus 1 for the last player as well, and with Spine already low, he's just going to back off. He's got $950 in the back pocket with full loss bonus. Saves the op. You're going to be fine for a buy in the next if you want to.
And listen, it's less about the fact that Risk repeaked. It's more the fact that
no one else was there to cover the cross?
Or you didn't have a flash from your players that were actually decently close. He did so dry, and he gets punished, and he was a very important piece to this round.
I think what's truly surprising to me, Michael, is that Ninjas have met a roadblock on their T side.
Yeah.
I actually thought that CT side would be where they struggle. I see this 8-4 half that they've set up, and I'm thinking, all right, kick your feet back up and shoot away. Feet are back down. I can guarantee that.
Yeah, they've been quickly taken back down to earth, that's for sure. They dare let this map through in the Veto, and that first half was great, but you need to be good on both halves to close. One can be good and one can be okay, but you cannot fall flat. The Nomads just have such great protocols on the CT side. I feel like, every one of their anchors, the site players communicate well, the util that they use is pretty much flawless, and sure, they can sometimes get caught out with their nades out because they, I guess, will think about that first, about as a counter reaction. But the Ninjas have not been able to punish that and actually convert it into round wins.
And I'm looking out towards Miami on this T side to find some impact. Doesn't feel like he's really had much so far. As much as Rage and Risk are obviously the big two that we talk about, Miami on the Lurk is incredibly important. And if he's not a threat, then Nomads can just always rotate. They can just always concentrate onto the main force. And that main force heads into donut. 25 seconds left on the clock, though. Hennex Misses out on that first opportunity. He's got an AWP covering his side, but that AWP is going to be sidelined completely. Miami, there's that impact we needed.
He was so patient. I mean, never revealed his hand from the right side of A main. And as they could battle out for Temple, that bomb will go down. Risk as well inside of Donut, a swing and a miss. And it's Clouden that runs him down into 3-on-3 where these players are collapsing in the post plant. The Nomads have swarmed them back into this A bomb site. And while Sasiki picks his hands up on that AWP, he has to prevent the cross. He has to prevent them from tapping it and feeling confident. One man can act as coverage, a flash that hopes to get some room here for Sasiki, and it pushes Randy forward. Now a full one-on-one. And Para knows that he has to flush him out of position, and he'll find it, but this will be a tight defuse once again here for the Nomads. It feels like it may be too far gone, but he has it. The Nomads will pull through in another hairline clutch.
Risk can't miss those.
And he has been. From the CT side into T, even though they had a good result coming out of that defense, Risk has not hit everything on his screen, even the easier looking ones.
And Sasiki, it's a hero's effort, it really is. But you never needed a hero there. Losing out on the reverse collapse, the CT's speed overruns, and now Ninja might look to do a little bit of speed running themselves. Hooligan, Incendiary out, it's gone deep.
He spotted this player though. He knows that there's some presence at ramp, but I think he doesn't expect that it's actually still tucked in on that left side. Thinks that the Incendiary would have cleared it, and so Rage gets the spring on him.
Rage continues forward. He's looking for Cloud, and he knows it's going to be inside cave, but as Para strikes in, Rage now has to rely on utility. Molotovs and smokes coming together, and Clouden will be put down. Rage gets the better of him this time.
Oh, Incendiary doing a lot of damage to Spine. There's no spam to follow it up, however. He's able to escape into the smoke.
And Molly goes too deep. Randy's going to be able to fight back if he wants to. The smoke is dissipating soon. And Spine's looking for a space that he's never going to be given. He ends up donating an AK. And with the smoke back down in cave, Sasiki had to hold down the line. Rage, has he not done enough? Has he not done enough?
Oh, he didn't get the kill.
And with that, it's going to be another fight of attrition. They're off the defuse. Rage goes back to try and spam. Has he not done enough? 11 for the Nomads, the kill to spit on his grave.
He dared to run back to pocket. He dared to spam it. And that's all the information that Randy needed. He heard him rotate. Risk did not have the health to trade. He did not want a clear duel. And because of that, it costs him. Yeah, Rage tried his darndest, that's for sure. But it is simply not enough. These clutches are falling the way of the Nomads. Their pick in the series, sure, that first half may have fallen flat, but this CT side, I wasn't bigging it up for no reason. These guys have just a great understanding of what they want at key moments in rounds.
I mean, we're seeing a combination of some great calls from Hooligan, some great protocols overall, but also Ninja's crumbling.
Yes.
In these late round situations, you're seeing, these critical kills miss. Sasiki's not able to take advantage of Hennex putting his gun away and whatnot in that last one. Risk obviously missing shots. And look, I know these things happen. I know they do. And it's Nomads who are enabling those mistakes because of the pressure they're putting on them. But it is a reminder of the youth in this team as well.
It went from waxing lyrical about the form and the ability of individuals on Ninja, but here on this T side, it's just not come to fruition.
Hennex has been unstoppable, it feels like, on these defenses. Randy right there with him, and Hennex continues to perform. Side, side, side. Yes, that's exactly what you need to defend, but Hooligan comes in from behind. One shot, and the second might be asking for too much. Rage lost. He still turns, but he can't turn his fate.
They cannot buy a clutch. They cannot buy one of these late round finishes. That's another 1v1 in this second half that has still come the way of the Nomads. And I did worry that Hooligan had overstepped, where I'm commending them for their sort of ability to be on the same page about pacing and re-aggression into these sites. Hooligan did overstep the mark, but it is not punished. And it has been a flawless run here from Nomads into the second half. It's been 8 straight, and who's to say that 9 can't follow? Couple of chances there for Rage, but he's taken a lot of damage.
This knife has been blunted. Its edge dulled. Rage is missing everything.
Yeah, confidence has waned as well. I mean, you see the way that he's swinging. That's not the Rage that we come to appreciate.
That's not the Rage we saw in Mirage versus Only One Word, that's for sure. Few men as comfortable as Sparrow feels right now. Smoke in his hand, information in his mind, and time on his side.
Now, there should be no more stalling util on this B bomb site.
Alex has rotated. No, he's decided against it.
It's because Hooligan wanted to make the move. In fact, there's 4 of them on B by the time that Ninjas make up their mind, but they're starting to reroute, hoping to abuse this A bomb site, which doesn't have that same level of protection. A smoke down there for Randy, and they cannot get their hands on him. He's dancing back and forth on this bomb site, and reinforcements is here. Henex there to provide that support, but he can't get the kill he needs to into 3-on-3, where they can get the plant in.
The flash goes too deep, and Hooligan's able to proceed because of its spine trades, and while Para's going for a long-winded spray, it's Spine left alone. A man not given the option to cut so far, but Clouden in these late rounds has been immutable. He has been undefeatable, and Nomads will come through with a flawless second half.
9 rounds straight, but 4 1v1s that end up falling the way of the Nomads on their run right back into this game. They fell a little flat. They looked a little neutered on that T side, but the CT offering from them was impeccable. Ninja never stood a chance.
And look at them dancing away. They know they might have dodged death after what that first half looked like, but you know what I am going to commend them on? I'm going to commend them on leadership. The one thing we never say Ninjas had, I mean, Nomad show up in spade. I don't know what kind of calls Hooligan is giving, but the plays he was making, you start off strong in the pistol round over there. He keeps on being everywhere, even in that first gun round. Hooligan led by example in a way where the rest of his team found fate. Not above, but on their side.
Yeah, every time he was calling something, it's like, guys, I'm actually just going to be on the B-bomb site this time. And hey, sure enough, they're hitting the B-bomb site. So yeah, it's hard to not have belief in your leader when he is reading your opponents like a book.
And listen, I've got a man over here who's great at reading and even better at leading. Neokai, tell me what went wrong for the Ninjas.
What went wrong? I mean, honestly, at times you can ask the question, what went right? Nothing. It felt like every little kind of 1vx or 50-50 or just anything that felt like an even chance, they squandered, right? So many post-plant positions that just did not work in their favor. It must be so tilting as well to be part of it. But Nomads, I mean, what a run out of them. Consistency, control over the tempo, not letting Ninja ever really get comfortable. And even when they were in a spot of a post-plant, they did so well to play off each other. I think these sort of, 2v2 kind of setups they were going for, they were swinging together, super effective. I mean, again, it's that Nomad and an ancient match made in heaven, right? They've always got that going for them. It's such a good map. We even saw them take it yesterday. It's now looking forward, though, fellas. This is where things start to maybe divvy out a little bit. We can maybe even arguably always expect Nomads to take this map. It's the rest of the series where probably Ninja are looking towards.
It's strange to think that, for a map and a half, Ninja looked like they were in peak form. Like, genuinely hitting great shots. Felt like they were fully warmed up coming into this game even. But then we get into that second half, and it's like a completely different team. We saw almost like a crisis of confidence. Players did not swing with full conviction. They were hesitant. Even one of these rounds where Rage enters onto the B bomb site, he gets to the opening kill. He knows a player's inside of Cave, and his teammate dies behind him. He doesn't try and swing out to trade. He like hesitates, tries to get a smoke out, and they ended up in a clutch because his teammates actually couldn't hold their spots on the site when they finally broke in.
Yeah, you look towards, I mean, it's a conversation that we've had quite a lot, but I think with Ninja, it's something that maybe gets overlooked a lot because of their firepower, but in the leadership conversation we talk, and maybe this is where these problems come through. They've spoken about even themselves saying, oh, we're kind of just 5 guys and we just do our own thing, and we needed a little bit of control there, and just a little bit of cohesion that we actually really lacked.
Yeah, unfortunately, when your 5 guys don't work, that's when your one team is supposed to show up and and that just wasn't there. And you look across every single player, right? You look at Rage, who feels like he's afraid to take fights. You look at Miami, who's not actually pushing the boundaries on that A-bomb side. Even in that last round, Miami took so long to peek onto site. It felt like it was a solo fight coming out from the players in Donut. You're looking at Risk missing shots. Spine and Sasaki, who are never supposed to be your big players, stepping up, especially on the T side, by the way. You know, they had some stability, but not that multi-kill potential that you hope that maybe they can pull through.
But let's also get this clear. A 13-8 where Nomads won 4, if not 5 1v1s.
Yeah.
That ultimately that does actually decide games, and that is the differential we have on the scoreboard as well. I mean, you can even see it across the kills. It's not like there's a massive disparity in terms of how many kills Ninja versus Nomads get. And when you see scorelines like this, you're usually expecting like maybe a 10-15 kill difference, but it doesn't really feel like there's that much in it.
I think what I'd love to see afterwards is see how many kills these guys even got on the T side, because it did feel like that was significantly lower. Clouden, what a performance from him.
Yeah.
I had my doubts after that Jichihao game. I shouldn't have.
There we go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just wow. Those late rounds,
yeah.
He was a deciding factor in so many of them.
Back to being the guy that we know and love. Back to being the guy that we actually touted all the way throughout the early part of this tournament, being actually sort of, you know, we even had this conversation, right? You know, if there was ever gaps at the top, like, and where they were looking to the I don't say lesser teams, that sounds bad, but you know what I mean, the younger than less experienced teams, Clouden's got to be one of the first names on the list, and is those sort of games kind of where you prove why, right? I think what you were talking about, Mike, a little bit, where you talk about these 1v1 situations, you know, me and Baseline Jay were watching here, we're just so tilted at the time. There's a few, like, honestly, in like 3 rounds, and like felt consistently, like consecutively, may I say, if they had just played a little bit slower, they win on timing, and it came down, I mean, how many bomb defuse did we see just as the bomb goes green as well, right? It's just about playing time, and I felt like they were panicked, they were flustered because they were so desperate to get around over the board, and that's what hurt them. But let's talk about a more positive note, right? That is Ancient out the way. That is Nomad's sort of guarantee, right? It's their shoe-in. Now we look to the rest of this Veto. I think Ninja, at least, they'll have the exact same knowledge that we do about how Veto process has always been a little bit more difficult for Nomads, and they've got weaknesses. Ancient's always great. The rest of the pool, though, is where it does weaken out. So I wonder whether they're feeling a little bit more confident. Hopefully they are heading in towards map number 2. We're going to have to wait and see. It's a break for now. We will see you all in 5.
We are really happy to make it to playoffs, and yes, we were expecting to make it to playoffs because everybody feels great during the game, and we practiced a lot, and we just believe that we can make a lot of things. We are really happy, and we just kept fighting, and we know we can reach way better, and we can become way better within time. We are just like a 2-month, 3-month team, and we're just gonna keep fighting.
We have made it to a playoff. Our new goal will be qualifying to EWC. That's our main goal for us. So moving on to the next stage, it will be quite difficult for us because there's a top 4 invited teams. They are quite a strong team.
Of course, we're gonna fight to win, and we believe we can win, but step by step.
The next stage will be to try our best to play against them and get a win from those invited teams.
We're just gonna play our best, and we believe we can beat anybody.
Our goal is to get the champion because we didn't make to the major, so right now we are quite focusing on this now. Get through the close qualifier first and then get champion, the main qualifier. Pretty much because they are a top team, so we just play aggressive and see whether they can handle us. Yes, we are satisfied. Just we are confident with our game, and that's all. Yeah, so it's Chalking because he's very consistent in fragging. Mostly the opponent's middle take is quite weak, so we kind of exploit their weakness. And we managed to win the round because of the middle, when we control the mid. Yeah, kill 1 at middle, And in EC VIP, there's no people, so we try to make space. And then when I'm in A main, I report to him, A main is smoke. So how try to take pressure to move to go CT, and he's ready to pick A main together with me. So he made the first contact, and then he bait for me, and then come out A main, and I'll kill the A main guy. So, and also I kind of expect Temple and 1 main, so I managed to kill 2 in A. Playing with young players, they get better aim also, and also more motivated to play with the young people. So playing with them also give them some experience of how to play the game also. I think we didn't make the major to this. The Austin major is quite sad, and also disappointed that we didn't make it. After this tournament, we still have another online qualifier for EPL, so to go. And also we need to improve more in our gameplay in terms of communication and tactically. So this is what we are quite lack of. And we usually want to qualify for EWCS because it's a big tournament as well with many prize pool as well. So it's a big important tournament to join this as well.
Well, for Ninja, they're looking for a bounce back off the back of a very disappointing second half, to say the absolute least. Nomads find themselves now 1 map away from joining their comrades of Chinggis Warriors in towards the playoffs. And I mean, with a map like that, Tea Time, if they can replicate that second half performance and really find consistency, that cohesion, the great calling, the individual stepping up, on this map, they actually have a decent chance.
What I'm more worried about is if we actually have Ninja replicating that second half coming into Mirage, because that loss in confidence that we saw, I don't know if it might have a lasting effect. You know, you might try and shake it off and whatnot, but the lack of leadership does still stay map to map, right? Yeah. I mean, this is still a group of pretty young players who are bringing it all together and hoping to make it work, and I don't know if they can.
And also, one of these things, if I'm right in saying, at least from what I've been seeing down here, they don't have a coach behind them. Or, you know, sometimes we've seen times where the coach is in the crowd, but they don't have that sort of overarching, calming voice to slow them down. And it feels like they're a side who need that, especially when you're on a loss streak like that. Just having somebody who's a little bit more experienced who can just slow things down and calm the crowd down would really help. And yeah, don't seem like they have that.
Yeah, I mean, they must have been thinking continuously like, oh, well, we got unlucky, we didn't win the clutch, but we'll just get them next time, boys. And that next time never came. So, I mean, to be honest, I think one of the things that we kind of undervalue coming into this series is really just the different styles that these teams have to offer, because the Nomads have teamwork pretty down pat.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, ladies and gents, it is Mirage up next, and potentially as well, Nomads on the brink of booking their spot in towards playoffs. Let's find out if they can.
Mirage is going to be an interesting affair. We have seen a Ninja on it today who could not look more dominant. Are we about to see much of the same or something completely different?
Yeah, this hasn't really been a solid map for the Nomads and their online officials, but, you know, who cares about how games have gone in the past? Right now, the Nomads have to be flying high on confidence, and they maybe even would have expected that Ninja could lean this way if the Veto panned out in the way that it did. So starting on that CT side are Nomads, given that this is the selection of their opponent. And with that bomb still in spawn, it's clear that Nomads on... or Ninja rather, on this T side are poking and probing to see if they can get an idea on the setup.
Clouden Good position, but with Hooligan's demise, he doesn't want to stay in connector for too long. He'd rather play off of his teammate and top cons. And while Risk has taken control, I don't think he's actually been noticed. Risk is missing shots, he's missing them all. And Cloudon's been allowed to fight back. His two players here. Randy will be found by Sasaki, and that's going to be the saving grace.
It's this double-pronged assault that finally gets hold of that player inside of jungle. Henex takes a bit of damage through the wood, but still alive and kicking, and still actually able to scrap with a lot of these Ninjas players committed to the bomb site. Not going to feel confident or safe enough to plant, but that's because Sasaki is the only one that will peer deep enough to find that last head.
Sasaki just saved them there.
Yeah.
With that first skill coming out, making sure that Risk can't turn around and just fight into a bit of a difficult spot. Rather, sorry, Randy can't turn around and do so, yeah.
Yeah, things get a little hairy in that pistol, but Ninja do manage it. And after a 9-round streak coming out of that last map, they finally break it on their map pick.
Hey. We knew they'd get there eventually.
Yeah, I mean, at some point it had to end, right?
You hope.
Yeah, that was the hope.
That's what I said about only one word as well, to be fair, and then they lost 11 in a row.
Yeah. You're like, they don't lose 10 rounds in a row, but
11 in a row, but yeah.
Yeah, then they did. It's sometimes a shame, but it's good that Ninja have been able to sort of bounce back just a little bit off of that pistol, even if they still looked a little shaky. It can always turn back into your favor, especially as we get further into the series. I think we would give Ninja the advantage on the decider on Dust 2 should we get there.
Ninja are heading into a stack over here right now, though. A lot of pistols already here, you'd say actually all of them. And Aspara is burned down to a crisp. It is still a meal to be made of things. Risk comes out, easy pickings. And Randy will be the only one to find a kill.
Yep, full stack. Only one P250 that I really had to worry about. If there were 5-7s and they were running into full B stack, I would have been more scared, but USPs don't often offer that much. So, good 2-0 start. Keeping casualties at a low as well, especially when they had so many of these rifles.
Reassuring. Now comes the first rail test. Cloudon playing out in middle before the smoke blooms. Did had a chance, but also could have gone down. Rage misses an opportunity. The double swing still maintained. CTs dodge the flash there, unworried as they continue to fight. This is not the best of angles to contest him in, but Cloudon's actually lost his life in the meanwhile elsewhere.
Yeah, getting taken down around the top of that con smoke. And the fact that Risk has also found the B extremity player, they're going to be very fleet-footed to try and get that rotate, but they've at least dealt with Miami. The thing is, there's still a secondary layer to this lurk. The Molotov right on the top of Power and the flash coupled up with it is just a beautiful thing to see. Ninja break into B, and there's nothing that Nomads can do.
They might not even be able to save over here. Rage is spotted out, so it's a fair fight, and that's why Henex will have no excuses about why he lost it. He's just better.
Randy will try, and he will fail to hold on to this weapon all the same. That secondary lurk in Rage, able to get rid of all the weapons. So, a pretty fast start from the Ninjas, all things considered. Pretty clear cut. And that was something that we noted when they played only one word as well, is that once they were finding advantage, they were capitalizing on them very well. They were targeting weakened bomb sites. They were going sometimes into, you know, these angles that were uncovered on good timings. They kind of had a bit of everything, and well, Cloudon tried to hazard the journey, but Sasaki would not let him cross.
Rage gets aggressive into Henex. I'm a bit surprised.
Yeah, peeked out from ramp.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like what only one word actually did against them in the 5-7s, but not quite so disastrous. It is still going to be some decent damage. Hooligan forced forward. He finds a man with a smoke in his hand and maybe one with a smoke in his face. Miami's grenade will keep Hooligan low, but guess what? Game on, baby. A flash to cover his tracks, but his tracks are still here. He's not really moved a hair.
He really just wanted to make sure that Hooligan was actually still where he was last spotted. Great headshot. But yeah, the dink damage back is quite considerable. Hooligan with that SMG could just finish off the job.
And Miami is scared. Rightfully so.
He's got time, though.
Time to second guess himself. Perhaps
Hooligans had great reads this series.
This might be no different. Stays his ground, he's on stairs. Miami planting on the A-bomb side seems like it is an inevitability.
He actually tucked all the way back into con, so won't even be able to offer up a duel.
He's just waiting for the bomb plot to pair, and I love that. Absolutely do. With the smoke revealing position and intention, Miami is going to be taken down before he can even plant the bomb. What a round from Hooligan.
Yeah, I mean, the first kill seemed simple enough. They were just juggling utility. They were trying to communicate to each other who should be smoking off jungle. But the fact he gets a kill straight through the smoke is really what brought this round back into the favor of the Nomads. You see, they throw 2 smokes at jungle instead of just one leading voice dictating who was going to make that play.
And now Hooligan has his AWP out as well. Remember, that was not a round they were supposed to win. So all of that extra money, all of that extra cash has been immediately invested. Hennex Explorers, they've got one thing they're sure of. They don't want to let Rage have his way with the A main side, but this time it's not Rage, it's Sasuke and Risk is a stranger to this side of the map, but he's making his way known quickly. Miami gets Randy for free. And now you recede.
Yeah, just great suffocating play on the A aggression. Spotted it immediately and, you know, communicated very well with the Palace player to capitalize on that kill. Would not have been cozy, would not have been comfortable. They're spread very thin here on the Nomads. If they want any chance back in this round, Para has to get 2. First one simple enough, but Rage will trade. And feeling a little out of position, Hooligan will start to make his way over, but a gap around the smoke, and Clouden just clotheslines both.
Miami's left alone in the clutch. 1 versus 2. That might not be the best of ways to start off a clutch, but maybe he's got the follow-ups regardless. Clouden is down, and the AWP was spotted. He peeks into it.
Another Hooligan clutch.
He just doesn't miss in these.
It simply seems pedestrian.
But Clouden's shot, not just the 1, but the 2.
Yeah, a beauty. A pair of them.
God damn it. What I would give to shoot like that.
Now listen, Hooligan can definitely have his step-ups. We've seen it in some of these previous games from the Nomads, that much is for sure. But right now, in terms of his individual ability, his reads, and just even kind of soul reading his opponent in the 1 versus 1, it feels like Hooligan, this is a level from him that comes at no greater time for the Nomads. They're already satisfied with making it this far, with practicing and playing against some better and better teams here in the Asian Champions League. But who's to say that this is where their journey stops? Already a map to the good. And while sure they are still trailing, a couple of clutches can reignite the flame, something that always evaded Ninja as well from that first map. That sore spot's only going to get more and more sore.
Para has to be careful. He is the critical man on this B-bomb side, but Hennex is going to be sidelined. No, pulls out the USB, gets a chance to fight, but it's not a fair fight at all. While Rage has actually pulled out the M4 that was dropped without any ammo in it. The curse of the A1 is eternal, but Clouden is still making it work for himself. Sasuke left alone. It's been a fantastic start to this map, but what kind of performances can you ask of him here? Hand spotted out from Randy. Head now given up as well. The body is on the ground. Rotation confirmed, but Hooligan is in hot pursuit.
Switches to an M4, and he should be a part of this foot race, but he also knows that Sasuke has enough time to slow things down if he should so choose. Hooligan doesn't even wait for the plant. Sasuke dare not fake. Hooligan in clutches is undeniable.
Hooligan is IGLing 2 teams right now.
He's in their head.
He's dictating everything Ninjas is going to do. That voice in the back of their mind, that's not their conscience. That's not their instinct. It's Hooligan.
Oh dear.
3 rounds they've won, Michael.
Yep.
Guess how many of them have been hooligan clutches?
All of them.
Damn,
I already
you're
knew
right.
the answer to that one. But I have to wonder, I mean, quite literally, I think that's 8 1v1s across this series.
At what point does it stop?
Who says it has to?
Hopefully a fan of ninjas.
I was not expecting this game to be one where an upset could happen. Sure, I think we had some pretty solid matchups in this lower bracket, but considering the weaknesses we saw from the Nomads in their map pool, something that Ninjas, I think, actually opted not to exploit, that may be their downfall, because Nomads are fired up.
It's going to be a response out towards this A-bomb set as they've seen 3 players here already. Hennex gets a chance to fight, but it's Hooligan to finish off the job. And while Randy's on his side, Hooligan fight for too long. Sasuke and Spine will be the ones to drag them out of the grave. But who's to say this coffin's closed? Sasuke forced off by the grenade. And if it's not Hooligan, it's Para.
How many clutches?
Too many clutches.
And too many moments where Ninja get close, but they let their guard down. Every time they think they've got a little bit of room, there's another player breathing down their neck. Whether it's been on trades or whether it's been in the clutch, they always think they have that extra second, and that has been wrong each and every time.
There are games that haunt you, Michael. Forever and ever. This might be one for Ninjas.
Yeah, it almost certainly could be. I mean, listen, they're still teeing themselves up in a position where on these constant buys, because it comes down to so many 1v1s, Nomads are never really building a solid economy. So it's not to say that this run from the Nomads couldn't be toppled instantly should something go the way of the Ninjas. There is still a way back in. There is ways to redeem this.
The issue is that one of the benefits for Nomads, of course, that they got from the early MP9 clutch and the early MP9 triple kill from Hooligan is he's never actually lost the op, it feels like. So you are always going up against pretty heavy stopping power from the CTs. Smokes are exchanged out on the Say bomb site. Randy and Clouden. Double con setup. Will be moving through with a flashbang. Maybe they move out of it as well. Randy's certainly making the noise as if he intends to do so. He does. Rage will be found right as he climbs up. Randy's blocking them inside the smoke. He wins the duel. Switches for the Galil, but doesn't have time to pull the trigger. Clouden is down as well. But Hennex yet to reveal, and with Para playing distraction, Hennex might still be able to find Nomads that coveted 2-3 men alive victory that they've been looking for. Sasuke loses his duel as well. And with Hennex losing his head, Miami still has a chance. Hooligan is on the other side though. And as a bomb is being planted, go figure, he does it again.
He is in their heads. Genuinely, he knows exactly how they're going to react in these moments. He didn't bite on that first sound cue, that cross towards default. He waited until further steps were made and he catches a bomb out. This time there are 2 survivors for the Nomads, so a noted improvement over their previous round wins.
Great timing from Clouden to move back and actually peek back into jungle as well. He doesn't really take his time about it or anything of the sort.
I really do just worry that Ninja are just going to get strucken down confidence-wise. This is a team that run really well when their pieces are feeling, you know, hot off the presses.
I think they have been struck down confidence-wise, Michael. And I don't know what it'll take to get them back up, but maybe this round can show us some of it. Miami's push into the middle of the site and Barra's demise means Hooligan. Surely this clutch will be too much for him. Surely! Oh. You can't keep getting away with this. Miami reminds him of that fact.
Still Clouden though, he's still a problem, man.
He always has been in these late rounds especially.
Doesn't have a kit though.
And that is a problem. And it does feel like Ninjas have done enough. But it felt that way before.
It's a crossfire.
It's hard to deal with. Clouden peeks out. Too many angles, too many places. A perfect crossfire, and the quad from Miami is what it takes to break this streak.
Yeah, I mean, thank goodness something finally falls Ninja's way. They can actually capitalize on all this economic damage that they have been building continuously against the side of the Nomads. And once again, it's off the back of, you know, an opening kill for the Mongolian squad. It's just that double kill there from Hooligan. You did really start to believe that there was a way back in. But those entries were devastating. Miami will not falter. But it's that dynamic duo in Rage and Risk that don't feel like they're giving their best performance in this series so far.
Not even slightly. Lost since the second half of Ancient. They need to find themselves. Miami and Sasaki will give them time. Time to remember. But first, Ninjas need to move past this force spy that Nomads will be bringing to the table.
Even on the low weaponry, it's not like Nomads are doing too much with it. You know, they wanted to play in these close range angles, but they're flying a little blind in terms of actual information.
The flashbang to reclaim out, aim in, as well as a follow-up. Clouden will find the perfect timing, and Hennex will get the perfect kill. It's a 5 versus 3. Para's Deagle, if it gets another frag, it's game over. But he's missed his shot, and the chance will be gone by. With a Molotov underneath his feet, he's forced back into Risk's crosshair. Sasaki needs to be careful, though. He's going to be caught by Clouden's AK, and while Hooligan continues to push, Clouden gets a second kill. Risk has lost it. He has absolutely lost it.
I can't believe they get away with this.
I can.
It's backstabs. I mean, again, they were flying with very limited information. The flash was good for a ramp, but they're just able to strike him with these 2 kills simultaneously that it throws the B Apartments players into a bit of a frenzy. They knew they needed something back.
Great shots from Clouden as well.
I'm sure you did a bunch of economic damage, but that was you know, not the best buy from the Nomads that they've been able to steal away from you. And now your money wanes. Rage will take a chance. Round connector, and Hennex was there to greet him, but it's an instant collection on a kill. An early advantage here for Ninja.
Can they make it work?
They did nothing but capitalize on entries against only one word.
They're moving back over towards the B-bomb side. They've realized that Clouden very often will be playing out towards that top connector area later on as well. This time that isn't the case, but they can force him to remain distracted with Rage's position. So long as Rage doesn't just die, this is a great setup for Ninja. But they're going in onto this B-bomb site without flashes. It's one Molotov.
Para has a lot on his plate, and Clouden is going to be distracted by the prospect of that boost.
Well, it's that one flashbang rather than it's used. Para's not revealed himself just quite yet, and as Rage starts to move forward, Clouden that might actually spur Para forward, but he misses even his first duel. And finally, it feels like Nomads will not be given a miracle.
Yeah, they may have known what was happening, but the fact that it was a clean entry, Ninja picked the right bomb site. They get an insertion to cut off rotates, and Rage springs into action at the perfect time. 2 key kills from him, and he's a player that feels like he cannot afford to go missing within this series, let alone this map. Finally, some influence, some impact. But Hooligan will be allowed to save this AWP. No one in quick pursuit of it.
Good call from Ninjas, have to say. Keeping Clouden distracted like that, and sure, Para, you know, maybe could have done more in a position where there wasn't the most utility, but there were a lot of numbers coming his way.
Yeah, it's just, there was this hail of flashes and then a Molotov bench, you know, there was this process of elimination and he was going to get swarmed, so yeah, Clouden did kind of need to help. It's just, yeah, Rage's activation on that flank was pretty much perfect.
And Nomads have done more with less. But that's not to make it something you expect. It feels strange to say, but the scoreline right now could very well have read 9-2 or something like it.
If not for that dastardly hooligan.
Miami has continued to perform. Between him and Suzuki, it's been some serious offensive power. The engine of this T side, and that engine forces Randy to be displaced, but Suzuki's already gone. Randy gets a kill right through the flashbang, and as he is able to back off and buy more time, Hooligan's still watching out towards Palace. Risk will not be able to get the kill either, and he fails the jump. Hooligan, another chance given over, but while the reload is coming through, Clouden finds Rage. Risk is all alone inside the side, spinning on a whim. He won't get number 3, and Para does shut it down. But again, Michael, it's a 1v1.
Anytime they think they can breathe for just one moment, all they need is a half second to reset and think about how this round is developing, but it feels like the Nomads were suffocating them. And a lack of oxygen to the brain of Ninja. So many clutches, too many clutches for the Nomads, but they find themselves with an advantage coming out of that half. They were constantly under economic strain, but when push came to shove, they delivered. If Ninja lose this series, this will be a game defined by clutches.
I don't even know what they could have done, honestly. Like, sure, there were mistakes, don't get me wrong, Michael, but at one point, you just feel like it's fate against you.
Yeah, a couple missed shots in a couple of clutches, you can fine, you can excuse that. But everyone, that's a little too much.
Been at least 11 clutches across these last two halves.
Yeah, it's been kind of tough to watch, to be honest. Like, surely Ninja start to win some themselves, it just never ends up happening. I kind of can't believe that it's building in this manner. Because, you know, we think back to those 3 Hooligan clutches. If he doesn't jumpstart the engine that way, you know, this is probably like an 8-4 half for the Ninja on the T side.
Maybe worse.
Yeah, it's actually crazy to think how much this story could have changed. But what a time to perform. A time to step up. Again, experience is the main thing for the Nomads that they serve to gain coming into this tournament. Clouden is the most experienced player on this roster, and he's the second youngest that they have. You know, you have Hooligan that sits with the Nomads at 28. Calling, AWPing,
reading minds.
Yeah, he's doing kind of far more than you would expect given that heavy responsibility. But everyone seems to be feeling good here on the side of Nomads. He wasn't the only one that won clutches. We also had Para as well.
Yeah. Clouden won one of them, I think.
Clouden almost did. I'm sure he won one on Ancient, though.
He won a few on Ancient.
Yeah, it's like too many to count.
Yeah.
But it's not like this Nomads team are, you know, young up-and-comers. These are older, more, I guess, mature players.
These are players who are watching the sands of opportunity slip through their fingers.
I mean, the Nomads are the ones that I was basically calling old. But sometimes you get a late start.
And sometimes age is
just a number.
And a benefit, to be very frank.
Yeah.
I mean, considering they have always looked like they are the ones with the cooler heads.
Yeah, they have great temperance.
They were down 4-8 in that first map, and ever since then, they've never looked back. And it feels weird to harken back to the first map again and again, but it doesn't feel like we ever really stopped.
Yeah, the trend, or like the main story between those two maps has kind of continued to be true here on Mirage. Sure, the maps are both fairly flat, but they play so different. It is surprising to see that it has continued to be a trend. And all I'm seeing right now is smiles on the Nomads' faces, while Ninja looked stern.
Now more than ever, Ninja cannot afford to have players go missing in the numbers department. T-side, you can cover off differences. T-side, let's be honest, 5 rounds, not terrible. You forget about what could have been. Now you look to what you can make of it. Spine, not quite as successful as on Ancient with the USP. He will be forced back, but he's maintaining control over deep CT. That's what matters. The swings are being requested from Nomads, but Hooligan has denied permission.
Full 5-on-5 on the retake. This position from Hooligan is very, very strong, but it's planted default, so if his teammates die, things could get very hairy, but they just slaughter them inside of spawn. Only Rage that sits and remains, the sole man that went up connector, and Hooligan has him dead to rights, all the same.
There were 3 T players in CT spawn. All of them played anti-flash there. That's a risk. That's a big risk. Especially considering you knew Spine was nearby enough to theoretically be able to re-aggress and swing out early and whatnot, right? If he's swinging with the flash even, I sort of blame Ninja, but it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, no, I get you. I mean, Ninja opted to play for the retake, so. Who's to say they didn't have a flash?
Rage is hoping to mimic success from earlier on, but he's been spotted.
They called it instantly. We can hear them calling it, screaming. There's one pushing ramp.
Ram. And as Randy goes out with a flashbang, this stack will be quickly dealt with. Not a single casualty.
Oh.
And it's 9 for the Nomads.
Yeah, very smooth start. The worst thing that could have happened to Ninja has happened. You know, you want to be doing at least a little bit of damage, pressing their economy, so when you get into that first gun round, maybe they'll come in with a couple of Galils. Something along those lines. And yeah, it's true, they did stack. We don't speak Mongolian, but when we start using English words, suddenly it becomes a lot clearer.
It's like, I speak English and Mongolian too. It's 5M4s for Ninjas, but it's one chance to fight back. Risk plays it timid. And maybe he'll be rewarded for it. Hooligan swings out wide and Risk will get the better of him. Miami nearby would not have been spotted. So if they want to try and play this punishment, Miami's here, but no. He loses the duel only to have Risk reclaim. So Nomads, who've lost 3 players early on in this setup, will give Ninjas some breathing room, but not by their own choice.
Yeah, and it's mainly the rifles as well that they've lost, and it's not like these are in recoverable positions. May not necessarily be important if Cloud is somehow able to fish up one of these kills, but I mean, such a deep play out from Rage, and a MAC-10 will serve you no favors on this fight. A little awkward, spots just the corner of him, and finally is able to deal with Para. So pretty much an open and shut case. Bomb dropped inside of T-spawn. And so Cloudin's deep position doesn't matter.
Any damage he can deal will be nice.
Throw that M4 out. Oh, no.
Well, okay.
Didn't matter in the end. Everyone had M4s.
Good to see, though, that they will be able to fight back immediately into their gun rounds, right? This is still going to be a position where it is recoverable. And it may seem like fate is against them, but it wouldn't be the first time Ninjas have tried to defy fate.
Yeah, I mean, this was basically one of the first duels that we saw from Hooligan on the entry that effectively didn't go his way. You know, so far in these fights, it always seems like he has a very keen idea about what his opponent is up to, but once he fell, that was kind of just the first domino on the, or rather the first card of the whole house of it to come toppling down.
It's another purchase from Nomads. Barra sticks to the Tech 9. He wants a speed, but Spine, oh my god, just spam it, just spam it, baby. Keep it going, 2 quick kills. And you can no longer enter this A-bomb site. Rage is perfectly positioned. Risk is covering him off as well. And sure, Hooligan will take down Rage, but Miami, even with a sloppy spray, puts them in a winning position. But winning positions they've had plenty of.
Yeah, Power doesn't actually need to commit to this either. I mean, their smokes down, these rotates were going to be slightly delayed, and so he's completely evacuated.
And he's gunning it.
Yeah, he's full knife out. He's expecting that Ninja are going to hesitate, and eventually they should split up.
But will it be too late?
Yeah, I mean, they're currently clustered together, and Power's actually not running it all the way to B.
He wants to look for a fight across from a short into A.
Could
and he
certainly
might get
catch it.
They're looking for it, but it's a casual clear, and with that, Power's going to have to be happy with damage. He knows that the time works out in his favor. Bomb can be planted immediately in for short, and these CT players will actually be quite segmented. Do they wait and play together? Yes, they do.
One's a little further forward than the other. And Power has slid himself away. It's been long enough that he actually could have retreated to short for all they know.
Now noise made. Para knows. Para waits. Para kills. Para succeeds again. And the 1 versus 1s that have always gone the way of Nomads will do so once again. The clutch simply cannot favor Ninja.
A 1-on-2 there for Para, but when it gets into this dance back and forth in at bench, all that accrued heartbreak, you could see it start to be more and more tangible. They find themselves in a man advantage, a 3-on-1 momentarily, and just the perfect call there for Para, the perfect placement, and the shots coupled all alongside it. Nomads, when it comes to closing rounds, it doesn't matter who's in the clutch.
Incredible clutch from Para, but I have to say, Rage was really set up for success. Hooligan being able to find that kill as well. Take all that more space meant that Para had a bit more room to work with too. It's these small things, right? It's the small places where that confidence does take a hit.
It feels like anytime they start to swing with it, they do get punished. And when they show hesitation, that's not their typical style.
Credit to Risk, he has come much more on board going into the second half.
It just pales in comparison to the last Mirage we saw.
Yeah, and I don't know if he's, at the rate they're going, if he's ever going to get an op.
Yeah, it's been pretty cataclysmic. Miami and Sasaki did a lot on that T side to keep the team afloat. But they were biding their time, hoping that the traditional stars start to rear their heads. Miami is certainly one of them, sure. But Rage and Risk simply aren't pulling their weight. Here on Deagles, don't try and give it too much credence, especially with how this game has been going, but it certainly sparked a little bit more confidence back. Good kill for Sasaki, but now Spine alone. Para will collect on both.
I feel pain right now for the Ninjas, but my God, do I feel pride for the Nomads.
Yeah, I mean, they've persevered so far through this Asian Champions League. We talked so much about their weaknesses. We may have missed to hearken on their strengths.
I didn't even know these strengths. Winning every single clutch ever?
Yeah, but I mean, just the team cohesion, I guess, is the main characteristic of this squad that are looking to start making a name for themselves.
The true never back down attitude that they've displayed across this series, and as Rage looks to fight again, he will be able to get at least the one, but the trade is instant. It's Risk to make a difference, and it's high time that he does.
Need to close out on this advantage. It's good damage there onto Risk.
He's still fighting! Oh! Cloudrun takes on Miami, and with that, he's going to be able to smoke this off. He's segmented the entire map. He's got teammates coming. Para from Connector.
I mean, they have to be terrified of Spawn.
A smoke to buy a bit more time for Risk is well placed. But it's Cloudrun who continues to be the problem. Spine's taken down. Risk is low from the earlier peak, from the earlier affair, but he still fights back temporarily. So, Hooligan's time to commit. Perfect. And can Sasaki be a benefactor of the god that has been smiling down on Nomads? Maybe he can. But he still needs to move past Para. It's not the best smoke.
Not the best plan either.
And Para knows it. As he's fighting, Sasaki finally gets it. The curse has been lifted, but is it too late?
all I needed. That's all I needed was a clutch to finally fall the way of Ninja. And of course it's Sasaki, who has been a shining beacon of light here for Ninja on this map. This could have been far more tragic a tale. Finally, it comes together. And sometimes all it takes is one moment, one round. I mean, Nomads have had many that they can look back and feel great about. But Ninja now knowing that there is hope at the end of these clutches could be enough to reignite some confidence for them. But also Nomads could strike it right back down. Aggressive move from Rage does find success early on, but as he repositions, he's lost a teammate right behind him, and still on top of the balcony, he drops into the clutches of Para. He was fighting his teammate inside of spawn. He tried to provide some help, and while Spine gets Molotov'd back, all this early commitment, all this early noise, Para doesn't fully want to commit to it, but he's been called back by Hooligan.
I do wonder if Ninjas are going to be afraid of fighting too heavily onto a site after the clutch that they lost to Para before. But in the 2 versus 3, it's Hooligan who will strike first and almost strike second as well. You still have to be careful about Spine. Great move from him. He doesn't stay still.
Here we go again.
I've seen this one before, but so have Ninja.
Yeah, look at them. They're running, but they don't double commit.
I like this from Spine. He's reading into this. This is what Para did before, but Spine backs off too early.
Oh my god, they're going B.
I think Para's going A.
I think he is too.
Pin drop silence across the map. Para will not reveal intentions and Ninja will not reveal positions. That's a smoke. That's important.
They've got eyes from short though.
20 seconds.
Wait, does he go back B? Oh my god, this would be crazy.
I don't know if this is...
He'll have a free plant on B. They think it's gonna be an A-side plant, but they start to hear, I think, these steps in through Markin, so they're hot on his heels.
Para will not have time to reposition the way he did before. This has to be pure duels taken. He knows it as well. Closes the distance and it's out and about for Spine. Sasaki is down. Para is the king of B.
How does he do it again? They tried to get ahead of it. They thought they read him. And yet there was still another move, something unseen, that Ninja could not have anticipated.
They just didn't know. It was Para, the one holding the pen, writing the book they were trying to read, but he's too far ahead.
Oh my god. Heartbreak Hotel for Ninja.
And they've got a lifetime subscription to it.
There will be a burden for this game, likely donned purely into the hearts of Ninja. Nomads are looking for that final knockout punch. Ninja here on this CT side have got information. They've been proactive because they've got SMGs. They've gone through ramp. They should know this is a B-side hit. There are 3 in defense of it, but they are ill-equipped to take these duels. Randy gets one, but it's a back and forth trade. It's risk on a scout, and he'll hit a tag, but that's not gonna cut it.
And our final entrant into the Asian Champion League main event seems to be all but decided, but maybe Spine and Rage will make us count our words. Clouden is low, but it will not matter. He still takes it away. Nomads will be the last participant in the playoffs.
A fantastic series from them. Definitely our underdogs within this lower bracket. How coming into this game, we talked all about their weaknesses in the map pool, but on individual merits, they were winning clutches like no other. And I feel like we've been saying that all series long. We may have been harping on it a little too much, but that's all that you will remember if you're Ninja. How close you kept getting, only for it to be yanked back away from you. The Nomads join not only the Chinggis Warriors, but also the Huns, fellow countrymen of theirs, to move through into those playoffs.
And as for Ninjas, this will be a demo I am sure they will never rewatch. This will be a memory they will be forced to revisit only in their worst nightmares. Nomads, what a way to do it as well. Defeating Chinggis Warriors on their way here. Now Ninjas taken out as well, and they look to further pastures and fields of glory. But before they can get there, they're going to have to listen to Neokai wax lyrical about them.
What a showing. That Para box, man.
Which one?
Yeah.
Everything that could go right was going right. Sneaks past, timing, excellent. Bomb goes down, spots a peek. Just his crossing window to go to door, goes back, gets both. I mean, it is just beautiful. You look towards this Nomad side and actually the run they've had at this tournament, it is really impressive. And this is a side now that we actually have to, actually give a lot of props to, right? Without a doubt, they come in as one of the more inexperienced sides comparatively, to people they're joining, right? I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, right? But this is a team with actually a really high ceiling, and they're proving that. Sure, the floor at times can be low, and that might get exposed a little bit in the playoffs, but what they've done here in this group stage is actually fantastic.
And that is key. They are proving it. And that's the thing that we had to talk about when we came into this part of the tournament, is that they were unproven. In a LAN environment, they don't have these types of opportunities. Sure, they have some online play that they can reflect pretty positively on, but we didn't see the layers of teamwork. We weren't sure if there were going to be stars that showed up, but we had a very holistic approach here from the Nomads. They leaned into the strengths of their teamwork, and it definitely benefited them here down the stretch.
Yeah, and another Cloud and masterclass as well in towards Mirage. This guy is sick. If we can get this heading in towards that playoffs, this is a side that can upset, that can, steal maps and potentially even steal series of sides that just don't take them seriously enough. We saw it happen already with Chinggis Warriors in that best of one. They didn't play that properly. They didn't come in locked and loaded, and they got punished. And maybe that's been a bit of a tale for them throughout this group stage, but this is sick. I think, teams really have to take a hard look at them now and show that this is a side that, sure, we've spoken about the veto process, and that's something that they've got a week now to fix, and hopefully they can a little bit, but in terms of individuals tea time, this team is so cool.
I mean, we just saw the absolute best case scenario pan out for Nomads, which is A, Clouden is sick, but B, Hooligan calls his mind out. I mean, what a calling performance across the series. So many great reads, so many great adjustments. Just heralding his troops together as well at the most difficult of times. This guy is a true general.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to give a shout out as well to Carnage. I think he really at times kind of cooled them down. We looked. Oh, sorry. This was a previous game. I forget the coach over towards Nomads. There was a couple of times where you could see them when they were winning a lot of these rounds. He was calming them down, slowing them down. Just I think saying in a way, relax. We're in a good spot. Don't overthink it. Don't get too confident. Don't get too comfortable, and it actually did work a lot. But I mean, what a series from these guys. And I think the look now is actually, I think it's the what question, like where can they go, what can they do, how far can they go, and actually is this the start of something for this Nomad side?
Also, the Nomads are a bit of like a fledgling team, so their coach, their manager, probably their kind of like everything central contact is probably who you're talking about there.
Yeah, it's true. I really do look to see like what this side can do going forward. Cloud is obviously a name that's caught a lot of attention, but these are all guys who are trying to gain experience, and they're not only gaining it, they're doing it in spades and doing it effectively. So a sick performance. We look at the scoreboard at the tail end, and there's not. I don't even want to pick on anyone really over towards Ninja. I thought there was really moments in them, and it's like you said, Yumi. I think they'll just look back on this series and be like, on another day, the coin flips in our favor.
The coin just flipped against them every single time.
Yeah, every 1v1, every 2v2.
I think they had like 2 clutches out of the 14 that we probably saw within this series.
It's brutal, and I think they actually will probably have part of that in their mind of being like, we were so close, and I think that's where they kept trying these sort of plays, because they're probably thinking, which is a pretty solid call of, look how close we were. This can go in our favor the next time. It just didn't.
I think as much as there's, conversations to be had about Nomads and like the prospect of talent potentially leaving the team or building a name for themselves, I think it'd also be very hard for them to find a level of camaraderie or commitment like a team like this. Because there are teams in the Tier 1 that don't commit to some of these calls that I'm sure in-game leaders are making, but they do it so wholeheartedly that it actually squeaks through a lot of rounds because of it.
Yeah, live or die by the sword. Yeah. I think at times. Clouden, T-Time, talk to me about this guy.
I can't stop talking about this guy. Honestly, the decisions he makes, and also it's not just a late round decision, which is what I was praising him for most. What we saw over here in Mirage is his interplay with Randy was incredibly good on that CT side. Always knew when to be able to trade back out towards that connector side, was playing it really well. There's literally only one round where Clouden didn't have a grasp over everything that was being done on the T side, and that's a round that they lost. I mean, this guy's been incredible, great communications as well, and as much as I'm saying Hooligan is an incredible leader, he is, but the kind of dual play that
Cloud9's able to assemble with the rest of his teammates, regardless of where he's going to, be it Paro on B or Randy on Connector, it was incredible to see.
Well, there we go. Nomads, as you can see here from the losers bracket, booked their spot into playoffs of a 2-0, just like their fellow countryman Chingus Warriors who did it earlier today. Ladies and gents, look at this. A new graphic for you and a new bracket to take a look at. Hans GG How will be that opener, followed by Lin Vision versus Chingus. FlyQuest will then take on the Nomads. Match number 4, fellas. Now, I saw this earlier and I wanted to wait, and I was hoping that we would get this bracket. Tyloo Rare Atom
in our first set of games is crazy.
In a best of 3, which is awesome to see.
Yeah.
I got sent this picture a little bit earlier and I was waiting for hopefully this graphic would come up, and I'm glad we got it. How sick is that going to be to close out day number 2? But of course, we've got a pretty sizable break now. I think it's like 8 days off or something of the sort. When we are back, though, on the 6th of May, exactly, it'll be Hans taking on GG How on that opener, followed by Lin Vision Chingus Warriors. So it is going to be a big, hope to see maybe a bit of a, Mongolian pride coming through. Hans, they've got a lot to answer for themselves. They've had some ups and downs recently, Yumi.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. I mean, especially just the Huns and the Chingus Warriors, both of them have shown some vulnerabilities as of late, that's for sure. But I think as well, I think that we've had more time to sort of adjust to the environment, but also getting more familiar with LAN is something that not a lot of these teams have a great deal of experience with. And I think, obviously Lin are going to have that advantage coming into it. GG How, maybe less so, but we're still going to have to see whether or not they themselves are going to slide into that comfort, or whether the fact that you sort of ramp up with close qualifiers, that could serve to be in your favor.
Yeah, it's true, and I do wonder as well for a couple of these teams, Chingus Warriors, GG How, where they're now heading off to Mesa, whether that works in their advantage or actually against them, right? They're not prepping as much, but at the same time, some people argue official reps can be helpful on a LAN environment too.
And they'll get their time to prep. They're not making playoffs.
You also want some break days from time to time, but it's kind of like from one event straight to the next one, and then you're going back to the same event. That's going to take a toll on some people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the real good news, if we're just going to zone out or zoom out a little bit here, is that Asian Counter-Strike's in a really good spot at the moment, right?
It's really fun.
Spots coming through. We've got the Mongols obviously flying at the top end, tournaments all over different parts of Asia and multiple ones of them. It's a really good spot. Teams are starting to climb up and starting to actually show their prowess internationally now as well. We're not stuck in this sort of domestic thing where we don't really get to answer that question of what can they actually do on a big stage, because they're now starting to prove it.
I mean, more importantly, we're not stuck in the online hellhole of domestic CS as well, right? We're getting opportunities like this one. I mean, Change the Game almost did beat Chingus Warriors, guys. Let's remember that. Or sure, BO1s, whatever. We've seen incredible talent coming up already in this tournament. If this is going to be the future of Asian Counter-Strike, I'm so glad.
Yeah, I think the promising sign is that a lot of these teams that looked unproven, it's not like we're not seeing tactical Counter-Strike. I think that's one of the, misnomers that Asian Counter-Strike has had, and I don't even think it's unjustified in saying so, but there was a lot of just like hugging it out and just taking fights and being very raw in your approach. Now we're seeing teams with layers, and this is coming from very fledgling grassroots teams as well. That's a promising sign for the circuit.
I mean, fellas, we've all done our fair share of ECL Asia Online, and for a few years now as well.
Sometimes.
We've had some scrappy Counter-Strike over there, but it is really getting good. We are done here for the group stage. We're going to throw over towards Baseline J for a winner's interview. You'll see all of us three, in about 8 days or so. See you soon.
好的，我们采访一下 Nomads 战队的 Hooligan 啊，首先向大家介绍一下自己。All right, so we have Hooligan on Team Nomads with us. First of all, please introduce yourself to our viewers.
За өөрийнхөө талаар танилцуулаарай.
За намайг бол Hooligan тоглолтны Hooligan гэдэг Nomads багийн ахлагч байна.
Okay, my name is Hooligan. I'm currently playing in Nomads team. I'm the team leader and also IGL.
我是来自 Nomads 战队的 Hooligan 啊，我们现在是我们队伍的队长，然后还有指挥。Now 你们刚才打这个 Ninja 的这场比赛感觉怎么样？然后你觉得他们的打法是什么样的 ？So your match with the Ninja just now, what was your experience and what is your thought on their play style?
Ninja-гийн талаар одоо өмнө мэддэг байсан туршлагууд юу байна? Тэгээд Excuse me, can you say that?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on Ninja's play style?
Ninja-гийн нэг тоглолтын хэм маягийн талаар юу гэж бодож байна?
Ninja багийг бол сайн мэднэ. Тэгээд саяхан бас бид нар бас Ninja багтаа таараад 2-0 гэдэг харьцаагаар бас дахиад буулгаж авсан. Бас яг саний 2 матчд болсон Ancient Mirage 13-7 13 тоглож байсан. Тэр нь бол энэ тэмцээний дээр Ninja-тай таардаг болохоор ерөнхий сайн мэднэ.
We actually know about Ninja pretty well because we often play against them in the scrims, so we had a pretty good expectation about them.
我们对 Ninja 其实还比较了解的，因为我们平时会跟他们经常打训练赛啊，所以我们对他们的打法也比较了解。Now, so congratulations on qualifying. So, how is the team feeling? And do you guys feel like you've achieved your goal so far? 那么战队现在觉得大家的感觉怎么样呢？然后进了这个季后赛，你们觉得是不是已经完成了你们的目标了呢？
Одоо ямархуу мэдрэмжтэй байна? Зорилготой хүрсэн юм шиг санагдаж байна уу?
Эхний алхмаа бол бид нар давчлаа. Плей-оффтоо маш их шалгахыг хүсэж байсан. Тэгээд плей-оффтоо одоо дараагийн алхам бол шүгэн дөрөвтөө заавал гарч ирнэ гэж бодож байна.
We stepped on our first goal in qualify for playoff, and now we're going for the next goal is to go in the best 4 team.
我们算是完成了一个目标吧，就是打进这个季后赛。那么现在我们要尽可能的去走得更远。那么最后问一下，他们在季后赛最想面对哪一支队伍 ？So last question, which is the team that you guys want to face the most in the playoffs?
хамгийн сүүлийн асуулт ямар багтай плей-оффт хамгийн шалгахыг хүсэж байгаа? GG.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us in an interview, and and that's it for this stage of the tournament, and we'll see you guys in the playoffs. 好，非常感谢 Hooligan 来接受我们的采访。好，那我们在季后赛再见。
Done it.